Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 407, The Shocking Ultimatum, Climb the Celestial Path. Erwin nodded, feeling no disappointment. In fact, he was secretly delighted. Spells were important, sure, but Sonny Finch had taught them to him without hesitation. Physical training methods, however, required an elder's approval. That told him everything he needed to know. In any magical tradition, true physical cultivation was highly valued. He had always dreamed of being a melee mage, someone who could hold his own in close quarters. He'd been lifting weights, thinking he was at his peak. Then he saw Sonny Finch. She made him realize just how fragile he really was. If he could master Kunlun's physical techniques, he'd have a significant advantage. The combination of Western magic and Eastern martial arts would be formidable. Just then, hundreds of miles away at Hogwarts, a chill ran down Albus Dumbledore's spine. He looked up sharply. What is that boy up to now? He shook his head, pushing the thought away. Things were going smoothly. Sirius Black had escaped Azkaban, right on schedule. With Erwin absent, his plans were proceeding smoothly. The longer the boy stayed away, the better. Sirius's imprisonment had served a purpose in Dumbledore's plans. Harry needed challenges to mature, and everyone played their role in shaping the boy's development. Erwin was supposed to be another piece in the game, but he'd proven impossible to control. The boy had become an independent player, and worse, he was formidable enough to disrupt Dumbledore's plans. Dumbledore needed to speed things up. He had seen Erwin's destructive power firsthand, and he wouldn't be caught off guard again. He didn't know that inside the school, Charlotte was reporting every detail to Erwin. The plot was moving, but Erwin was watching from the shadows. Erwin had just finished his call with Charlotte. He did the mental math. Sirius was in Hogwarts. According to the timeline, Peter Pettigrew would flee in half a month, maybe a month. That meant Erwin had a strict deadline. He had to be back in Britain within 2 weeks, or he'd miss the chance to settle the score for his godfather. Tom had messaged him, the travel arrangements were approved. He'd arrive in the East the day after tomorrow. The Shushan press conference was imminent. Everything was accounted for. All right, Erwin said. It's time. In the afternoon, Sonny Finch arrived at Erwin's quarters. She was carrying 2 massive sledgehammers. Erwin's eye twitched. Must you carry those things everywhere? Sure, she said. But you live here. To get here, I have to cross the training square. If I don't carry these, people don't move. If I carry them, they scatter like mice. Erwin was speechless. He finally understood why everyone in Kunlun feared her. If he were a high-ranking member, he'd have exiled her ages ago. She was a menace to society. How did it go? He asked impatiently. Sonny Finch looked down, feigning sadness. I'm sorry, Erwin. Erwin's eyes lit up. They agreed. Huh. She blinked, her act crumbling instantly. How did you know? Your acting is terrible, he said dryly. You said sorry, but you're smiling. She rolled her eyes. You're no fun. Fine, the elder agreed. But there's one condition. She leaned in. You have to walk the celestial path. Erwin frowned. The celestial path. Right, she nodded. You know the legends. How high-level cultivators break through to higher realms. I know they form golden cores, Erwin replied, and that those cores turn into little people who get struck by lightning. Sonny Finch froze. Have you been reading Kunlun's classified archives? No, Erwin said. I read about it in cultivation stories. She slapped her forehead. Great. So those stories weren't entirely fiction. Look, golden cores and lightning don't happen in reality. The ancient lineage was severed long ago. The celestial path was created by our founder. Its full name is the Ascending Immortal Path, but we call it the Celestial Path. It's usually our graduation exam. If you reach the 7th step, you graduate. How many steps are there? Erwin asked. 9, she said. The elder said you only need to reach the 5th. Let's do it, Erwin said immediately. You don't even know what it is, she warned. Don't you want to think about it? Chapter 408, The Peeping Traditions of Kunlun. Erwin chuckled. Do I need to think? It seems I haven't been given a choice. And frankly, in my opinion, I'm confident in my abilities. Sonny Finch looked at the confident Erwin. At that moment, he seemed to shine with a dazzling, radiant light. she finally understood why so many people were loyal to him. If she were one of his followers, facing such a person, there was no other choice but to submit. Erwin waved a hand in front of her face. "What are you thinking about, so lost in thought?" Startled, Sonny Finch coughed. "Nothing. When are you planning to attempt the celestial path?" "Right now, of course," Erwin replied. "I can't stay in the East for long. I need to move quickly, or I'll miss important matters in Britain." "Ah. You're leaving again?" Sonny Finch asked, clearly disappointed. "Of course, I am," Erwin said firmly. "But don't I need to prepare? Even Kunlun students need extensive preparation to attempt the celestial path. Although there's no danger to our lives, we only get one chance." Erwin laughed. "Prepare? What do I need to prepare? I know nothing about the celestial path. Since this assessment is from Kunlun, it must be testing your mastery of the knowledge taught here. I know nothing about it, so what difference does preparation make?" Sonny Finch scratched her head. "That seems to be the case. Okay then. By the way, the elder asked me to bring you something. A gift from Kunlun." With a flick of her wrist, she scattered books across the table. "You understand Chinese, right?" "Of course," Erwin nodded. He glanced at the pouch at her waist. It had a similar effect to an undetectable extension charm, though far inferior to his own enchanted satchel. He casually picked up a book and flipped through it, then looked up in surprise. "These? All of these are Kunlun's treasures?" "Yes," Sonny Finch nodded. "These are some of the techniques currently recorded by Kunlun. However, many powerful ones have been lost. As I told you, spells are inherently rare. These are basically 90% of our collection. The rest either cannot be practiced casually or have terrible side effects." Erwin was genuinely grateful. "Please thank the elders for me." Sonny Finch waved her hand dismissively. "I know. Take a look. Learn as many as you can, it will increase your success rate. As for the time to challenge the celestial path, there's no rush. You should prepare first." Erwin nodded. Sonny Finch chatted with him for a few more minutes before turning to leave. In the clouds above, the elders of Kunlun were still gathered. If Erwin could see them, he would have been helpless. Was spying a family tradition here? The younger ones spied, and the older ones did it every day too. An elder said, "How many spells do you think he can master?" His meridians are all naturally open, so the talent threshold is practically non-existent for him. Learning these spells is a piece of cake. I agree. Let's see how long it takes him. Judging from the speed at which he mastered fire manipulation, these spells shouldn't be difficult. I think he'll master them all in at most half a month. Half a month? That's too fast. I think at least a month. Wait, aren't you all getting off topic? That kid Finch just pulled out all of Kunlun's magic like that. The other elders laughed. Selling off our inheritance isn't a big deal. We don't have any sectarian biases. Only by making him stronger can he solve everything, right? That's true, but that girl Finch is getting more and more audacious. That girl, audacious as she may be, is smart enough to know her limits. Isn't she already going to the disciplinary office to receive her punishment? Stop joking. That girl goes in and out of the disciplinary office like it's home. A day of solitary confinement isn't even enough for her to get a good night's sleep. All right, stop thinking about useless things, cherish your time. After Finch leaves, you'll all miss her. Upon hearing this, the other elders fell silent. After a moment, one said, I really can't bear to part with this child. Must she leave Kunlun? We all know where Finch's talent lies and what effect it will have in the future. She must leave. But why should Finch bear this burden? She's just a child. The elder's expression changed slightly after saying this. He knew he had spoken out of turn. Sure enough, the other elders all looked through the window at Erwin in the room. Yes, just a child. Yet he has to shoulder such a heavy burden. No one asked him if he was willing, no one considered Erwin's feelings. They only knew that this was Erwin's destiny. After a while, an elder said, Don't even think about it. We have been preparing. If that day truly comes, several of us will stand at the forefront, using our lives to protect that child. This is our burden and our responsibility. The other elders nodded. Their eyes were filled with determination, they weren't afraid to die. They feared a meaningless death. Just as they said, they had nothing to offer Erwin as an apology. The only thing they could offer was their lives. For an uncertain hope of breaking the deadlock, they had already sacrificed much. Erwin represented their best chance. Several elders left one after another. Erwin, perhaps coincidentally, glanced at the sky outside. The clouds seemed much thinner. Chapter 409, 409, The Celestial Path Challenge. For the next 3 days, Erwin remained in his quarters. Meals were delivered directly from Kunlun's kitchens, prepared by the snail maidens, tiny fairy-like beings with remarkably skillful hands who produced exquisite cuisine. Communication with Tom, now waiting in the east, was maintained via the purple lotus mark. Erwin instructed him to await the Shushan press conference. Sunny Finch had also contacted her acquaintances within the Shu Mountain sect to act as intermediaries. The final cooperation agreement would depend on old Tom's negotiations. Seeing the potential for immense profit, Erwin had one directive: concede some margins to secure a sustainable, long-term partnership. He doubted the Shu Mountain sect would refuse. Opening Western markets offered them a clear advantage. The only challenges were profit distribution and building mutual trust. Erwin's vision was long-term. He wasn't focused on immediate profits. He wanted to revolutionize travel. If he could secure exclusive distribution of flying swords and magical vehicles, the profits would be astronomical. He closed the book in his hands just as a snail maiden entered, tray in hand. "Mr. Cavendish, dinner is ready." "Mandy, starting tomorrow, you don't need to bring my meals," Erwin said. The snail maiden, Mandy, froze. "Did I do something wrong, sir? I can correct it, or I can ask another maiden to serve you instead." Erwin smiled. "No, you've done perfectly. I'm simply challenging the celestial path tomorrow." Mandy's eyes widened, her delicate wings fluttering as she hovered in place. "Tomorrow? Isn't that a bit hasty?" "I have nothing left to prepare," Erwin replied. "Delaying further won't help me improve." Mandy realized the implication a moment later. "You mean, you've mastered all the techniques?" Erwin merely smiled. I apologize for speaking out of turn." Mandy stammered. "It's fine. Actually, could you take these books to Finch? She should be out of confinement soon." Mandy nodded. "Usually she's only confined for a day, but this time the elder ordered her to stay longer. She's been there for 3 days, forced to study advanced material. It must be exhausting." She paused. "Though, to be fair, she was punished partly because of your involvement." Just as she spoke, the door burst open. "Did someone say they dragged me into something?" Sunny Finch walked in, looking perfectly fine. Erwin was surprised. "You're out." Finch snatched the bowl of congee from the table and took a large mouthful. "Yeah. The elder confined me for 3 days, forcing me to study advanced formations. It was tedious. I'd planned to study that material during the break, but now that it's done, I have free time. I'll just come visit you instead." Erwin nodded. "Fine. Contact me first. I'll have Tom arrange transport to pick you up." Finch beamed. "It's a deal." She grabbed Mandy, who was hovering nearby, and roughly ruffled the fairy's hair. "Hey." Mandy glared, hands on her hips. "Sister Finch, if you bully me again, I'm telling the elders. I specifically asked Zany to style my hair so I could look presentable for Mr. Cavendish." Finch laughed. "You went to the wrong person. Zany's aesthetic sense is terrible. Next time, come to me. I'll style it properly." Mandy huffed, collected the empty dishes, and flew off, shooting Finch a glare on her way out. Finch turned back to Erwin. "You're really going today?" "I am. Your timing is perfect. You can give me a final boost. Didn't I give you enough techniques?" Finch frowned. "You need to practice to increase your success rate. The celestial path isn't something to take lightly, Erwin." "I've mastered everything you gave me," he said simply. "Without additional material, there's no reason to delay." Finch stood up, stunned. "Everything?" Erwin smiled and opened his palm. A fireball materialized instantly. With a mere thought, it shifted into a water sphere, then a gust of wind, and finally a wisp of ice. Chapter 410, The Celestial Path Challenge _2. Erwin's performance left Sunny Finch speechless, her mouth hanging open in shock. She was completely stunned. "No way," she stammered. "You mastered it all? In just 3 days?" Erwin nodded casually. "The transitions between elements still need refinement, but I've grasped the fundamentals." Sunny Finch swallowed hard. "You're a monster." Erwin rolled his eyes, too pleased with his progress to take offense. "But you're right," Sunny Finch admitted, "there's nothing else for you to practice. It's fortunate I got out today, or I would have missed your attempt." "Are you done eating?" Erwin asked. "If you are, take me there." Sunny Finch stuffed the last soup dumpling into her mouth and mumbled, "Let's go." Erwin shook his head, amused. He felt surprisingly comfortable around Sunny Finch, an ease he rarely experienced. Sunny Finch led Erwin away from the courtyard, heading toward the center of Kunlun. Disciples they passed bowed politely to Sunny Finch, their eyes lingering curiously on Erwin. Erwin's reputation in Kunlun had skyrocketed recently. Everyone knew about the Western wizard who had defeated Sonny Finch, the strongest among the younger disciples. Erwin was accustomed to such attention, it didn't bother him. Sonny Finch laughed. Erwin, you've become quite famous in Kunlun. Erwin shrugged. You're still more famous. After all, people only know me because I defeated you. Sonny Finch's face fell. You really know how to deflate a compliment. Erwin smirked. He had hit a nerve. The other students watched them, whispering. They saw Sonny Finch and Erwin heading past the plaza, toward the back. Is that the direction of the celestial path? There's nothing else back there but the celestial path. Is Sonny going to attempt it? I heard a foreigner, Erwin, is planning to try it. What are you waiting for? Let's go watch. The crowd quickly followed, eager for a spectacle. Sonny Finch noticed the followers but ignored them. For Kunlun students, she explained, the celestial path is a major challenge. Many get stuck. There's even someone who didn't pass until they were 30. That's why everyone watches attempts, they learn from observing. Erwin asked, is there a pattern? A strategy? Erwin wasn't arrogant. If there was a shortcut, he'd take it. That wasn't stupidity, it was pragmatism. Results mattered, not the path taken to achieve them. Sonny Finch shook her head. No. I haven't tried it, but seniors say the trials are different for everyone. No one knows what they'll face until they enter. Then why are the others coming? Erwin asked. To see how people survive, Sonny Finch said. You don't think the trials are simple, do you? While deaths are rare now, legends speak of fatalities in the past. There used to be rewards for reaching higher levels, which encouraged students to overreach their abilities with fatal consequences. So they challenged what they couldn't handle? Erwin asked. Yes, for resources, Sonny Finch confirmed. Kunlun abolished that system after too many casualties. Now everyone receives the same reward for passing, which discourages reckless attempts. Erwin nodded. It made sense. The history of cultivation sects was often brutal and competitive. It wasn't surprising that Kunlun had once operated on such harsh principles. Sonny Finch looked at Erwin seriously. Erwin, if you feel you can't handle it, don't be stubborn. You really can die. Once you enter, even the elders can't help you. You're on your own. Most students bring protective items. Since you haven't prepared any, you must be extremely careful. Chapter 411, The Celestial Paths Trial _ 3. Erwin chuckled. Don't worry, I value my life. I won't take unnecessary risks. Sonny Finch gave him a searching look. I hope you remember that. She then led him forward. Soon, they left Kunlun's main grounds and arrived at a different mountain peak. At the foot, Sonny produced a small disc and tapped it. Instantly, two figures materialized before them. Sonny Finch, senior student of Kunlun, greets the elders, she bowed deeply. Erwin's pupils constricted. The two old men radiated a faint but unmistakable aura of power, divine power. He hadn't even sensed their arrival. The elders glanced at the disc in Sonny's hand. Today is not the day to open the celestial path, one stated flatly. I have a letter from the headmaster, Sonny explained, handing over a scroll. He said you would understand upon reading it. The elder flicked his sleeve, and the scroll floated into his hand. After a brief glance, he chuckled. It seems you suffered a loss due to this scroll, he said. Sonny smiled sheepishly. I underestimated its complexity. Nonsense, the elder waved a hand. You are only the third student to attempt breaking the headmaster's seal, and the first to reach the 7th layer. You have exceptional talent. You're too kind, elder, Sonny replied, a hint of pride in her voice. Perhaps. But the seal contains 99 array patterns. You have a long way to go. Sonny's jaw dropped. 99 patterns. The elder tapped the scroll, erasing the text with a flick of magic. Study this. If you solve it, the rewards will be extraordinary. He then turned his gaze to Erwin, sizing him up. He exchanged a look with the other elder, and both formed a series of hand seals. A white jade staircase materialized on the mountainside. It appeared deceptively simple, just 9 steps. You may ascend, the elder said. Thank you, elders, Erwin bowed. Your Mandarin is excellent, the elder noted with a smile. Hurry along now. Don't waste time. Erwin nodded to Sonny, who gave him a fist of encouragement, then took the first step. The world spun. The sensation was more disorienting than apparition. Erwin squeezed his eyes shut against the vertigo. When he opened them, he stood alone before the white jade steps. The mountains, the elders, and Sonny were gone. Behind him lay only infinite nothingness. Teleportation. Or a pocket dimension. Erwin wondered, his mind racing with the possibilities. If I could learn this. He looked up. Halfway up the mountain, he could see the real celestial path. The other students had arrived and were watching him. To them, he appeared to be staring at nothing, standing rigidly before an invisible staircase. "He's not moving," a new student whispered. "He's likely studying the formation," an older student explained. "The path isolates you completely. It forces you to focus, removing all distractions." Erwin, unaware of their theories, finally tore his gaze away from the phenomenon. He looked at the 9 steps directly before him. They looked ordinary. Stone steps, nothing more. But his instincts screamed that they were far from it. A cold, dangerous aura radiated from them, a threat even to a wizard of his caliber. He took a breath and lifted his foot. Chapter 412, The Celestial Path's Cruelty. Magic-proof steps. Out of caution, Erwin's mind stirred. A layer of translucent, armor-like magic flared around his body, encasing him completely. He lifted his foot, ready to ascend the celestial path. The crowd below held their breath, watching him intently. Sunny was no exception. Although she had faith in Erwin's strength, the celestial path was Kunlun's most grueling trial, and she couldn't help but feel a knot of anxiety. The 2 elders turned their gazes to Erwin, waiting for his performance. As Erwin's left foot touched the first step, everything seemed calm. He didn't let his guard down, slowly raising his right foot to join the first. The instant both feet landed on the stone, a sharp crack echoed. Erwin's shimmering shield charm shattered instantly. Erwin's expression twisted. Down the mountain, Sunny stared in disbelief. She had sparred with Erwin before and knew the resilience of his shield charm. For it to shatter the moment he stepped onto the stair. What kind of test was this? In Kunlun's history, no one had ever caused such a reaction on the very first step. Erwin flicked his wrist, his wand appearing in his hand. Before the first shield could fully disperse, he cast another. But it shattered just as fast, the magic dissipating into nothingness. An immense pressure bore down on him. Erwin was shocked and moved to react, but he abruptly froze. He frowned, analyzing the weight on his skin. This pressure, it was heavy, certainly, but not heavy enough to shatter his shield charm. Something else was happening. He raised his arm and clenched his fist. He felt resistance, a subtle friction against his movement. A sudden thought struck him. He swung his wand, casting a spell a short distance away. The moment the magic left his wand, it was crushed by the atmospheric pressure, dissipating harmlessly in midair. Erwin's eyes widened. He understood. This place was forbidden territory for magic. Not conceptually forbidden. Literally. He snapped his fingers. A spark appeared on his fingertip, flickering steadily. He gently waved his hand, the flame held firm against the wind. "Pretty good," Erwin muttered absent-mindedly, before shaking his head to clear the distracting thought. "Excellent. Truly impressive." Down the mountain, the students watched his strange behavior with confusion. What is he doing? Trying to light a cigarette. Don't be ridiculous. Sunny, standing nearby, frowned. From Erwin's actions, testing the spark, casting a spell that failed, she realized the terrifying truth. A guess formed in her mind, and she whispered it to the student beside her. A clever student nearby caught on to her deduction. Judging from Erwin's actions, it seems his trial prohibits the use of spells entirely. The surrounding students gasped. What? No magic? If I remember correctly, Erwin is a wizard. To ban their primary skill right at the start, isn't that setting him up to fail? Most students mentally wrote Erwin off. A wizard who can't cast spells is useless, after all. Meanwhile, Erwin, whom everyone had condemned to failure, actually smiled. He found the celestial path intriguing. Whether the ancestors of the cultivation world were targeting Western magic, or if this was simply his unique trial, the inability to use magic made it a challenge worth solving. Who said a wizard needed a wand to fight? Erwin stood straight, lifted his foot, and stepped firmly onto the second step. The Kunlun students were stunned. He was continuing. Without magic. They couldn't fathom where he found such confidence. Sunny glanced at Erwin, a look of certainty in her eyes. She knew his personality too well, he never gave up easily. She had warned him not to be reckless, but this was Erwin through and through. As he landed on the second step, the pressure increased. Raising his arms now required significant effort. Erwin pondered, was the test simply about endurance? Suddenly, the step beneath his feet extended rapidly, forming a flat platform. At the other end, a young man materialized. He raised his arms in a respectful bow. Quincy Shen, Kunlun's senior student, defends this stage. As his voice fell, his features solidified. Below, students gasped. It's Senior Shen. Erwin's trial is the Arena Challenge. Senior, what's the Arena Challenge? The Celestial Path offers various trials, but the most difficult is the Arena. Each level has a defender, a senior who has already conquered the path. Defeat a defender, another student asked, aghast. To be precise, the first student said, lowering his voice, a defender at their absolute peak. The air filled with the sound of nervous swallowing. Defeat Quincy Shen at his peak. Impossible. Even Sunny couldn't do that. Chapter 413, The Lightning Rod Tactic. Quincy Shen's shocking duel. Sunny frowned. She knew Quincy Shen all too well. When she first arrived at the school, she had witnessed the senior's ascent of the celestial path. That duel had been brutal, his power was still vivid in her mind. He had ultimately claimed a Pyrrhic victory and graduated. But Quincy Shen had been at his peak then, his methods terrifyingly varied. It was said he had spent ages preparing for that trial, collecting and exchanging for powerful magical artifacts. His success didn't mean he lacked strength, quite the opposite. The celestial path was simply that difficult. Now, Erwin would be facing a peak condition Quincy Shen. Could he pass? If Erwin were at full power, perhaps. But now, Erwin couldn't use spells, and he had lost his dominant advantage. Sunny wasn't sure. She just hoped Erwin wouldn't be too stubborn. If he couldn't win, he should admit defeat and avoid the danger. Meanwhile, Erwin stared at the illusory figure before him, his face filled with curiosity. How was this entity formed? He understood the theory from cultivation novels, but what was the magical principle here? Before he could dwell on it, Quincy Shen attacked. With a flick of his wrists, 3 talismans flew from his sleeves. Erwin didn't recognize them. Lacking knowledge of their effects, he instinctively dodged. Unable to apparate, he relied on his legs, but the pressure in the air made his movements sluggish. Down the mountain, older students who hadn't yet passed the celestial path recognized the paper slips. Is that a thunderclap talisman? One asked. That's right. I've seen Quincy Shen use it. Is that his trump card? Another replied. Terrifying. If he follows that up with a lightning technique. Up on the platform, Erwin was too slow. The talismans closed in. Resigned, he stopped and waved his hands, sending fireballs to intercept them. The moment the fireballs touched the talismans, they ignited and vanished. Erwin frowned. Was it really that easy? Then, he felt a strange sensation, something touching him, unmistakable but ill-defined. Quincy Shen began forming hand seals. Lightning technique. Strike. Erwin's eyes widened. He knew this technique well, he had used it himself. But this specific variation was one he hadn't mastered because it was usually too easy to dodge. As dark clouds gathered overhead, Erwin started to run, quickly leaving the clouds' range. He prepared to cast a counter technique when a sudden sense of foreboding washed over him. He instinctively jumped aside. A bolt of lightning struck the spot where he had just stood. If he hadn't moved, he would have been hit. Erwin was stunned. Why did that lightning curve? Why didn't his own technique do that? Was the magic Sunny gave him incomplete? He was utterly speechless. But he remembered Sunny's demeanor, she didn't seem the type to set him up. The problem likely wasn't the magic itself. Then he thought back to the 3 talismans and that strange aura. Could the talismans be the key? Lightning gathered again above the clouds. Erwin didn't waste time, sprinting across the platform. Down the mountain, confused first-years watched. Why does Shen's lightning curve? One asked. A knowledgeable senior scoffed. It's the talisman. You all learned the thunderclap talisman, right? It has no offensive power on its own. Think of it as a lightning rod. Quincy Shen had a sudden inspiration and combined the rod with the lightning technique. The rod attracts the bolt to wherever it lies. Wait, that actually works, another student groaned. I thought it was useless since we don't deal with lightning-fearing creatures anymore. I never bothered learning it. I'm studying that talisman starting today, a first-year declared. The senior raised an eyebrow. Fine, but can you cast the lightning technique? It's one of the hardest techniques to master. And besides, Quincy Shen's true genius isn't just the rod tactic. Kunlun has had others try that. His real strength is. The senior paused, looking up at the platform. He is the first person in history to cast multiple lightning techniques simultaneously. Chapter 414, The Ultimate Advantage. Erwin's shocking counter. Erwin barely managed to dodge another bolt of lightning before he could even catch his breath. Across the arena, Quincy Shen was already forming hand seals again. 2 more bolts of lightning shot from his hands, coalescing into dark, crackling clouds. Within moments, 3 storm clouds hovered ominously overhead, gathering electric charge. Erwin stared in disbelief. This was absurd. It had to be. He had studied lightning magic before, but this was something else entirely. It was pure, unadulterated advantage. Before he could fully process the absurdity, the 3 bolts of lightning struck. Erwin threw himself to the side, the ground where he had stood moments before scorched black. He breathed a shaky sigh of relief. If that had hit him, even with his robe's protective enchantments, it would have hurt badly. Erwin watched Quincy warily, bracing for another volley. However, the talisman master simply stood there, making no move to cast again. Erwin realized with a jolt that 3 bolts seemed to be Quincy's limit. It was still a nightmare to deal with, though. The lightning was too fast, dodging it indefinitely was impossible. The priority was getting that strange, magnetic aura off his body. Without doing so, he was essentially a lightning rod. Thinking fast, Erwin cast a purification charm he had recently mastered. It was a specialized technique designed to clear chaotic auras, and though he hadn't understood its true purpose at the time, it was clearly the perfect counter to these talisman tricks. As the technique washed over him, he felt the invisible tether linking him to the storm vanish. Instantly, the 3 bolts of lightning slammed into the empty ground where he would have been, failing to track him. Erwin's eyes lit up. It worked. Down at the foot of the mountain, the crowd gasped. Did you see that? Erwin nullified the thunderclap talisman's tracking aura. No wonder he defeated Sunny, he figures things out instantly. He countered it in seconds. At that moment, the senior acting as the referee stepped forward. He is undeniably skilled, the senior noted, his voice carrying. To analyze Quincy's method and formulate a countermeasure so quickly demonstrates tactical brilliance. However, Quincy is far from simple. Unless one's power vastly exceeds his, preventing him from setting up, he is effectively invincible. The students looked at the senior curiously, waiting for an explanation. He merely raised his chin toward the stage. On the platform, Erwin watched as Quincy flicked his wrist. 3 fresh talismans appeared between his index and middle fingers. Erwin didn't hesitate. He wouldn't let Quincy set up again. He launched a fireball directly at the talisman master. If you can't solve the problem maker, Erwin thought. Quincy remained calm. In fact, he deliberately tossed the talismans directly into the path of the fireball. Erwin braced himself. So what if the aura attached again? The fireball would connect, and Quincy would be neutralized. The clouds would vanish. But the next moment, Erwin's jaw nearly dropped. A brush appeared in Quincy's hand, dripping with cinnabar ink. He snatched 2 sheets of yellow parchment and began inscribing runes at a speed that defied logic. In the blink of an eye, the talisman was complete. He crushed it. A shimmering golden shield materialized before him. Boom. The fireball smashed into the barrier and shattered into harmless sparks. Unbelievable, Erwin muttered. The crowd below was equally stunned. Is that a Vajra talisman? The senior confirmed it. Exactly. Quincy is a prodigy of talisman arts, particularly with Vajra talismans. He can inscribe them mid-battle. As long as he has parchment, he can theoretically layer them indefinitely, rendering himself invincible. He can outlast 90% of opponents. Unless your combat power is so overwhelming he can't breathe, breaking through his defenses is nearly impossible. The Kunlun students were speechless. How do you fight that? It requires master-level skill just to make one, yet he's creating them in seconds. Erwin was flabbergasted. He almost forgot to dodge the incoming lightning. Is this the Eastern fighting style? It's practically cheating. You buff yourself in real time. Aren't these supposed to be pre-prepared? But Erwin never gave up. He sent another fireball. The golden barrier shattered, but instantly, Quincy crushed another talisman. Another barrier appeared. Erwin nearly swore. Was he stacking buffs? Infinite buffs. Looking at the thick stack of yellow parchment in Quincy's hand, Erwin realized the guy could probably draw on every single sheet. 3 more bolts of lightning struck. Erwin dodged, his mind racing. This opponent was genuinely frustrating. It was an infinite loop of defense, you break 1 layer, he rebuilds 2. Just as Erwin was scrambling for a solution while weaving through lightning, he looked up at the 3 dark clouds. A sudden spark of inspiration hit him. If Quincy could cast techniques multiple times, why couldn't he? He didn't know how Quincy was doing it, but as a wizard with advantages of his own, did he really need to understand the principle? He just needed to replicate the result. Chapter 415, The Unbelievable Multicasting Technique. He just needed to exploit the system. Thinking this, Erwin suddenly understood. He mentally focused, willing his internal restrictions to release. Immediately, he felt a binding shackle within his body snap free. His hands moved in rapid hand seals, conjuring a fireball that shot from his palms. But that was just the beginning. Several more fireballs followed, forming a relentless stream that slammed into Quincy. The brush in Quincy's hand moved frantically as he drew runes at breakneck speed. Golden barriers appeared, shattered, and reappeared, barely holding against the onslaught. Every few seconds, Erwin had to dodge lightning strikes that rained down from the sky, severely hampering his casting speed. Meanwhile, the crowd below the mountain was dumbfounded. What the hell? Is this how you use elemental magic? That's not what I learned. My god, it's ridiculous. The fireballs are flying in a continuous stream. If Shen didn't have to draw talismans constantly, his barrier speed couldn't keep up with Erwin's attack rate at all. Senior, explain this. Even the proctors, the veteran students, looked as though their understanding had short-circuited. They stared wide-eyed at Erwin unleashing a magical barrage and were completely speechless. Wait, is this how you use magic? One muttered. He's created a magic machine gun. I've been at this mountain for so long, and I've never seen anything like it. High in the clouds, the elders were also silent. Finally, one elder broke the silence. So, do you think he met our expectations? Maybe. I'd say he exceeded them. No, is he really that amazing? Our intention was for him to learn the secrets of Shen's repeated technique casting, but this is too fast. Does it matter? The most outrageous thing is that he wasn't struck by lightning. We placed Shen in the lightning scenario to force him to learn repeated casting, yet Erwin absorbed the lesson instantly. How did he do it? The other elders were bewildered. They hadn't sent Erwin up the celestial path for no reason. They wanted him to become stronger, so they designed the assessment with special techniques, methods Kunlun would usually pass down only to its most elite disciples. They were just testing the waters. If he learned it, great. If not, it wouldn't matter. But to increase his chances, they'd even manifested Quincy Shen's echo, allowing it to demonstrate the technique. And yet, this was the result. The elders turned their gaze to a young man standing nearby. He was in his early 20s, incredibly handsome, with an ethereal air about him, ignoring the heavy gold chain around his neck. I don't know, the young man waved his hands frantically. Elders, don't look at me. He's far more talented than me. I can only cast 3 techniques simultaneously at most. Could you ask him to teach me? I really want to learn. This was Quincy Shen. All right, get out of here, an elder grumbled. Stop wandering around with that gold necklace. Do you look like a Kunlun disciple? You might as well hang a sign saying, I'm a rich kid. No, elders, Quincy Shen said with an aggrieved tone. If you send me away, I have to go home. My grandmother bought this for protection. One of the elders glared. Get lost. If you want protection, pray to the ancestors. What's the use of praying to gods? The old gods disappeared long ago. Go home and spend 2 years with your family. A hint of reluctance flashed in the elder's eyes. Quincy Shen smiled, his tone suddenly serious. Old man, when did you become so hesitant? Don't worry, I'm prepared. When the crisis comes, no one can escape. I've already accepted my fate. As for my family. Disrespectful. The elder cursed, though his eyes were reddening. Get lost. Quincy Shen smiled, summoned his flying sword, and soared away. After he left, the elder wiped his eyes. The others comforted him, don't be sad. We're just preparing for the worst. Maybe it won't come to that. I'm not fragile, the elder sniffed. Although he's my disciple, all of yours are prepared as well. It's fate. All right, let's watch the trial. I want to see him pass the 5th level. Their gazes fell on Erwin, filled with complex emotions. Once, their disciples had risked everything to pass these trials. But unlike the rumors, they weren't risking their lives just for graduation. Many didn't want to leave Kunlun, they were fighting for a specific, terrible opportunity. When Kunlun students graduate, the elders tell them that passing the celestial path grants a chance to fight when the crisis comes, a chance that almost certainly means death. The real graduation test happens before the celestial path. If a disciple doesn't want this burden, they graduate directly and enter the mundane world, never to return. But those who choose the path are the true disciples. Even knowing the risk, they choose to attempt the challenge. Back on the stage, Erwin dodged another lightning bolt, eyeing the 3 layers of barriers around Quincy Shen. This isn't working, Erwin thought, a fierce glint in his eyes. In that case, let's go all out. Don't go anywhere. Today's 5 daily chapters are officially live. Another 5 bonus chapters are coming soon. I'm dropping them shortly, so make sure to push on your notifications so you don't miss the second wave. Want to keep these double drops coming? Smash those power stones right now and let's show everyone the strength of this community. Mr. Grimm. Chapter 416, Erwin's shocking dual-cast technique. Erwin rapidly waved his hands before him, and layers of golden light shimmered into existence. The elders hovering in the air nodded in approval. Not bad. This child has mastered the golden barrier technique quite well. Indeed. The technique is standard at Kunlun, and most disciples with talent learn it. Yet, few match his current proficiency. The other elders murmured their agreement, once again marveling at Erwin's rapid progress. He had studied for a mere 3 days, yet he possessed the skill of a disciple with 3 years of experience. Down the mountain, the students watching the battle recognized the technique immediately. That's the golden barrier technique. I know that one too. Most of us do, but look, isn't his barrier a bit too thick? Several Kunlun students who hadn't mastered the technique felt a wave of discouragement. They had tried their best, yet against someone like Erwin, who relied on sheer talent, they were powerless. It felt fundamentally unfair. Meanwhile, Erwin's hands didn't stop moving. Because his internal restrictions had been released, several golden barriers rose in succession before him. From the outside, the defensive wall was almost blinding. Since he knows the golden barrier, a curious disciple asked, why didn't he use it from the start? Why was he dodging Shin's attacks? The disciple acting as the referee remained silent, equally puzzled. Because he's using Shin's pressure to train himself. Everyone turned. It was Sunny who had spoken. She looked at Erwin casting techniques, a look of astonishment flashing in her eyes. It was terrifying. Under such pressure, Erwin was still focused on improvement. Sunny was right. Erwin was training himself, but not just against Quincy Shin. He was also testing his resistance against the strange pressure of the celestial path. He had discovered that while the pressure was uncomfortable, it strengthened his body. After fighting Quincy Shin for just a short time, he felt his physical durability increasing. So, he had been primarily testing his limits. Now, the test was over. The pressure was offering diminishing returns on his physical conditioning. Therefore, this first phase of training had served its purpose. Erwin watched as Quincy Shin's lightning strike shattered his outermost golden barrier instantly. But behind that first layer lay over a dozen more. Erwin remained calm. Invincible defense. He thought. I am the one with true defense. Erwin waved his hands, unleashing his fire manipulation technique. Fireballs hurtled toward Quincy Shin. The elders nodded. Using the golden barrier for defense while focusing on offense is the correct strategy. However, though he can repeat the fire control technique, his creation speed is roughly equal to Shin's talisman drawing. Winning won't be easy. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Erwin's hand movements shifted. One hand continued the hand seals for fire manipulation. The other hand began moving in a separate, rapid sequence. Suddenly, spikes of ice appeared, blasting toward Quincy Shin. This move stunned everyone, including the elders. How did he do that? Casting with one hand. Eastern magic was fundamentally different from Western spells. It didn't involve silent casting or wand work. Hand seals were required to channel chi and connect with natural energy. To abandon them was considered impossible. In the history of Kunlun, no one had ever cast 2 techniques simultaneously using different hands. An elder raised a hand, made a few quick seals, and shook his head. No. Incomplete seals cannot connect with the energy. The technique shouldn't work. How did the child manage this? The elders looked at Erwin with intense curiosity. In truth, Erwin's ability was largely due to his unconventional approach. He had very little experience with Eastern magic, so he didn't understand the sacred necessity of hand seals. To him, they were simply a focusing mechanism, much like the incantations used in Western spell work. Therefore, he treated Eastern magic exactly like Hogwarts spells. Once learned, the goal was to become proficient enough to cast silently and without aids. While Eastern cultivation required hand seals to channel chi properly, Erwin simply applied the logic of silent, wandless spell casting to the process. He spent half a day experimenting. At first, he failed, but eventually, he found a method. By the time of the challenge, he had mastered the basics of single-handed casting. He hadn't expected to need it so soon, but here he was. Down the mountain, the Kunlun students were numb. Compared to Erwin, they felt inadequate. If someone told them Erwin was a prodigy destined for greatness, they wouldn't doubt it. In all the years of Kunlun's history, his method of technique casting was truly unique. Sunny stood by the side, secretly raising her hand to try it out. Her hand almost cramped up, but not even a spark appeared. Helplessly, Sunny gave up. People were simply different. Chapter 417, The Celestial Path, Section 2, Rainy Nangong. The outcome of the duel was decided the moment Erwin unleashed his dual techniques. Quincy Shin's speed in drawing talismans was impressive, roughly equivalent to Erwin's casting speed. But under the bombardment of simultaneous techniques, the talismans were shattered one by one. Fireballs and ice spikes struck Quincy Shin, and his figure vanished from the platform. The floor beneath Erwin began to shrink rapidly. Stairs reappeared before him. Without hesitation, Erwin stepped onto them. Just like the first floor, the stairs instantly expanded, transforming into a white jade platform. A figure materialized slowly. It was a young woman with delicate features, dressed in an antique palace gown. The disciples below were bewildered. Who is that? Never seen her before. Some of the older students, however, looked thoughtful. She seemed familiar, extremely familiar. Meanwhile, on a small hilltop in Kunlun, Quincy Shen, who hadn't actually left, sprang up from his boulder. His eyes widened in shock. By the ancestors. Silas Nangong has lost his mind. How did he manifest her? He quickly covered his mouth, looking around fearfully, terrified the woman might appear beside him. Just thinking of her power sent a chill down his spine. She looked like a refined lady from an ancient era, always dressed in palace robes, but if one assumed she was gentle, they were in for a rude awakening. Quincy Shen's face paled at the memory. In the sky, several elders turned their gaze to the white-haired man sitting quietly. Old man Nangong, you're something else, one elder muttered. You could have found a decent opponent, but you brought her. Do you think that boy can beat her? Old man Nangong sneered. If he can't even beat my granddaughter, what future does he have? Besides, don't act innocent. You all arranged difficult opponents. I know exactly what you're up to. The other elders fell silent. On the platform, the woman solidified. She spoke slowly. Rainy Nangong, the 127th generation disciple of Kunlun. I humbly request guidance. As she spoke her name, the older disciples gasped. It's her, someone shouted. Sunny's face showed concern. The younger students, confused, looked to the veterans for answers. Who is she? A first-year asked. Is she strong? A veteran student stepped in. When you enrolled, you received the Kunlun Chronicle of Notable Figures. Did you read it? The younger ones shook their heads. Rainy Nangong, the senior said gravely, is the only person under 30 recorded in the chronicle in the last 30 years. Those listed are legends who changed the era. Even Quincy Shen didn't make the cut. A magical genius, another whispered. They say she learns every technique instantly. Just that, the first year asked. No, the senior replied, his voice trembling slightly. It's her mastery. Watch closely. This battle will change how you view magic. On the platform, the battle had already begun. Erwin, having learned his lesson, didn't hesitate. He attacked immediately, unleashing two techniques simultaneously at Rainy Nangong. As expected, his attacks collided with her water sphere. Erwin grimaced. Truly lacking in sportsmanship. You won't find ethical fighters anywhere in Kunlun. It's outrageous. But Rainy Nangong didn't stop. Her hands flashed through hand seals, and dark clouds instantly filled the sky. A torrential downpour began. Erwin frowned. The rainfall technique. He knew it. In his opinion, it was inefficient, just water, no offensive power. A heavy rain, expensive in energy, with a limited range. He glanced at Quincy Shen's example. The people on the second level had to be stronger. Why would she waste energy on a flashy opening? Before Erwin could puzzle it out, Rainy Nangong moved again. Her hands flashed, and a wisp of icy blue mist shot into the sky. The drizzling rain instantly transformed. It froze into gleaming hail. Erwin froze. Magic. Like that. Ice magic fused with water magic. He didn't understand. Rainy Nangong's second technique was clearly ice cone, a technique Erwin knew. But how could it turn into mist and freeze the rain? Chapter 418, The Ultimate Combo Technique. Time was running out for Erwin to think. He swiftly performed a series of hand seals, summoning several golden barriers above his head. The ice spikes slammed into the barriers with a sharp, ringing clang. The disciples at the foot of the mountain stared in astonishment. How did she do that? It feels like we need to rethink everything. We're all studying magic, why can they come up with such sophisticated applications? You're not the only one feeling that way. A veteran student fixed his gaze on Rainy Nangong, hovering in the air, trying to decipher the principles behind her magic. Hearing the disciples chatter, he remarked casually, keep watching. This is just the beginning. Senior, can we learn this later? One disciple asked. The veteran shook his head. Kunlun has no secret teachings. Technique casting is public knowledge, except for one category. Those methods rely heavily on innate talent and are inherently dangerous. Not everyone can learn them, you must apply and study under an elder's protection. Senior Nangong's style falls into that category. Have you tried it, Senior? The veteran didn't hide the truth. I have. But I haven't mastered it. I hope some of you will learn it someday and carry on Senior Nangong's legacy. Hearing this, the Kunlun students burned with renewed enthusiasm. They were desperate to learn, to become the next Rainy Nangong. The veteran smiled faintly. It wasn't that easy. Meanwhile, the elders debated whether Erwin could learn such a technique. None claimed he could master it effortlessly, they knew the difficulty. They had all attempted it, yet none had succeeded. Rainy Nangong's thought process was simply too unconventional, so much so that even her grandfather struggled to understand how she manipulated magic to her will. The duel continued. Erwin blocked the barrage of ice spikes. Perhaps Rainy Nangong's stamina was waning, as the ice spikes dissolved into rain. Erwin saw his chance to counterattack. But then, Rainy Nangong waved her hands. Vines erupted from beneath Erwin's feet, growing at a terrifying speed. His pupils contracted as he leaped back. A wood-growing technique. Another one. Is Rainy Nangong really the proficient? Sunny had said Kunlun students usually specialized in only one or two techniques. Was her aptitude truly this exceptional? She was almost matching him. More importantly, how could these vines grow this fast? Erwin stared in disbelief as the vines covered half the arena. Suddenly, Quincy Shen stood up on the hill. That's it. She's cutting off his space. Now comes Senior Nangong's signature move, the unstoppable combo. While dodging the vines, Erwin began to analyze them. He glanced up at the falling rain and a suspicion formed. Could this rain be the cause? Erwin dismissed his golden barrier and reached out, catching a single drop of rain. He sensed it briefly and froze. Qi. The rainwater contained traces of qi. Although minuscule, it was enough to accelerate the vine's growth. How is this possible? How can rain carry qi? Erwin was baffled, and deeply shocked. Just then, he noticed several vines beginning to wither. Was the growth too accelerated? Did he misjudge the timing? Large swathes of vines started to dry out. Erwin paused, confused, and instinctively severed one vine with a technique. Suddenly, Erwin noticed Rainy Nangong forming hand seals again. He recognized the method, fire manipulation. Looking at the withered vines, realization struck him. She's combining them. The vines covered half the platform. If she set them ablaze now. Erwin shuddered. Quincy Shen clapped his hands gleefully. Yes. That's it. It's outrageous. Even after all these years, seeing this is still absurd. He looked at Erwin. So, how do you plan to break this? Senior Nangong's move was no joke. She unleashed her fire manipulation. Flames hit the vines, igniting them instantly. Erwin frowned. Shouldn't she have stopped the rain first? Then, a wisp of steam rose, and Erwin understood. It was a trap. A stray breeze blew past, and Erwin looked up. It was Rainy Nangong again, using wind manipulation. She really knew everything. As the steam thickened, Erwin felt his breath catch. The heat was stifling, and his vision blurred. On the other half of the arena, the rain had turned into ice spikes, clattering onto the ground. Erwin was numb. This is Eastern strategy. No wonder this was a culture that produced classics like the 36 stratagems. She was burning him, steaming him, and blocking his escape routes with ice. If she added one more element of harassment, this battle strategy would be perfect. Just as the thought crossed his mind, a bolt of lightning struck through the steam, aiming right for him. Erwin threw up a golden barrier, but the lightning shattered it instantly. Erwin stared. Seriously? You planned this too? He tugged at his collar. His robes could block damage, but heat wasn't a damaging technique, his defenses were useless. He needed a way out, or defeat was inevitable. There was only one option left. Erwin focused his gaze on the half of the arena covered in ice spikes. Chapter 419, The Apprentice and the Grandmaster. Erwin's movements were a blur as he dodged the incoming techniques, weaving an intricate net of golden barriers above his head. He didn't hesitate, he surged forward, charging directly toward Rainy Nangong. It was his only option. Her mastery of magic was truly outrageous, far beyond what Erwin had anticipated. This wasn't just about raw power, it required an impossible level of imagination and absolute confidence in her casting. Within the range of the billowing steam, Erwin felt his strength draining. He needed an escape route, and fast. As the old saying goes, if you can't solve the problem, solve the person behind it. Erwin gritted his teeth against Rainy Nangong's assault and retaliated. Fireballs and lightning bolts rained down on her position. At this moment, Erwin was unleashing his full arsenal, casting techniques as rapidly as possible. But Rainy Nangong remained eerily calm. With a flick of her wrists, she conjured her own golden barriers. Crack! The barriers shattered under Erwin's relentless assault. The attacks closed in on her. Erwin's eyes gleamed, this was his chance. He swung his hands, denying her a moment to breathe. A continuous barrage of ice spikes, fireballs, and lightning sealed off every possible escape route. Just as the crowd prepared to witness her defeat, a flash of icy blue enveloped Rainy Nangong's palm. She didn't retreat, instead, she lunged into the storm of ice spikes. The moment her skin touched the jagged ice, it melted instantly into water. Erwin stared, bewildered, as she slipped through his trap. Rainy Nangong repositioned herself, the techniques colliding where she had just stood with a deafening boom. Before the water droplets could even hit the ground, she caught one in her hand. It condensed instantly, reforming into an ice spike, mimicking Erwin's own magic, and shot back at him. Erwin stood still, seemingly stunned. The spectators gasped. Why isn't he moving? Has he given up? Senior Nangong is just too terrifying. High above, the elders leaned forward, their eyes fixed on Erwin. The headmaster's face was alight with anticipation. Do you think he can grasp Rainy's technique? One asked. This child defies ordinary standards, another replied. I think he might just do it. He closed the distance, a third noted. If he still can't learn it after seeing it up close, then he simply isn't suited for it. I give him credit, the headmaster mused. He might not master it instantly, but he will grasp the concept. While they debated, the ice spike reached Erwin. Rainy Nangong held back, confident the duel was over. For anyone else, it would be. But Erwin was not anyone else. A second before impact, Erwin moved. He raised his hand, and the ice spike pierced his palm. Sunny shot up from her seat, eyes wide with terror and hope. A trickle of blood dripped from Erwin's hand, but then, the ice spike dissolved into water. The disciples below erupted. What happened? He's bleeding. But the spike, it vanished. Did he just use her own technique? Even the proctor was dumbfounded. He knew how difficult this ability was, he had tried and failed to learn it himself. Yet, Erwin seemed to have grasped it in a single observation. Across the field, Rainy Nangong's figure began to dissipate like mist. It seemed her sole purpose had been to witness this moment. Erwin looked at the cut on his palm, a slow smile spreading across his face. Just as he suspected, he understood. Rainy Nangong's methods were unconventional, but they weren't magic without logic. Her ability to melt ice and reshape it wasn't impossible, it was an advanced application of chi control. Simply put, she used only partial energy. She mobilized the chi but never released it completely. It wasn't just a combination of techniques, it was the manipulation of energy without full expulsion. That was the true revelation. The reason this technique was so difficult was the sheer level of control required. It was a paradox, the more power you channeled, the more defined the technique became, yet the less energy you actually needed to expend. It required years of experience to refine one's control to this degree. It was like a master butcher carving an ox, a display of supreme expertise. And, like all powerful magic, it carried immense risk. When mobilizing elemental power, one had to sever the connection at the perfect moment. Fail, and the uncontrolled energy would consume the caster. Chapter 420, a masterclass in celestial ascension. Erwin had truly been fortunate to grasp the technique, even if his execution wasn't particularly refined yet. But let's not forget, Erwin had been studying in secret with Professor Flitwick. As a master of spell work, Flitwick possessed his own unique method for controlling magical energy. He could divide a single unit of magic into several parts without sacrificing power. It was essentially micromanagement of magical flow. Erwin and Flitwick had practiced this extensively, making significant progress. Thanks to that experience, Erwin was able to understand Rainy Nangong's ability. As Rainy Nangong's figure faded, the stairs reappeared. However, Erwin didn't rush up this time. Instead, he stood still, mentally reviewing and solidifying the experience he had just gained. His hands moved fluidly as he cast techniques, practicing their application in real time. On a nearby hilltop, Quincy Shen swallowed hard. No way, you actually learned it. That demon's ability, can someone really master it? Was she lying to me? Is this truly a technique that can be taught, or is it just her innate talent? He looked thoughtful. Just then, a cold voice rang out. I told you long ago. You couldn't learn it because your talent wasn't sufficient. It has nothing to do with my techniques, nor is it a unique ability. Also, I said if I heard you speaking ill of me behind my back again, I would teach you a lesson. Quincy Shen froze, slowly turning to see Rainy Nangong's face, cold as ice. He was immediately shocked. En Nangong Sr. What are you doing here? Rainy Nangong ignored him, instead unleashing a series of hand seals. Compared to before, her movements were much faster. What fell from the sky wasn't just ice, but sharp ice cones, the very ones Erwin used in his techniques. Quincy Shen was terrified. Senior, are you going to kill me? Though he said this, Quincy Shen's movements were anything but slow. A brush and yellow talisman appeared in his hand, and he began drawing rapidly. The talisman shattered, blocking the ice cones. 10 minutes later, Quincy Shen lay on the ground, bruised and battered. Rainy Nangong had already left. Like a scolded child, Quincy stared speechlessly at the sky, tears streaming down his face. He had suffered so much, enduring 10 whole minutes of punishment. Why had his senior's strength increased so rapidly after leaving Kunlun? Had the mountain been restricting her abilities? Rubbing his aching body, Quincy glanced at Erwin, who was still practicing diligently. He didn't bother watching any further, there was no point. In reality, Erwin's test consisted of only these 2 stages. Once he mastered the abilities required for these, he could easily handle the rest. Unlike other tests that progressed from easy to difficult, the elders didn't want to waste time. Knowing Erwin's strength, they simply gave him a difficult start. If he passed, great, if not, so be it. Erwin practiced for another 10 minutes. The spectators weren't in a hurry, however. They had already witnessed peak-level duels, which was enough. But Erwin was considerate, he didn't keep everyone waiting too long. He stepped directly onto the 3rd step. Just as Quincy had said, the 3rd step posed no significant obstacle. Erwin immediately adopted Rainy Nangong's fighting style. When he was on the receiving end, Erwin could only endure bitterly, but after switching sides, he realized the approach was incredibly effective. Erwin didn't rush to finish the challenge, instead, he continued to use the pressure of the celestial path to hone his body. Seeing this, the elders in the air were amused. This kid is quite ambitious. Silas Nangong said. In this world, strength reigns supreme. What's wrong with pursuing power? A little ambition is what makes him stronger. As long as his nature isn't corrupt, ambition alone can take him further. The other elders exchanged glances but didn't argue. They had known each other for decades and were used to his philosophical musings. Erwin's path through the arena was remarkably smooth. 3rd level, 4th level, and soon, he reached the 5th level. The moment he defeated his opponent on the 5th level, a smile appeared on Erwin's face. He had long understood why the elders had sent him on the celestial path, to teach him how to use those 2 advanced techniques. Erwin remembered the kindness shown to him. Although he knew they had their own purposes, he still respected those who were willing to sacrifice everything for the greater good, especially since he had received genuine benefits in return. Erwin looked at the white jade steps, hesitating. He could feel that after clearing the first 5 levels, his body had become much stronger. Continuing upwards should allow him to improve even more. Just then, an elder below shouted, "Don't go any further. Going higher won't improve you anymore. No need to waste time." Erwin turned his head and glanced back. Behind him, the void had vanished without him noticing. He could see everyone below, the elder, the smiling Sunny, and the Kunlun students looking at him as if he were something otherworldly. Erwin didn't hesitate. Since there was no further benefit, there was indeed no need to waste time. He turned and descended. After descending the last staircase, the scene changed instantly, and he arrived at the foot of the mountain. Sunny immediately came to greet him. "Congratulations, Erwin." "Thank you," Erwin smiled. "But it's also thanks to the techniques you prepared for me." Sunny waved her hand. "That's all thanks to your own strength. Anyone else wouldn't have been able to defeat Shen and Senior Nangong, let alone learn their skills." Erwin smiled. He hadn't actually learned Quincy Shen's multicasting ability, he had relied on his own method. The effect was the same, and with his more versatile approach, there was no need to learn Quincy Shen's specific technique, was there? Chapter 421, The Price of Power. At noon, Erwin enjoyed a lavish farewell lunch at the academy. It served as a fitting end to his trip, as he had essentially accomplished all his objectives. In the afternoon, Sunny Finch approached him with a book. "Here's what you wanted," she said, handing it over. Erwin eagerly took it and began flipping through the pages. His eyes widened in shock. "Wait," he said, looking up at her. "Are you sure you gave me the right one?" "Of course," Sunny Finch replied, though she seemed a bit evasive. "With your previous condition, you couldn't practice at all. But now, you can at least begin cultivation." Erwin scanned the introduction, and his stomach churned. This wasn't training, it was self-torture. The method required having someone physically strike his body while he used specific spells to temper his magical core. The beatings were meant to make the tempering process more thorough. This felt horribly familiar. He double-checked his memories, he had transmigrated into the world of Harry Potter, hadn't he? Not some brutal martial arts saga. Erwin looked at Sunny Finch suspiciously. "You did this, back when you were training." A flicker of guilt crossed Sunny Finch's face. Of course. She couldn't help but feel ashamed. She had never endured such hardship herself, always finding shortcuts and easier methods, which was why her foundation hadn't been properly tempered. But now, all of Kunlun's disciples underwent this training. It was a tradition passed down from ancient times. The process was excruciating, inflicting severe physical and mental torment. That was why Kunlun had modified it, though the effects were slightly diminished, it was far less painful. But what she had given Erwin was the original, unmodified version. Once completed, it was supposed to produce incredible results, but it was also brutally arduous. Sunny Finch had curiously asked her master why she had chosen this rigorous version for Erwin. Her master had simply replied that compared to what Erwin would face later, he needed to endure these hardships to overcome them. She wouldn't elaborate further. Erwin sensed something was off, but he didn't let it trouble him. Hard work was hard work. As long as he could become stronger, he wouldn't hesitate. Only someone who had lived with a frail physique could truly understand the value of a strong body. Having secured what he needed, Erwin decided not to linger. After resting for the night, he prepared to leave the next day. Sunny Finch met him at the airport to see him off. The Cavendish private jet was already waiting. She was visibly reluctant to part ways. To her, Erwin was more than just an idol, he was a friend. At Kunlun, she was isolated. With her overwhelming strength, her peers kept their distance, out of fear, envy, or simple feelings of inadequacy. Those who matched her abilities were much younger and impossible to connect with. Her loneliness had been profound, and Erwin had been the one to break through it. "I'll miss you," she said quietly, her eyes slightly red. Erwin smiled gently. "Don't be sad. The holiday is only 2 months away. Come find me then. I'll take you shopping and we'll eat everything." Sunny Finch nodded, wiping her eyes. "Promise you'll answer my calls. Don't ignore me." "I won't," Erwin laughed. "But you have to be mindful of the time difference. Don't call when I'm in class or sleeping, or I won't be able to answer." "Okay, I know." "Then I'm leaving," Erwin said, turning toward the gate. "Take care." Sunny Finch waved, her voice trembling slightly. "Go on. Remember, I'm coming to find you." Erwin nodded and walked through the private boarding gate without looking back. Sunny Finch watched until his figure vanished into the distance, sighing deeply before turning away. Inside the cabin, Erwin sat down and looked at the letter in his hand, the one Sunny Finch's headmaster had asked him to deliver to Dumbledore. He hesitated for a moment, then set it aside unopened. It wasn't that he didn't trust Dumbledore, but he held a deep respect for the Kunlun headmaster. This letter felt like a private matter between them, and he chose to honor that. He leaned back as the plane taxied and ascended, climbing high into the clouds. His time in the East had come to a close. It had been the happiest he'd been in years. He had learned much, and now he was returning to a familiar country, breathing the air of memories. The East had left a deep mark on him. Looking down at the land fading beneath the clouds, Erwin made a silent vow: once everything was settled, he would return to live here. There would be no danger, no political intrigue. Of course, that depended on him surviving the coming storm. He knew his enemy, and he knew the risks. He let out a weary sigh. Erwin closed his eyes, savoring a rare moment of tranquility. He had chosen not to apparate because he wanted to cling to these last 2 days of peace. He was truly exhausted, he hadn't had a moment's rest. He knew exactly what awaited him upon his return. The semester was almost over. By the time school resumed, he would be of legal age, and his bloodline would fully awaken. Then, the debts would be called in. These peaceful days would be gone forever. He let himself drift, just for a moment. The plane pierced through layer after layer of clouds. Day turned to night, then back to day. Erwin slept soundly, enjoying the comfort of the flight like any ordinary passenger. Ebony, curled up in the seat beside him, finally rested properly, free from the burden of guarding its master or strategizing how to utilize its abilities. The plane touched down on British soil. Erwin picked up Ebony. "We're back on the battlefield," he murmured. "Have you rested enough?" Ebony licked his wrist, a silent affirmation. Erwin smiled grimly. "Good. The real battle is about to begin." As he stepped out of the cabin, the sky above London was overcast, heavy and grey, just like Erwin's mood, shrouded in thick, dark clouds. Chapter 422, The Godfather's Fury. Erwin suddenly halted, a faint smile touching his lips. "It seems we've returned just in time for some entertainment." He glanced down at Ebony, who promptly landed on his arm. The next instant, they vanished, reappearing within the grounds of Hogwarts. He materialized directly before the Whomping Willow. Sensing his arrival, the tree extended a branch, gently nudging him like an affectionate pet. Erwin chuckled softly. "Not now, my dear. I have urgent business to attend to. We'll play later." The willow seemed to understand, retracting its limb and falling still. From the shadows, Charlotte approached and bowed low. "My lord, it has been some time." "Indeed," Erwin replied, his gaze sweeping the area. "Is everyone in position?" "Harry Potter, Mr. Malfoy, and Miss Granger have already entered," Charlotte reported. "I witnessed Professor Snape follow them inside." "And Dumbledore?" Charlotte shook her head. "Unknown. However, I suspect if you intervene, the headmaster will undoubtedly appear. Few events at Hogwarts escape his notice. Erwin nodded, his expression unreadable. My lord, Charlotte ventured hesitantly, are you truly prepared to sever ties with Dumbledore? It seems. It is not a matter of severing ties, Erwin cut her off, his voice cool. It is a matter of time running out. I need to confirm something. Do not worry, Dumbledore will not easily discard me. Regardless of what transpires tonight, remain unseen. Ask no questions, intervene in nothing. And ensure no one knows of my return. Understood, my lord. Erwin straightened his robes. Let us proceed. Inside the chamber beneath the Whomping Willow, a vicious duel was raging. Spells flashed between Professor Snape and two figures, Sirius Black and Remus Lupin. Harry, Ron, and Hermione watched, paralyzed by the chaos. Remus, no mercy. Sirius roared, dodging a stunner. We end this now. If we fail, we've lost everything. Have you gone mad? Lupin shouted back, deflecting a curse. Did Azkaban break your mind? He is a Death Eater. Sirius spat. A snake at heart. We're avenging James. Lupin faltered, hesitation flickering across his face. Snape, however, was relentless. His wand moved with lethal precision, yet he held back his most powerful curses. He despised these men, but murder in front of witnesses was a line he wouldn't cross. The result was a tense stalemate. Hearing his father's name, Harry's panic spiked. His mind raced back to the Marauder's map, to Peter Pettigrew, and to Sirius's desperate pleas. The scales tipped. Gripping his wand tight, Harry made his choice. Hermione saw the shift instantly. Harry, no. That's Professor Snape. Erwin's godfather. If you intervene, Erwin will never forgive you. I have to stop them. Harry insisted. My mother trusted Snape, but the map showed us the truth about Peter. I have to make them listen. While they argued, the duel reached its climax. Despite their efforts, neither Sirius nor Lupin could overpower Snape. He was simply superior, a master duelist against a fugitive and a weary teacher. Before Hermione could stop him, Harry shouted, Expelliarmus. A jet of red light slammed into Snape's wrist. Caught completely off guard, Snape's wand flew from his grasp. Silence fell. Snape froze, looking from his empty hand to Harry. Confusion warred with a sharp, hidden sting of betrayal. Hermione stared, horrified. Draco looked like he might faint. Harry, you madman. Draco cried. You attacked a professor. Dumbledore will expel you. I had no choice. Harry yelled, desperate. I'll explain to Mr. Erwin. Kill him, Harry. Sirius screamed, scrambling for his own wand. Remus, finish it. Suddenly, a beam of purple light shot from the doorway, striking Sirius square in the chest. He was lifted off his feet and slammed into the stone wall, crumpling with a groan. Lupin spun around, stunned. A figure stepped out of the shadows, stopping beside Snape. Harry Potter, Erwin's voice cut through the air like ice. I am dying to hear how you plan to explain assaulting your professor, and my godfather. Hermione gasped, rushing forward. Erwin. You're back. Draco stiffened. The air in the room grew heavy, suffocating. Erwin stood calmly, but a cold, lethal intent radiated from him, pressing down on them all. Harry choked out, Mr. Erwin, I. He never finished. Erwin moved with blurring speed, appearing directly before Harry. His hand shot out, gripping the boy by the throat and lifting him slightly off the ground. Tell me, Erwin whispered, his eyes devoid of warmth. How do you wish to die? Chapter 423, The Ultimatum, Erwin severs ties with Dumbledore. Harry Potter gasped for breath, his face flushing a deep crimson. He stared at Erwin in genuine terror. The killing intent radiating from the young man was palpable, he truly intended to end Harry's life. Sirius Black scrambled to his feet. Damn it, let him go, he roared, charging recklessly at Erwin. Before Sirius could close the distance, an invisible wall of pressure slammed into him. His knees buckled instantly, hitting the floor with a heavy thud. He looked up at Erwin, bewildered. How could a teenager possess such overwhelming power? Remus Lupin, seeing his godson in peril, didn't hesitate. He swung his wand, sending a hex flying toward Erwin. Erwin snorted coldly. With a casual flick of his wrist, the spell deflected harmlessly away. A second later, a counterattack sent Lupin hurtling backward. He crashed into the stone wall, sliding down in a daze, eyes wide with shock. A werewolf, daring to attack me. Erwin sneered, his voice icy. Stay down. I'll deal with you shortly. But first. He turned his gaze back to the boy in his grasp. Harry Potter. Tell me, How do you wish to die? Erwin's grip tightened. The air grew heavy with the promise of violence. Headmaster, please. Stop. Draco Malfoy rushed forward, grabbing Erwin's arm. Harry didn't mean it. He was just trying to break up the fight. Please spare him. Hermione Granger stepped forward as well, her voice trembling. Erwin, it was Harry's fault, but he never meant to hurt Professor Snape. Please, give him a chance. Erwin's cold eyes locked onto Hermione. Move. I will only say this once. Hermione Granger, don't think you're exempt from consequences today. Instead of pleading for him, start thinking about how you'll answer for your own actions later. He turned to Draco, his expression one of utter disappointment. And you, Draco. You're a disgrace to the Malfoy name. Do you even remember you're a Slytherin? Do you remember who Professor Snape is to your house? Draco kept his head down, too terrified to speak. Answer me, Malfoy. Erwin barked. I remember. Draco stammered. I'm a Slytherin. I'm sorry, Headmaster. I was wrong. Get out of my sight, Erwin commanded. Draco didn't argue. He gave Harry a helpless look and stepped aside. Snape opened his mouth to speak, but Erwin shot him a subtle signal. Snape's heart lurched. While he didn't know Erwin's exact plan, he trusted his student implicitly. He fell silent, stepping back. Sirius watched Harry's face turning purple. Snape, he choked out. Have you forgotten? Harry is Lily's child. Are you just going to stand there and watch? Snape remained silent. He would never impede Erwin's will. Suddenly, a sigh echoed through the chamber. From the shadows of the passage, Albus Dumbledore appeared. Erwin, Dumbledore said, his voice heavy but calm. Give an old man some consideration. Harry bears no malice in his heart. Erwin turned slowly. Oh. No malice? Dumbledore, do you even believe that yourself? He attacked my godfather, he attacked a professor of Hogwarts. Are you asking me to overlook that? Dumbledore frowned. Erwin, no irreparable harm was done. Is that so? Erwin's voice rose, dripping with sarcasm. And if I hadn't arrived? What then? Would that brat and that wolf have let my godfather walk away? Or would he be in the hospital wing, or worse? I am here now, Dumbledore insisted. That scenario won't happen. Then where were you earlier? Erwin unleashed his fury. What, were you hoping they'd talk it out? Shake hands and make peace after they attacked my godfather? Are you blind? Senile? Or just plain incompetent? You call yourself the greatest wizard of the century? You're just a doddering old fool. The room fell into stunned silence. Dumbledore looked genuinely taken aback. Their relationship had always been strained, but they maintained a fragile truce. Erwin was shattering it. Erwin, Dumbledore said, frowning deeply, trying to gauge the boy's true intent. What do you want? You know Harry is Lily's child. You know what Lily meant to Professor Snape. Erwin laughed, a cold, humorless sound. Yes, I know. So what? I will bring Lily back to life. I will fulfill my godfather's deepest wish. Dumbledore's pupils contracted sharply. What? Tempting, isn't it? Erwin taunted. Want your sister back too? But you can't. I'll tell you the truth today, Dumbledore. I can resurrect Lily. So, what value does Harry Potter hold? To serve as some emotional anchor for Snape. I'm sorry, but I don't need that. I could kill Harry right now and take his eyes, after all, that's the only thing resembling Lily, isn't it? Dumbledore stared at Erwin, sensing something was terribly off. The Erwin he knew was calculating, not prone to such reckless verbal assaults. This felt deliberate. Lily would resent Snape for this, Dumbledore warned. You don't want that. So you want to use Lily's memory to chain my professor to your whims forever? Erwin stepped forward, his wand rising. Enough talk. You want to protect Harry? Fine. Try and take him from me. If you win, I'll spare him. If you lose, I'm done with these games. You and the boy can perish together. Murderous intent flared around Erwin like a physical force. Dumbledore's heart pounded. He finally understood. Erwin wasn't just venting, he was forcing a confrontation. He wanted to duel. But why? Dumbledore didn't believe Erwin could defeat him, yet the boy was pushing for battle. Have you thought this through? Erwin challenged. If you want to fight, step forward. If not, get out. Dumbledore, I want to see exactly what the most powerful wizard of the century is truly made of. Chapter 424, The End of an Era. Dumbledore duels Erwin. Dumbledore gave Erwin a long, searching look. Though he couldn't fathom Erwin's motives, he had little choice. "Very well," Dumbledore said calmly. "I am quite curious to see how powerful you have become." Erwin sneered. "You are about to find out." He dropped Harry Potter to the ground. The boy coughed violently. Draco glanced at Erwin, saw his attention was elsewhere, and quickly rushed to Harry's side, hauling him up. "Harry, are you all right?" Draco hissed. Harry shook his head. His gaze on Erwin held no hatred, only bitter self-reproach. His mother had told him Snape was trustworthy, but the revelation regarding his parents' deaths had blinded him. He had acted the fool, and there was no undoing it. Erwin and Dumbledore disapparated simultaneously, vanishing from the spot. They reappeared moments later, hovering in the sky near the Whomping Willow. It was a secluded area, and Snape and the others arrived moments later, watching the two figures suspended above. Dumbledore wore his usual robes, while Erwin was clad in dark attire. The stark contrast made them look like opposing forces of nature. Magic began to radiate from Erwin's body, the intensity of his power manifesting as a violet aura. Dumbledore's eyes flashed with surprise, though he quickly masked it. Sensing the potency of the magic, Dumbledore did not underestimate him. With a flick of his wrist, the Elder Wand appeared in his hand. Magic gathered around him, a faint crimson mist swirling in response. Comparing raw magical power alone, Erwin was no match for the headmaster. The onlookers held their breath. Lupin drew close to Sirius. "He was holding back earlier," he breathed. "If he hadn't, we'd be dead." Sirius nodded grimly. "His target was never us. He came for Dumbledore." In the sky, the violet aura around Erwin swirled, but it was quickly enveloped and compressed by Dumbledore's dense crimson energy. Erwin frowned, though he wasn't surprised. In this initial clash of magical pressure, he had been completely overwhelmed. Erwin mentally activated his abilities, infinite reserves. Multiple casting. The next second, Erwin attacked. A beam of purple light shot toward Dumbledore. The headmaster deflected it with a casual flick of his wand, his expression unchanging. For Dumbledore, this was expected. Erwin waved his free hand, forming complex gestures. Several fireballs rocketed toward the headmaster. "Eastern magic." Dumbledore murmured, his pupils contracting slightly. He pointed his wand forward, conjuring an ethereal suit of armor. The fireball struck it with deafening clangs. Erwin didn't pause. With a flick of his wand, purple flames bloomed in the air like lotus flowers, landing on the ground and smoldering. Wisps of flame drifted out, coalescing into a massive purple dragon. Erwin pointed his wand at Dumbledore, and the beast roared, charging forward. Dumbledore remained unfazed. He flicked the Elder Wand, and crimson flames erupted, forming a phoenix. The phoenix swooped, meeting the dragon in midair. The two constructs entangled, sparks raining down and scorching the earth below. While the magical creatures battled, Erwin and Dumbledore launched themselves from their positions. Where Erwin had stood, Fawkes appeared, talons gleaming. Where Dumbledore stood, Ebony transformed into a dark phoenix, glaring menacingly at its rival. Without a command, the two familiars clashed, sharp cries ringing out as feathers drifted from the fray. Dumbledore looked at the dark phoenix, his surprise deepening. "Erwin," he said, "how many more surprises do you hold?" Erwin scoffed. "This is just the beginning, Dumbledore. You are old. Your time ended long ago." With that, Erwin swung his wand again. Beams of purple light shot out, splitting in midair. Dumbledore vanished, apparating away. But he hadn't expected the purple light to curve through the air, tracking him. Dumbledore frowned. He swung his wand, and boulders tore from the ground, intercepting the spells. The spells vanished, the boulders shattered, but before the fragments could hit the ground, Erwin transfigured them into birds, swooping down. Dumbledore countered instantly, turning the birds into feathers just before they struck him. It was a breathtaking duel of transfiguration. The onlookers were stunned. This level of combat was a spectacle they had never imagined. Snape watched Erwin, pride warring with anxiety in his eyes. Unbeknownst to most, Erwin had grown to this terrifying level. Yet, even so, he was still not Dumbledore's equal. Snape's hand tightened on his wand beneath his robes. If Erwin faltered, he would intervene without hesitation. The two clashed rapidly in the air. Dumbledore grew increasingly alarmed. By his calculations, Erwin should have been depleted of magic by now. How could he maintain such a furious rate of attack? In reality, Erwin's enhanced reserves had just expired, he was now burning through his natural magical energy. Erwin's wand flashed, unleashing a barrage of tracking spells that forced Dumbledore into a defensive posture, unable to dodge effectively. Suddenly, the attack stopped. Dumbledore looked at Erwin, assuming he was finally out of magic. However, the next moment, Erwin sheathed his wand. His hands moved, forming intricate hand seals. Chapter 425, 425, Dumbledore's Decision. The sky darkened in an instant. Rain began to fall, but before it could touch the ground, every drop solidified into jagged spikes of ice, hurtling toward Dumbledore. The onlookers gasped, a collective sound of fear. Sirius Black stammered, What is this?" Remus Lupin shook his head, his face pale. He had no answer. Dumbledore watched the incoming barrage, his expression calm. "I never imagined," he said, his voice carrying over the wind, "that you could master such magic in such a short time. Truly extraordinary." Erwin's lips curled into a sneer. "There are many things you haven't expected." Dumbledore didn't flinch. He swept his wand through the air, and a roaring wall of fire materialized. The ice spikes vanished into steam the moment they touched the flames. But Dumbledore didn't stop. His wand continued to move, weaving the lingering steam back into water. The liquid surged forward, forming a massive sphere that crashed toward Erwin. Before Erwin could react, he was completely submerged. The water sphere tightened, the pressure immense, threatening to crush him. Erwin's eyes flashed. He knew this spell, the aqueous prison. It was one of Dumbledore's signature techniques, famous for its inescapable binding rather than raw destruction. He wouldn't be trapped that easily. Erwin's hands moved in a blur of practiced motion. Suddenly, flames erupted from within. The water sizzled and boiled, turning into thick clouds of steam that swirled around Erwin like a cloak. He hovered there, wreathed in fire and mist, resembling a figure from mythology. Dumbledore frowned, genuinely impressed by the display. He was intimately familiar with the wizarding world of Britain, having dueled many accomplished wizards over the decades. Yet, he had to admit, Erwin's control over his magical energy was superior to almost anyone he had met. The wall of fire met the water prison, and the clash generated a massive screen of steam, completely obscuring the duelists from the crowd. Only the thunderous explosions and flashes of light pierced the fog. After a tense minute, the steam finally cleared. Erwin and Dumbledore hovered where they had been, separated by distance. On Dumbledore's shoulder sat Fawkes, while Ebony coiled on Erwin's. A bloody gash ran down Erwin's cheek. Dumbledore's robes were torn in several places. A heavy silence fell over the platform. Neither side seemed to have secured a decisive victory. The dark clouds dissipated, and sunlight broke through, illuminating the two. Slowly, Dumbledore descended to the ground. He turned to Harry Potter. "Come, Harry." Harry nodded, casting a wary glance at Erwin before following. Erwin landed beside Snape. The potions master looked at him with concern, but Erwin offered a calm smile. "Dumbledore," Erwin's voice rang out, clear and commanding. "Do not return to Hogwarts before the new term begins. And take this, it is a letter for you." Erwin tossed the envelope Sonny Finch had given him. Dumbledore paused, catching it deftly. "I understand," Dumbledore replied quietly. He grasped Harry's wrist, and with a faint pop, they vanished. Hermione and Draco stood frozen. Wait, they hadn't even boarded the Hogwarts Express yet. Erwin turned his gaze to them. "Go back to the castle, Draco. Return to the common room and reflect on your actions today." Draco lowered his head, intimidated. "Yes, Headmaster." Hermione and Draco hurried away without a word. Erwin shifted his focus to the remaining two figures, Sirius Black and Remus Lupin. "Now then," Erwin said, his voice dropping. "It's your turn." Sirius and Lupin's hearts hammered in their chests. Erwin flicked his sleeve. A brutal force slammed into their shoulders, forcing them to their knees. Their faces burned with humiliation, but they couldn't rise. Erwin looked down at them with cold indifference. Humiliation was meaningless, their lives were entirely in his hands. He glanced at Snape. "Godfather, you decide their fate. Don't worry about Dumbledore. He cannot protect them anymore." Snape stepped forward, his eyes filled with disgust and long-suppressed rage. He stared at the two men who had tormented him in their youth. Sirius and Lupin remained silent. They knew begging would do no good. Snape's expression was complex, a mix of long-awaited vindication and the weight of the moment. Erwin didn't rush him. He would support whatever decision Snape made. If Snape wanted them dead, Erwin would shoulder the blame. No one would dare touch the potions master. After all, Dumbledore's withdrawal spoke volumes. He knew he couldn't win, not really. Even if he believed he could eventually overpower Erwin, killing him was another matter entirely. Harry was a piece in the game against Voldemort, but Erwin was essential to the entire wizarding world. Too many powerful forces would intervene. Besides, Dumbledore sensed Erwin still held cards he hadn't played. While the tension thickened outside, Harry Potter found himself in the headmaster's office. He barely took a seat before blurting out, "Professor Dumbledore. Sirius Black, you're just leaving him. Mr. Erwin wants him dead." Dumbledore looked at Harry over his half-moon spectacles. "And you, Harry. Do you believe Sirius deserves to die? Harry opened his mouth, but no sound came out. He fell silent. Don't go anywhere. Today's 5 daily chapters are officially live. Another 5 bonus chapters are coming soon. I'm dropping them shortly, so make sure to push on your notifications so you don't miss the second wave. Want to keep these double drops coming? Smash those power stones right now and let's show everyone the strength of this community. Mr. Grimm. Chapter 426, The Hidden Plan and the Headmaster's Dilemma. Harry Potter knew the truth, Sirius Black was his godfather. He didn't want Sirius to die, yet he admired Erwin Cavendish. Torn between the two, Harry shook his head. I don't know, Professor. I don't think Mr. Erwin is wrong. I don't want Sirius to die, but I know I can't change Mr. Erwin's mind. Dumbledore frowned. This was not the boy he had hoped to guide. Child, Dumbledore said gently, everyone makes mistakes. Even Erwin. But Harry stood firm. No, Professor, you're wrong. Mr. Erwin has done so much for the wizarding world and for Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, they all say his contributions are immense. Hogwarts today owes so much to him. How could a person like that be wrong? Dumbledore's temples throbbed. Why had his chosen one turned out like this? It suddenly struck him, Ron and Hermione. He had intended for them to balance Harry, Ron to tie him to the Order of the Phoenix, Hermione to provide wisdom and caution. But Erwin had systematically dismantled that plan. He had marginalized Ron, and as for Hermione and Draco Malfoy, both had become Erwin's admirers. With them by his side, Harry was inevitably swayed toward Erwin. Dumbledore felt a chill run down his spine. Had Erwin planned this all along? Was today's confrontation just a test of their relative power? Did Erwin intend to sideline him completely? Dumbledore trembled. If that was the case, the situation was already beyond his control. Don't worry, Harry, Dumbledore sighed, forcing a smile. Sirius will be all right. Your potions professor holds considerable influence with Erwin. He will leave the final choice to him, and Severus is more forgiving than you might believe. Harry looked relieved, but Dumbledore's mind was racing. Meanwhile, outside the castle, Severus Snape clenched his wand, his knuckles white. A look of grim satisfaction crossed his face. All right, Erwin, Snape said, his voice low. Let them go. Erwin glanced at him, then swung his wand. With a sickening crack, the magic binding Sirius Black and Remus Lupin snapped their arms. Both men cried out in agony. Erwin ignored them. Shall we return, Godfather? Erwin asked. Snape nodded, stepping over the fallen men without a backward glance. They walked toward the castle. Once they were a safe distance away, Sirius and Lupin exchanged a look. We really made a mess of things, Lupin whispered, a bitter smile on his face. Sirius remained silent. They had known they were in the wrong for a long time, but some wounds refused to heal. Inside Snape's office, Erwin sat comfortably in a chair. Are you injured? Snape asked, scanning him for damage. Erwin shook his head. Don't worry, Godfather. I'm fine. Snape nodded, his eyes sharp. You were testing Dumbledore's strength today. Erwin smiled. Nothing escapes you. Yes, I wanted to see the gap between us. I wanted to know how close I am to overturning the board. Erwin, Snape demanded, his voice tightening. What are you planning? What is your ultimate goal? Erwin paused, his expression turning serious. I want to survive, Godfather. I need the power to overturn the board if I'm to live through this. If I don't, I'll die in this war. I have no intention of dying. Snape hesitated, his gaze softening slightly. No matter what happens, I won't let you die before I do. I believe you, Erwin said, though his voice remained pragmatic. But it's not that dire. I'm still far behind Dumbledore, but I've found a way to close the gap. Snape's pupils contracted. You're planning to move against the other families? Erwin nodded. They're forcing my hand, Godfather. I've come of age, and the political storm is inevitable. Chapter 427, The Soul of Hufflepuff. Severus Snape nodded slowly. All right. I'll help you. Erwin offered a reassuring smile. Don't worry, Godfather. They won't dare make a move just yet, though I expect some probing. Actually, there is something I need from you. What is it? Snape asked. I need you to travel to America over the holiday, Erwin said. I've established contacts there. I want you to eliminate several families. Snape didn't hesitate. Done. How thorough should I be? A cold glint flashed in Erwin's eyes. Leave no survivors. The Cavendish contacts in the region will support you, they'll follow your orders. I can leave immediately if time is of the essence, Snape offered. Erwin shook his head. No need. Wait for the vacation. I still need to finalize some arrangements. Understood, Snape replied. He hesitated for a moment. And Harry? Don't hold it against him. The boy didn't mean to curse me, he just wanted to stop the fight. I know, Godfather, Erwin assured him. Rest easy. For your sake, I won't harm Harry. He'll have his time at Hogwarts. When this is all over, you'll have him and Lily back. You can live peaceful lives. Snape's eyes softened with longing at the thought. Erwin stood up. I'll take my leave and rest for a bit. Snape nodded. Erwin vanished instantly, reappearing in his private chambers. The room was spotless, fresh sheets already prepared. Charlotte stood by the bed, waiting quietly. She bowed low as he appeared. My lord, she said. Welcome back. Erwin nodded, studying her. Impressive. You've learned much over the break. A subtle, dangerous aura radiated from Charlotte now. It was clear Vinda's tutelage had been effective. Ms. Vinda taught me a great deal, Charlotte said. She refuses to let me call her teacher, but in my heart, she is one. Good, Erwin said. The holiday is almost over. Once it ends, you're off to Germany. Your final year at Hogwarts approaches, it's time to prepare. Charlotte's breath hitched slightly. Yes, sir. I understand. Erwin stretched, and Charlotte moved instantly to massage his shoulders. Dappled sunlight streamed through the window, bathing the room in gold. Inside the headmaster's office, Dumbledore had just seen Harry off. He unfolded the letter Erwin had given him and read it carefully. After a moment of thought, he sat down to write 3 replies. He moved to the window, tapping the sill. 3 owls swooped in. Dumbledore handed them the letters, and they flew off into the evening. He turned to Fawkes, who perched nearby. It's time, old friend, Dumbledore murmured. We have business to attend to. Perhaps we should visit an old acquaintance. Fawkes chirped softly. Yes, Dumbledore sighed. I haven't dared see him in years. But I'm getting old. I can't keep everything to myself anymore. I need someone to listen to an old man's concerns. Fawkes spread his wings. Dumbledore grasped the phoenix, and in a flash of fire, they vanished. The office fell silent. The portraits of past headmasters were curiously absent, leaving only the covered portrait in the corner to let out a barely audible sigh. Night fell over the forbidden forest. A plume of purple smoke drifted from the castle and solidified into Erwin. He stood before the shattered remains of the Ravenclaw statue. With a flick of his wand, the stone crumbled and reassembled. But the figure that formed was not Rowena Ravenclaw. Once the statue was whole, Erwin spoke. Lady Hufflepuff, won't you show yourself? Silence answered him. Erwin waited patiently. Finally, a sigh drifted through the air. A phantom figure materialized atop the statue. Why bother? The spirit asked. You already command half of Hogwarts' authority. Mine would be redundant. Besides, my legacy is ill-suited to you. It is not worth the risk. It is not the same, Erwin countered. Holding only a quarter of the authority is unstable. Dumbledore holds another quarter. Together, you two hold half. He cannot find me, Hufflepuff replied. Erwin smiled faintly. True. Had I not studied your hidden texts thoroughly, I never would have guessed you had woven your soul into Ravenclaw's own magic. Nor would I have realized you've avoided interaction with her for centuries. You found me anyway, Hufflepuff said. I've observed your actions. Tell me, when did you first suspect a soul resided within that book? You already suspect the answer, Erwin said. If not for the surge of power in the Bermuda Triangle, I wouldn't have sensed that fragment of divine essence within the pages. Your concealment was masterful. But the shock of my divine power forced you to reveal yourself. Hufflepuff fell silent for a moment before asking, Ravenclaw, is she still preserved? You misunderstand me, Lady Hufflepuff, Erwin replied calmly. I am not a monster. Lady Ravenclaw has aided me, I will not destroy her. But there are things she is better off not knowing. You and I both understand that because she remains ignorant, her soul is safe. If she learned the truth, she would have to be eliminated. That is my mercy. Chapter 428, The Hufflepuff Legacy. Hufflepuff looked at Erwin. So, you came here today to destroy me? Erwin remained silent. His quiet demeanor was answer enough. A look of relief washed over Hufflepuff's face. I suppose I should have faded away long ago. She raised her hand, and a simple, unremarkable leaf appeared in her palm. It seems it has found its master, Hufflepuff said softly. Gryffindor was right about you. You are the variable. You act to save everything, yet your decisions hold the power to destroy it all. The choice has always been yours. She let out a dry, humorless laugh. It's absurd, really. Both sides believe they are the players, using you as a mere pawn. Yet neither realized that you, the pawn, had long since escaped their control. The players are not them, Erwin replied, his voice steady. They are merely gambling with everything they have. That is precisely why I am here. I am not a piece to be moved at will. Hufflepuff nodded slowly. Before I fade, can you tell me the truth? I know much, yet I understand so little. There are too many questions weighing on my heart. Erwin shook his head. You know I cannot, Lady Hufflepuff. Some things are meant for me alone. It concerns my very existence. I am sorry. I expected as much, Hufflepuff sighed, a flicker of disappointment in her eyes. Still, it stings. Very well. Erwin, if you can, let Ravenclaw be. She is not like us. She knows too little, and she is too kind. If she knew the full truth, she would try to stop everyone's plans. Even now, Slytherin only tells her what she wants her to know. I know, Erwin said. You have protected her, and I respect that. I have no intention of harming her. When I am strong enough, I will let her experience the world again. Experience the world again. Hufflepuff's eyes softened with longing. Is that her reward for her kindness? Erwin let out a small breath. You were kind too, once. I was, Hufflepuff admitted with a bitter smile. But some truths are too heavy to bear. I did many questionable things, and I still don't know if the ends justified the means. Our positions are different, Erwin said. I have no right to judge you. But if I stood in your place, perhaps your actions were simply another form of kindness. A genuine smile bloomed on Hufflepuff's face. Thank you, Erwin Cavendish. Whatever your choice, we have wronged you. Let me help you one last time. She raised her hand, and streams of earth-yellow energy swirled around her. Like ribbons of light, the magic drifted toward Erwin, wrapping around him. Erwin raised a hand, gently touching the glowing strands. Well then, Hufflepuff. Goodbye. I am glad I saw you before you vanished. Though I didn't particularly want to see you, she chuckled, her voice fading. But I am glad I did. You are not what I expected. Her form began to dissolve into motes of light. Her voice grew faint, a whisper on the wind, until it vanished entirely. Silence returned to the chamber. On the ground lay a rolled parchment and that ordinary-looking leaf. The golden energy surrounding Erwin faded away. He sighed, bending down to retrieve the items. He unrolled the parchment. As expected, it was the transfer of authority over the Hufflepuff sections of Hogwarts. Erwin was familiar with the ritual, he signed his name at the bottom without hesitation. The moment the ink settled, Erwin felt a strange, resonant connection to the earth and stone around him. He could sense the Hufflepuff common room, the dormitories, the secret passages. The authority was his. Next, he picked up the leaf. A mandrake leaf. But not just any mandrake. This was the key to cultivating a unique animagus transformation. Erwin remembered the book he had once read, The Theory of Transforming into Magical Creatures. It had been written by Hufflepuff herself. At the time, it was dismissed as speculation, a wild experiment involving soaking mandrake leaves in the blood of magical creatures and binding their powers with complex potions. Even Erwin had thought it a pipe dream. The difficulties were astronomical. Ordinary mandrakes couldn't withstand the magical pressure. But Hufflepuff hadn't used an ordinary mandrake. She had cultivated a king among them. And she had developed the potions necessary to make the impossible possible. She had succeeded, yet never used it herself. First, because she was already an animagus. Second, because using this leaf required magical power superior to the creatures bound within it. It wasn't about raw strength. It was about the quality of magic. To use this leaf, one needed divine power, power capable of overshadowing the essence of any magical beast. Hufflepuff, powerful as she was, lacked that specific tier of magic. She had kept the leaf because no one else could possibly meet the requirements. Until now. Erwin held the leaf in his hand. He met every condition. The path to a unique animagus form was finally open to him. Chapter 429, A Shocking Reunion, Grindelwald and Dumbledore. Without hesitation, Erwin placed the leaf in his mouth. Unlike a standard animagus transformation, this Hufflepuff-specific method involved far fewer steps, and far less time. If all went according to plan, within half a month, Erwin would become the only animagus in wizarding history capable of transforming into a magical creature. He took one last look at the fallen Hufflepuff statue and let out a sigh. Hufflepuff had been the first to make the ultimate sacrifice. She wouldn't be the last. Erwin stared up at the darkening clouds overhead. This was only the beginning. Meanwhile, Pansy Parkinson had just received her Slytherin Medal of Honor, marking the end of the Hogwarts term. Holidays were a joyous time for every young witch and wizard, but for Erwin, the break was largely uneventful. He hadn't spent much time at Hogwarts that semester anyway. Instead of boarding the Hogwarts Express, Erwin operated away. He returned to the top floor of Cavendish Manor. Time passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed since the holidays began. On this particular day, the door to the office on the top floor of Cavendish Manor opened once more. Erwin stepped out. Old Tom, who was always stationed nearby, greeted him immediately. "Master." Erwin nodded. "It took longer than I expected. What has happened in the wizarding world?" Old Tom reported, "Professor Snape and his family left for America 10 days ago. According to your plan, they have begun operations against some of the smaller families there." Erwin nodded. "Has the Demos family reacted?" Old Tom shook his head. "No. It seems they are also waiting for you to initiate the final confrontation." Erwin smiled. "They are patient. In that case, we don't need to concern ourselves with them just yet. Send a message to my godfather, tell him to stick to the original plan. Since the Demos family wants to wait for me to make the first move, they'll have a long wait ahead." Old Tom nodded. He continued, "Miss Charlotte left England for Germany on the first day of the vacation. With Miss Vinda's assistance, she has begun gradually assuming control of the acolytes. To demonstrate her authority, she eliminated several wizards who weren't entirely loyal upon her arrival. With Miss Vinda's backing, things are proceeding quite smoothly." Erwin smirked. "Charlotte is progressing quickly. What about the German Ministry of Magic?" Old Tom said, "Everything is proceeding according to plan. The Cavendish family has begun infiltrating the German Ministry of Magic, and it is going relatively smoothly. The operative you placed there is exceptionally capable." Erwin chuckled. "I knew he would prove useful the moment I met him. And he hasn't disappointed me." Old Tom smiled. The Cavendish family had many operatives, but not every one of them was this effective. Erwin stretched. "Where is Ebony?" Old Tom said, "A few days ago, he grew bored and went off exploring." Erwin nodded. "Then let him be. Keep monitoring the situation in America. Although I left assets there, I want to ensure the Demos family doesn't suddenly attack and endanger my godfather. If anything unusual happens, have our people extract him immediately." Old Tom nodded. "Yes, master. I will arrange it." Erwin said, "All right, Old Tom. Inform the others that I have returned. Things in England are about to begin." A glint of anticipation flashed in Old Tom's eyes. "Yes, master. But what about Dumbledore?" Erwin waved a hand dismissively. "Don't worry about him. If I'm not mistaken, he's too preoccupied to concern himself with these matters right now. He is likely catching up with an old friend." Outside the Tower of Nurmengard, Fawkes perched on Dumbledore's shoulder, following the headmaster's gaze to the tower looming before them. Dumbledore had been coming here frequently lately, yet he never went inside. Fawkes could sense that Dumbledore was apprehensive, though it didn't understand what the old wizard feared. As a phoenix, expecting it to comprehend complex human emotions was asking rather much. It idly preened its feathers, calculating the time in its simple mind. If nothing unexpected happened, in about half an hour, its master would take it away from here. It had become routine over the past few days. But then, a voice echoed from within the tower, aged and raspy. "Dumbledore. Are you planning to stand there every day, or are you actually coming in?" Fawkes felt Dumbledore's body tremble. The heavy doors of Nurmengard Tower swung open, seemingly welcoming him. Fawkes saw hesitation on Dumbledore's face. Finally, with a heavy sigh, Dumbledore stepped inside. He ascended the spiral staircase and soon reached the tower's peak. There, standing before him, was Gellert Grindelwald. Dumbledore remained silent. Grindelwald's hands, clasped behind his back, trembled slightly. He forced himself to calm down. "Long time no see," Grindelwald said, a faint smile on his lips. "And you came empty-handed?" Hearing Grindelwald's familiar tone, Dumbledore inexplicably relaxed. He glanced at the half-finished glass of red wine on the table. "That wine is far too expensive," Dumbledore replied. "You know the headmaster of Hogwarts doesn't earn much of a salary." Grindelwald let out a hearty, relaxed laugh. Dumbledore couldn't help but join in. For a moment, the two former lovers stood there like old friends, laughing freely. Eventually, the laughter subsided. Grindelwald said, "You've grown old, Dumbledore. To be honest, I've imagined what you would look like now 1,000 times, but I never expected this: white beard, white hair. And your tastes seem to have changed. That robe looks rather whimsical." Dumbledore glanced down at his purple robes. "Yes, I'm old. And so are you. Just as you never imagined my hair turning white, I never imagined you would be losing so much hair. Dumbledore looked pointedly at Grindelwald's thinning hairline. He couldn't help but chuckle. Grindelwald touched his head, smiling. I never thought we'd actually be standing here, chatting like this. What would you like for dinner? I'll arrange it. I bet you don't eat nearly as well as I do here. Oh, I almost forgot, Erwin told me you still have a sweet tooth, just like when you were young. And apparently, you've developed an appreciation for Eastern cuisine. Chapter 430, The Long-Awaited Reunion. Dumbledore nodded. The food from the East is truly wonderful. I must thank Erwin, without him, I never would have experienced such delicious dishes. Do you remember the first time we ate Eastern cuisine? Grindelwald smiled faintly. Of course. To be honest, I've always held a prejudice against Eastern food because of that one time, it was incredibly spicy. Dumbledore chuckled. I realized later that we'd eaten Sichuan cuisine, which is known for its heat. But Eastern cuisine is incredibly diverse, every region has a distinct flavor profile. Grindelwald's eyes brightened. What a magnificent culture. Your description alone makes me want to try it again. Please, have a seat. I need to inform the kitchen that I've changed tonight's menu. He pulled a mobile phone from his pocket, the back featured a purple lotus emblem, marking it as a device from the Cavendish family. Grindelwald's hand trembled slightly as he pressed the buttons, misdialed twice, and let out an exasperated sigh. Damn it, I really am getting old. My hands shake now. Dumbledore didn't comment. He knew the truth, beneath his own calm exterior, his hands trembled just the same. Grindelwald finally managed to make the call, updating the menu. Every dish would be sweet and savory, flavors Grindelwald personally disliked, but ones Dumbledore enjoyed. They were all selections Grindelwald had specifically asked Erwin about. After hanging up, Grindelwald said, "You must be laughing at me. Old age brings all sorts of peculiar ailments. My memory is slipping lately, so much is slipping away." Me too, Dumbledore admitted. That's why I prepared a pensieve. I can bring one over if you'd like. Grindelwald's expression softened. A pensieve? That is a thoughtful tool. I suppose I truly need one now. Dumbledore nodded, and the conversation lulled into silence. Both men had imagined their reunion countless times, some pleasant, some bitter. But neither had envisioned sitting together so calmly, unprepared for such an ordinary moment. The silence grew somewhat awkward. Grindelwald broke it. Oh, right. I prepared a gift for you, but I haven't given it to you yet. Since you're here, take them all at once. Dumbledore smiled. Coincidentally, I also brought a gift for you. Grindelwald's eyes lit up. Really? How wonderful. He moved to a nearby cabinet and retrieved a bag with an anti-tampering charm. Dumbledore produced a similar bag. Like two old friends, they exchanged gifts. Then, they both froze. The bags contained identical items, wool socks. Dumbledore and Grindelwald looked up at each other, then burst into laughter. I haven't received wool socks in years, Dumbledore said, his voice thick with emotion. I've hinted to so many people that I wanted them, but no one understood. Grindelwald nodded. It's the same with Vinda. Before the holidays, I told her my feet felt cold. But she didn't understand, she just added 2 fireplaces to my room instead. Dumbledore chuckled. They're incredibly thoughtful at times, yet frustratingly oblivious at others. Grindelwald agreed, and another silence settled between them. Finally, Dumbledore spoke, his tone heavy. Gellert, I'm confused. I don't understand what Erwin is trying to accomplish. So many of my plans. I realized he dismantled them without me even noticing. Just before coming here, he forced me into a duel. Grindelwald listened without interrupting. Who won? He asked quietly. Dumbledore shook his head. There was no clear victor. His power exceeded my expectations. I was confident I could defeat him, but he held something in reserve. He's become formidable, Gellert. Everything is slipping beyond my control. Grindelwald studied his old friend, sensing the profound weariness in Dumbledore's eyes. He sighed. I warned you, Albus. You oversimplified things. Erwin is not a pawn to be controlled. Have you considered that he might already know more than we do? Remember what I said when we first learned of the prophecy. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. You said, if he truly is the one destined to end this, he wouldn't be easily manipulated. That trying to control him would only invite a violent backlash. Grindelwald nodded. Exactly. I've observed him, Albus. On the surface, he seems like a calm lake, but beneath lies a raging current. You need to learn to let go. You and I both know we're merely participants in this game, not its architects. We don't have the power to dictate the outcome. Why do you keep trying to control things beyond your reach? Dumbledore remained silent. Grindelwald stepped closer, his voice softer now. Albus, it's time to change your perspective. This world does not revolve around you. You are powerful, yes, but there are others just as strong, perhaps even stronger. This situation is beyond our control. All we can do is observe and wait. We've done everything we can, the rest is beyond our reach. Dumbledore leaned back in his chair, the tension leaving his shoulders. You're right. I was too stubborn. Gellert. I'm so tired. Grindelwald moved behind Dumbledore and gently embraced him. Dumbledore relaxed into the embrace, allowing himself a rare moment of peace and quiet. Chapter 431, The Erwin Wars begin. In the conference room of the Cavendish mansion in Diagon Alley, the atmosphere was tense. Several wizards had already gathered around the large table, patriarchs of pureblood families. Lucius Malfoy, Parkinson, and others who had initially aligned themselves with the Cavendish family sat alongside heads of smaller houses. Silence hung heavy in the room. Everyone stared at the polished wood of the table, heads bowed in thought. Lucius Malfoy gently rubbed the handle of his cane, the silver serpent head catching the light. Parkinson leaned back in his chair, his sharp eyes sweeping across the room, calculating. They had been summoned by old Tom, who was undoubtedly acting on Erwin's orders. The question remained, why? The office door swung open. Erwin walked in, a confident smile on his face. Gentlemen, my apologies for keeping you waiting, he said, his voice cutting through the silence. Lucius and the others rose quickly. Erwin. We've been trying to reach you since the holidays began. Erwin gestured for them to sit. I had business to handle. But I appreciate your patience. He took his seat at the head of the table. Now, to business. The Cavendish family is currently engaged on two fronts, in the United States and Germany. It's demanding, yes, but manageable. Lucius leaned forward. If you need assistance, we are willing to lend our support. Erwin nodded. I appreciate that. However, I don't need you to send wizards abroad. Today, the Cavendish family declares our intention to consolidate power across the entire British wizarding world. Within a month, the Cavendish family will be the dominant voice in Britain. The room erupted. Gasps echoed off the walls. Consolidate power? Across all of Britain. What will the Ministry of Magic say? The Ministry won't allow this. The wizarding world is already in turmoil. Moving against neutral parties will cause a scandal. Is this too hasty? Most of the remaining families are neutral. If we move against them, we become the enemy of every wizard in Britain. All eyes fixed on Erwin. They wanted him to reconsider. Erwin's smile faded. His expression turned cold. Gentlemen, there is no time for debate. I don't need neutrality. I don't need anyone playing both sides. I need one unified voice, the Cavendish families. The Ministry of Magic. That is my concern. Your task is to mobilize your forces and secure your territories. I want results, not discussion. Old Selwyn stood up immediately. The Selwyn family will cooperate fully. I will deploy our entire force as soon as I return. Erwin nodded. And the rest of you? Lucius and Parkinson exchanged a glance. They stood together. The Malfoy and Parkinson families will also commit. Several other family heads rose to join them. But three remained seated, staring at the table, hesitating. Consolidating the British wizarding world was a massive risk. If they joined, they would become targets. These families had allied with Cavendish for protection, not for open confrontation. Erwin noticed their silence. He stood up, his chair scraping loudly against the floor. It seems you're hesitant, Erwin said, his voice deceptively calm. That is fine. You may return home to discuss it with your families. The hesitant patriarchs looked up, relieved. Thank you, Lord Cavendish. We will discuss this with our families and give you an answer. Erwin nodded. He glanced at old Tom, who had been standing silently by the door. Tom, please see our guests out. Old Tom stepped forward. This way, gentlemen. As the hesitant patriarchs left, a chill settled over the room. Lucius and Parkinson watched the door close, sensing what was coming. Erwin's voice was ice. Before sunrise tomorrow, you will divide the assets of those families among yourselves. Lucius felt a shiver run down his spine. He had guessed Erwin wouldn't let them walk away, but he hadn't expected such swift ruthlessness. I've said it before, Erwin continued, pacing slowly. I don't tolerate divided loyalties, and I don't accept neutrality. I want the Cavendish family to be the singular voice in Britain. When the dust settles, your families will be the pillars of the new order. I am a fair man. Those who stand with me will be rewarded generously. When the Cavendish banner flies over the ministry, you will always have a place beneath it. We will be your shield. Lucius and the others stood as one. "We are honored to serve the Cavendish family." Old Tom returned, unrolling a map of the British Isles onto the table. "Then, let's begin," Erwin said. "Choose your targets. The Cavendish family handles the Ministry of Magic. The rest is up to you." Lucius and the others huddled over the map, marking out territories and rival families. They drafted their strategy, dividing the British wizarding world into sections for consolidation. Once the assignments were made, Erwin stood. "You have made your choices," he stated. "I will say no more. One principle: speed. Be swift. Eliminate threats at their root. Don't fear the chaos that will follow. The Cavendish family will handle the consequences. I only want results." Chapter 432, The War Begins, Preparations. Lucius and the others nodded, understanding Erwin's intent to reshape the wizarding world with an iron hand. Though they felt Erwin was moving somewhat aggressively, they said nothing. After all, their family's survival depended on the Cavendish family's success. Leaving the Cavendish building, the heads of the pureblood families turned back to gaze at the towering structure. They hadn't fully realized how formidable the Cavendish family had become. Parkinson sighed. The wizarding world is about to change again. This time, no one can stop him. Lucius nodded. "True, but isn't this advantageous for us? It's all favorable." Old Selwyn, leaning heavily on his cane, joined them. "Stop lamenting. Focus on how we'll manage our rapidly expanding influence." The family heads smiled. This consolidation would grant their pureblood lines unprecedented power. What previous generations had failed to achieve, they would accomplish in theirs. However, Lucius noted, the Ministry of Magic is a concern. So are the ordinary wizards. If we cause widespread panic, it will be difficult to resolve later. Old Selwyn waved a dismissive hand. "Lord Erwin has everything prepared. We've known him long enough to trust his leadership. Focus on your own responsibilities, the rest is not our concern." The others nodded in agreement. Once the family heads had departed, Erwin leaned back in his office chair. Old Tom placed a freshly brewed cup of tea before him. "Master." Erwin nodded. "Let's begin. The next few days will be busy for the Cavendish family." "Understood, sir." 3 days passed in a blur. The wizarding world descended into controlled chaos, ignited by the Daily Prophet. Though ostensibly independent, everyone knew it was the voice of the Ministry of Magic. The newspaper's editor was found dead on his doorstep, the perpetrator unidentified. The ministry attributed it to a dark wizard seeking to rob him. Rita Skeeter swiftly rose to the position of editor-in-chief, a promotion personally granted by the newly appointed Minister of Magic, Dolores Umbridge. Umbridge's rise was due to Fudge's recommendation. Though Fudge had resigned over the Voldemort affair 3 months prior, he had recently returned to power. With the editor dead, Fudge found himself embroiled in controversy once more. Unable to withstand the pressure, he resigned again, then died at home by apparent suicide, leaving a note recommending Umbridge for the role. As for the truth of his death, only Erwin, Old Tom, and a select few knew the details. Upon taking office, Umbridge immediately elevated Rita and placed several pureblood families under suspicion regarding the editor's death. Then, the Daily Prophet published an article written by Erwin himself. In it, Erwin accused several pureblood families of heinous crimes. He had no concrete evidence, but he didn't need any. He attributed the suffering of wandering wizards, those outside the established system, and the chaos in the wizarding world entirely to these families. Presented with absolute conviction, the article convinced many wizards that Erwin spoke the truth. Suddenly, these families were branded as parasites, destabilizing the peace and ruining the lives of ordinary witches and wizards. Erwin's statements ran for 3 consecutive days in the most prominent spot. On the 3rd day, he wrote the final declaration. "Although the Cavendish family is not omnipotent, we pledge to act against the following families to secure a future for all wandering wizards and those of mixed heritage. We will give our all to restore peace to the wizarding world." A list of nearly 20 families followed, pure bloodlines and newer wizarding houses alike. The wizarding world was shaken to its core. That afternoon, the Daily Prophet urgently reprinted. Families led by the Malfoys, Parkinsons, and Selwyns responded to the Cavendish call, pledging to restore justice. They declared their intent to move against the 20 families. Before those named could even react, the Allied forces struck. Conflict had engulfed the wizarding world. What puzzled most was the Ministry of Magic's total silence, as if they were completely unaware. In reality, Umbridge stood obsequiously to the side of the minister's office, watching Erwin sit comfortably in the minister's chair. "I've made the arrangements, my lord," Umbridge said, sweat beading on her forehead. "The ministry won't intervene. However, some Aurors are resistant, especially the head of the Auror office, Rufus Scrimgeour. He's a stubborn man who might not obey my orders. You understand, if not for you, that position would be his. Erwin looked at Umbridge, his eyes glinting with cold amusement. Umbridge, don't presume to understand my thoughts, and don't flatter yourself. Have you forgotten how you obtained this position? Do not assume you can manipulate the Cavendish family. If Fudge could meet his end, so can you. Umbridge's face turned ashen. She dropped to her knees. I'm sorry, sir. I only meant that Scrimgeour would be an obstacle for the Cavendish family. I had no other intentions. Erwin scoffed. If not for the fact that Umbridge would eventually take responsibility for everything, she wouldn't even be in this room. A opportunistic bureaucrat had no right to be Minister of Magic. Chapter 433, The Aftermath. Inside the Auror office, the atmosphere was tense. The head of the Auror office, Scrimgeour, sat behind his desk, his expression grim. Several Aurors stood before him, faces etched with worry. We're just going to stand by and watch, one Auror demanded. The commotion in the wizarding world has been too great. Too many people have died. As Aurors, are we just going to observe? Scrimgeour sighed, rubbing his temples. What else do you propose we do? Charge out. The Cavendish forces are everywhere outside the ministry. If we dare to step outside, we'll all be targets. The Aurors exchanged uneasy glances, but no one had an answer. Scrimgeour was right. They were effectively contained, and there was nothing they could do. In the corner, an Auror discreetly tapped his wand against the dark mark on his arm, sending a message back to Erwin. In the minister's office, Erwin stood up from the desk. He looked at Umbridge, his expression cold. Just do what you're supposed to do, Erwin said, his tone icy. Don't meddle in anything else, and don't ask questions. The less you know, the longer you'll survive. Umbridge felt a chill run down her spine. She lowered her head, not daring to utter a single word. Erwin turned and left the office. Only when he was gone did Umbridge dare to raise her head. Her eyes held a mixture of resentment and bitterness. She walked to her desk, pulled a drawer open, and retrieved a piece of parchment. At the top, in her neat, sharp handwriting, it read, "The 10 Deadly Sins of the Cavendish Family." Umbridge began to write. Of course, Erwin didn't know about this, and even if he did, he wouldn't have cared. Umbridge's only purpose was to serve as a scapegoat later. So many families had been eliminated, and all of it had been carried out under Cavendish direction. While most people were prone to accepting official narratives, there were always a few exceptionally perceptive individuals who could see through Erwin's strategy. Therefore, Erwin needed someone who, at the crucial moment, would step forward and admit to having misled him. This person needed to hold a high position, otherwise, no one would believe Erwin would make such decisions based on faulty information. Umbridge was perfect. As Minister for Magic, a position Erwin had deliberately placed her in, her influence was undeniable. Furthermore, these families had become increasingly brazen in their actions over the years, exceeding the ministry's authority. As minister, Umbridge had a plausible motive to eliminate these destabilizing factors. Her fate was sealed from the start. She was destined to take the blame. As for why she would confess, it was simple: this was a magical world. Once everything settled down, Umbridge would be held responsible, and the ultimate beneficiary would be Erwin and the Cavendish family. Her current actions were irrelevant to the predetermined outcome. The conflict in the wizarding world had begun swiftly and ended just as abruptly. Several pureblood families mobilized their entire forces, utilizing the weapons provided by the Cavendish family. In the first true clash between firearms and magic, the sheer volume and coordination of modern weaponry proved devastating. The campaign progressed so smoothly that even Lucius Malfoy could hardly believe it. Within a week, the consolidation was already in its final stages. Even Erwin was somewhat surprised. According to his calculations, it should have taken at least 2 weeks. When Old Tom reported the progress, Erwin remained silent for several minutes. Now that everything's settled, let's conclude this, Erwin finally said. Let Umbridge end this with some dignity. After all, she did us a considerable service. Old Tom nodded. Yes, Master. I understand. The next day, Umbridge was found dead in her office. Before she died, she had used a new recording camera from the Cavendish Company to document her crimes, detailing how she had manipulated Erwin and orchestrated attacks against those pure-blood families. That afternoon, Erwin appeared at the Ministry of Magic's entrance. A large crowd had already gathered. Rita Skeeter was among them, her quick quotes quill poised. Erwin wore a black mourning flower on his chest. Under everyone's gaze, he stepped onto the platform. His face was somber, the confident smile he usually wore was absent. His eyes were red-rimmed, and his exhaustion was unmistakable. He bowed to the crowd below. I'm sorry, everyone, Erwin said, his voice thick with emotion. I, Erwin Cavendish, have made a grave mistake. I don't expect your forgiveness, nor do I expect the wizarding world to forgive me. I only want justice for all wizards. When I first heard about the actions of those families from Umbridge, I was truly enraged. Everyone knows that the Cavendish family has overcome countless obstacles and opposition to reach where we are today. Therefore, I couldn't remain calm. I launched operations against these families without proper investigation or sufficient evidence. The Malfoy family and others were only supporting me. Ultimately, the responsibility is mine. I apologize to all the wizards affected by this incident. For this, I am willing to break my wand and leave the wizarding world to atone for my error. As he spoke, Erwin drew his wand, as if to snap it. Of course, only those who knew about Erwin's wand would realize just how resilient it was. It wouldn't even chip if struck by a powerful spell. At that moment, a voice rang out from the crowd. "No, Mr. Erwin, it's not your fault. It's Umbridge who deceived you. All you did was for peace, for a better life for all wizards." This voice acted as a catalyst. Others quickly joined in. "That's right, you're not wrong. It's Umbridge, that damned manipulator." "Exactly, Mr. Erwin, we all know what you've done for the wizarding world. Without you, many wizards would still be struggling. Everyone makes mistakes. Mr. Erwin just cared too much about us. That's why he acted hastily. It's those ambitious people who deserve to be condemned." Erwin's eyes reddened further as he absorbed this. "Thank you all so much for your understanding," he said, his voice trembling slightly. "But a mistake is a mistake. I'm not the kind of person who's afraid to acknowledge it." Chapter 434, The Gringotts Gambit. Erwin Cavendish knew he had to execute his performance flawlessly. Only by doing so could he pin the entire blame on Dolores Umbridge. From his elevated position, Erwin scanned the crowd. Several wizards stood grim-faced, their original intent to expose him now crumbling into stunned silence. Erwin offered a subtle glance to old Tom beside him. The old wizard nodded, a silent promise to remember every face in the crowd, to track down every dissenter later. Erwin had promised singular leadership for the British wizarding world, and these dissenters were now marked targets. Staging this public display to identify them had been a calculated move. The Cavendish family's demonstration was masterful. Erwin promised not to abandon the wizarding world, and the crowd cheered. He donated 1,000 galleons to St. Mungo's and vowed to provide employment for wandering wizards, further solidifying his support. The appointment of a new minister for magic, one loyal to Erwin, sealed the transition. The new minister immediately began restructuring the ministry, framing every dismissal as a consequence of Umbridge's failed regime. That afternoon, Scrimgeour, the stubborn head of the Auror office, died during transport to Azkaban, allegedly ambushed by dark wizards. Erwin offered his public condolences, and a massive reorganization followed in the Auror ranks. Most were reassigned to guard Azkaban or transferred to administrative positions. The few new recruits were young, fresh Hogwarts graduates eager to serve the new order. By the time another week had passed, the transformation was complete, though largely unknown to ordinary witches and wizards. The Daily Prophet and the Ministry now answered solely to Cavendish interests. The Malfoy family and their allies flourished, their wealth and influence expanding rapidly under the Cavendish umbrella. The hierarchy was clear, Cavendish at the apex, followed by the Malfoys and allied houses, with smaller factions beneath them, a structure mirroring successful consolidation models from abroad. With the political landscape secured, Erwin turned his attention to the final obstacle, Gringotts. The bank was already practically obsolete. The rise of mobile payment systems had devastated their business. While the goblins possessed a talent for accounting, they had failed to grasp the speed of the information age. In a single year, the goblin gold reserves had plummeted. The Cavendish family refused to store anything of true value there anymore, leaving the vaults filled with obsolete items and forgotten heirlooms. Erwin was ready to complete their downfall. 3 days later, the Cavendish family formally launched a new service: deposit belongings with the Cavendish family for a nominal fee, protected by a magical insurance agreement guaranteeing full compensation for any losses. The Malfoys were the first to respond. Within a day, their Gringotts vaults were emptied, possessions transferred to the Cavendish Tower's fortified storage facilities. Then came the second, third, and fourth families. As the empty vaults multiplied, the goblins finally panicked. Inside the Gringotts offices, high-ranking goblins gathered in a frantic council. "We cannot continue like this," one hissed, his golden eyes flashing. "If this continues, Gringotts will be an empty shell." "That damned Cavendish," another growled. "What is his endgame?" "We realize too late," a third lamented. "They've gotten the wizards dependent on using mobile credit. No one carries galleons anymore. Even Diagon Alley shops use credit for transactions." "It is done," the first goblin snapped. "We must act quickly. If they empty the vaults, Gringotts ceases to exist. I say we lower our storage fees. Cavendish charges very little, we must undercut them. Wizards appreciate value." "And then what?" a skeptical goblin asked. "Our operational funds will dry up. We can survive a month, perhaps, but not indefinitely. Then we resort to alternative means, the first goblin said, a malicious gleam in his eyes. We access the vaults no one has opened in decades, those with lost keys, the abandoned ones. We open them and utilize the contents. The room fell silent. If we do that, one goblin whispered, our reputation is destroyed. We promise that only the key and our magic can open a vault. If humans learn we can bypass the security. We do it discreetly, the first goblin insisted. No one needs to know. As long as we aren't discovered, the agreement isn't technically violated. Damn it, a goblin hissed, grinding his teeth. Let's proceed. If not for that cursed new contract, I'd have dealt with the Cavendish family already. If we remain undetected, we haven't broken our word. Chapter 435, The Goblin's Fatal Raid. The other goblins turned their gaze toward the speaker. This is reckless, another goblin hissed. This is no trivial matter. If we are discovered, we face annihilation. Look at the human wizards, they have grown far too advanced. Too powerful. The first goblin gritted his teeth. Then what do? We must prepare for the worst. We don't even know the true extent of the Cavendish family's resources. If they undercut our rates indefinitely, Gringotts is doomed. We need to ensure those humans realize the Cavendish family is unreliable. Only then will they keep their wealth with us. We must undermine their credibility. The best way? A raid. We have no choice but to act. This is a matter of survival, the lead goblin declared, his voice rising. We cannot hesitate. If we are careful, no one will discover us. If the Cavendish family replaces us, we will be reduced to servitude, no better than house elves. The goblins stiffened at the comparison to house elves. In their eyes, house elves were no longer true magical beings. They were mere servants, kept by wizards. None of them wanted that fate. They enjoyed their positions in Gringotts, they had no desire to grovel. The goblins exchanged glances, their resolve hardening. Fine. We strike tonight. We raid Cavendish Tower. But we must be discreet, well disguised. Absolutely no witnesses. Their eyes gleamed with deadly intent. As for failure? Inconceivable. Human wizards were no match for them in direct combat. Their historical defeats were due to overwhelming numbers, not individual skill. But one goblin who had spoken smiled, a cold, calculating glint in his eye. After the high-level meeting concluded, this goblin retreated to his office and drank a vial of polyjuice potion. He transformed instantly into human form, donned a black robe, and slipped out of Gringotts. He headed straight for Cavendish Tower. Old Tom, stationed at the reception, saw the disguised goblin and handed his work to another attendant. He led the human to the top floor. In the office, Erwin sipped his coffee, relaxed. Master, Old Tom said. Erwin glanced at the transformed goblin and smiled. I was concerned polyjuice potion wouldn't work effectively on goblins. The goblin bowed low. Your potion is superior, my lord. It functions perfectly. Speak, Erwin commanded. The goblin relayed the raid plan in detail. Erwin laughed. Well done. Now we have justification to eliminate them, but it's not quite enough. Remember your duty. The goblin nodded nervously. My lord, and my promised reward. Erwin's voice was calm. When these goblins are reduced to servitude, you will be granted your freedom. A free goblin, a rare thing indeed. The goblin exhaled in relief. Thank you, my lord. I serve you faithfully. Erwin waved him away. The goblin departed. Old Tom watched him leave. Master, we've extracted all useful information from him. Erwin nodded. Yes. Have our people monitor him. He lives 2 more days, long enough to maintain appearances. The fewer who know the truth, the better. It's unfortunate these creatures never learn. Old Tom chuckled. Exactly. Becoming house elves would actually be safer for them. The magical world is dangerous, one wrong move and you're eliminated. Erwin nodded. Tonight is yours to manage. No survivors. Rita is prepared. Make this a public spectacle. Old Tom bowed. Understood, master. Everything is arranged. Tomorrow, the Daily Prophet will headline their attack on Cavendish Tower. Erwin waved his hand. Old Tom vanished without a sound. Erwin leaned back in his chair, swirling his coffee. Almost complete. Once the British magical world was entirely stabilized, he could expand operations to other countries. Resources were always valuable, more assets meant better chances in the final confrontation. But they needed to be substantial enough to matter. Night fell over London. Erwin returned to Cavendish Manor, washed, and retired for the evening. He left the operation to Old Tom, his personal involvement wasn't necessary. Old Tom would handle it flawlessly. While Erwin slept, Diagon Alley was silent. The shops were closed, shadows stretching long across the cobblestones. Cavendish Tower stood dark and seemingly unguarded. Then, movement. From Gringotts, several figures clad in black robes slipped into the night, racing toward the tower. The tower appeared eerily still. They infiltrated easily, making their way toward the underground storage facilities. Solid steel doors lined the corridors. A cautious goblin frowned. Too easy. Something's wrong. Nothing's wrong, another hissed. The Cavendish family is arrogant. They think no one dares challenge them. The cautious goblin hesitated, but the others pressed forward. Then, the lights blazed on. Bright, blinding light flooded the storage area. The goblins froze, panic seizing them. Cavendish operatives emerged from concealment, wands raised, cold smiles on their faces. Old Tom stepped forward, his voice glacial. Welcome. The goblins shrieked, a trap. Retreat. Old Tom sneered. Eliminate them all. Leave no survivors. The wizards attacked in unison. Spells erupted, overwhelming the goblins. Chapter 436, A Traitor Seeking Recognition. Several goblins joined forces, attempting to establish a defense. They withstood the first wave of attacks. Damn it, this is a trap. The Cavendish family knew our plans all along. There's a traitor among us. Apparate away. We can't let them capture us. Apparition is blocked. They've sealed the space inside the tower. Damn it, fight our way out. The goblins fought fiercely, their fingers unleashing spells. They cast them silently, but against so many wizards, their attacks were insufficient. The Cavendish operatives attacked in coordinated waves, pouring spells down on the goblins relentlessly. Within moments, the goblins began to suffer casualties. With the first goblin eliminated, their defenses faltered in a chain reaction, and soon several goblins lay motionless on the ground. Meanwhile, the Cavendish side suffered 0 casualties. Rita stepped forward, approaching the goblin remains. She removed their black robes and began photographing with her camera. This time, these goblins are finished. Old Tom nodded. Execute all of Master's plans. Don't give these goblins any opportunity to dispute the narrative. Of course, Rita replied. Master's preparations this time will leave these goblins no possibility of defense. I'll be going now, Old Tom said. I need to await Master's awakening and report to him. I believe the first thing Master will want to see when he wakes is the latest issue of the Daily Prophet. Agreed, Rita nodded. I will ensure Master sees it immediately. The night passed swiftly, and no one knew what had transpired inside the tower. In Gringotts, the few goblins left behind were filled with anxiety. The operatives they had sent out had not returned. Why haven't they returned yet? I suspect they've been discovered. If they were truly discovered, there should be some disturbance. The tower is completely silent, eerily quiet. Then there are only 2 possibilities. First, they didn't find an opportunity to infiltrate, or... The goblin paused. Or, the Cavendish family eliminated them all without a sound. Upon hearing this, the goblins present fell silent. Impossible. We know their capabilities. Even Dumbledore couldn't have neutralized them silently. That's right, we have exceptional magical resistance. Even if we were ambushed, there should be sounds of combat. They didn't know that the tower's underground facilities were constructed with sound-dampening materials. Even standing on the first floor, one couldn't hear sounds from below, let alone any noise from the depths. The goblin who had allied with Cavendish spoke up. Regardless of the circumstances, we must prepare in advance. We need contingency plans for whatever happens. If they simply didn't find an opportunity to infiltrate, that's acceptable, but if they were captured or eliminated by the Cavendish family, then we must prepare for the consequences. The other goblins nodded. In open conflict, we have almost no chance of prevailing. Even if we manage to eliminate a few wizards, it won't mean much. We Gringotts personnel simply cannot sustain that. The traitors as darted around as he said, I think we should quickly recall all our forces from external locations and prepare for the worst. If conflict really breaks out, having more of us will make it easier to escape. Or, we could evacuate now and abandon Gringotts. As soon as the traitor finished speaking, someone immediately objected. No, we don't know anything about the current situation. If we abandon Gringotts directly, the losses will be catastrophic. The traitor wasn't surprised at all by the objections. After all, being a goblin himself, he understood their nature perfectly. Greed made them unwilling to abandon Gringotts and its wealth. Then we must recall all our people, the traitorous goblin said. If something really happens, with more of us, we have better chances of breaking through. The other goblins considered this and nodded. They were inherently selfish. If the same situation were presented to humans, humans would choose to let as many of their people escape as possible, to maximize survivors. But these goblins wouldn't think that way. They were among the strongest goblins, with more personnel, their personal chances of escape were greater. They didn't care about the lives of others, only their own survival. And the traitorous goblin, as one of them, had long understood their psychology perfectly. Therefore, he knew that no one would refuse his suggestion. And he would gain additional leverage. Even more, he had performed such valuable service. He was still thinking of currying favor with Cavendish. Perhaps he even had a chance to become the manager of Cavendish Vault operations. As a greedy goblin, he loved dealing with valuable items. He preferred seeing gold daily over freedom. Having witnessed Cavendish's power, he felt no guilt about betraying his own kind. Since defeat was inevitable, he didn't care. Securing more benefits for himself was far more important. Time passed slowly. In the office, several goblins were filled with anxiety. The night passed, and dawn broke. The goblins who had attacked the tower hadn't returned. Many goblins had gathered in Gringotts, all recalled from various locations. Rita finished her work for the night and immediately printed the newspaper. 8 o'clock sharp. Owls flew out from the headquarters of the Daily Prophet, soaring into homes and delivering copies. In an ordinary wizarding household, a wizard yawned, opened the window, and took the newspaper from the owl's beak. After preparing a cup of coffee, he opened the paper. The first thing he saw. The wizard spat out his coffee. Damn it, those damned goblins. How dare they? His wife walked over curiously. What is it? See for yourself. The goblins attacked Cavendish storage facilities yesterday. It's clearly Gringotts' doing, and many wizards are filing complaints. Some of their valuables have vanished. Chapter 437, Vinda's intensive training. The witch's eyes widened instantly. What? How is that possible? How could those goblins dare do such a thing? The wizard said, not only that, look here. There's evidence that the goblins have been accessing abandoned vaults and seizing the treasures. The Ministry of Magic has intervened and is preparing to investigate. The witch covered her mouth. Merlin's beard, those damned goblins have truly lost their minds. The wizard continued reading through the Daily Prophet. Then, his eyes lit up. Darling, come quickly. Look, there's a statement from Mr. Erwin here. The witch leaned in. The report used the Cavendish family's latest recording technology. Compared to moving photographs, these recordings produced clearer images with sound, and most importantly, in vivid color. In the newspaper, Erwin wore pajamas. His face showed unmistakable fatigue. Rita Skeeter sat opposite him. I'm sorry, Mr. Erwin. We apologize for waking you so early. But something truly terrible has happened in the wizarding world. We at the Daily Prophet know that your words carry considerable weight, so we wanted to interview you and share your perspective with everyone. Although Erwin looked exhausted, he forced a smile. It's all right. If there's anything I can contribute, I won't hold back. Of course, Erwin's exhaustion was carefully acted. Having slept for 10 hours, it took considerable effort to portray this tired state convincingly. Rita said, the situation is this, last night, Gringotts goblins attacked Cavendish Tower. Rita hadn't finished speaking. Erwin suddenly stood up. What? Goblins attacked Cavendish Tower? When? Why didn't I know about this? Rita feigned confusion. You didn't know. Just last night. At that moment, old Tom appeared in the recording, speaking at the opportune moment. I apologize, Master. I didn't inform you yesterday because you've been so exhausted lately. I wanted you to get proper rest. You've said that compared to the well-being of the wizarding world, the Cavendish family's interests are secondary, so I didn't want to disturb your precious rest time. I instructed everyone else that unless something major affects the broader wizarding community, no one is permitted to wake you. Erwin rubbed his temples. Never mind, it's not your fault. I apologize, Ms. Rita, I only just learned about this myself. But I don't think you need to ask me about this. The Cavendish family's affairs are minor matters, this is just our family's concern. You should inform me about the major events happening in the wizarding world. Compared to the wizarding world, the Cavendish family is insignificant. Every witch and wizard reading the Daily Prophet at that moment was deeply moved. This is Mr. Erwin. My God, he's truly extraordinary. He dedicates all his energy to the common wizards of the magical world. This is Cavendish, this is Mr. Erwin. He deserves our respect. In Germany, Vinda and Charlotte, having received the Daily Prophet early that morning, smiled. Vinda said, I must say, our Lord's performance is truly superb. Charlotte said, whatever the Lord does, he surpasses everyone else. Therefore, the Lord is above everyone is his audience, everyone is a piece on his board. Vinda nodded. Yes, only in this way can he forge a completely different path, only in this way can he succeed. We took the wrong approach from the beginning. Now he has pioneered a brand new path, and it is the most promising one. Charlotte smiled. So, do you now think the Lord is even more capable than Lord Grindelwald? Vinda glanced at Charlotte. She smiled. You should be grateful that the person before you now is the mature version of myself. If you had said such things to me when I was younger, I would have drawn my wand without hesitation. Charlotte said, I know. You said I'm very much like you. If anyone spoke ill of Lord Erwin in my presence, I would also draw my wand without hesitation. Vinda said, so, you should understand my answer. Erwin is the new master of the acolytes, and I will be loyal to him. Vinda didn't continue, but Charlotte understood her meaning. Just like herself, she would never betray Erwin, just as Vinda would never truly leave Grindelwald's side. This wasn't merely loyalty from a subordinate to their master, perhaps it was more about a conviction in their hearts. The path of the truly powerful is solitary, they never dare hope to walk alongside their masters. What they want is simply to be the first among those who follow. Even if they only ever see his back for their entire lives, they would be content. Charlotte closed the newspaper. She didn't need to read any further. Because regardless of what followed, the final outcome was predetermined. Everything would proceed according to Erwin's design. Erwin had arranged everything meticulously. There was no possibility of the slightest error. Since that was the case, why should she continue reading? Instead of wasting this time, she should do something productive. Charlotte drew her wand. Teacher Vinda, so, what is our objective today? A faint aura of lethal intent emanated from Charlotte. Vinda chuckled. Our objective today is to help you master the silent killing curse. This is different from other silent spells, the silent killing curse requires repeated practice to internalize the intent to kill. I've prepared ample practice subjects for you today. I believe you should be able to master it by evening. Charlotte's lips curled up. Of course, I'm looking forward to it. I can't wait to demonstrate my progress when school starts next year. Vinda said, then you'd better apply yourself. After all, Erwin mastered the silent killing curse without a wand long ago. Charlotte wasn't surprised by this. I believe I should be able to reach that level soon, as long as I have sufficient practice subjects. Vinda shrugged. Looks like I'll have to coordinate logistics. But since you're in Germany now, you'll never lack practice subjects. Charlotte smiled. The next moment, the two vanished. Two delicate black flowers bloomed metaphorically in the German sky. Roses nourished by conflict are deeper in color and more vibrant, and at that moment, Charlotte was being cultivated by experience. Chapter 438, Ron's transformation, just Erwin's experiment. The Daily Prophet interview with Erwin wasn't lengthy, but the response it ignited was extraordinary. In an ordinary wizarding household, a father set down his newspaper and looked at his wife. My dear, I've made a decision. The witch smiled, placing a finger gently on her husband's lips. I understand. Go. The Cavendish family is different from those traditional pureblood families. They truly care about us common wizards and can offer a stable future. If the wizarding world needs leadership, that leadership should be the Cavendish family. She paused, her eyes shining with conviction. And you, my love, if you can help build the Cavendish vision, then go. I'll be waiting for you here. The wizard's eyes reddened. He pulled her into a tight embrace. I will do my best. For you, for the wizarding world, for everything we believe in. I believe in you, she whispered. Your future shouldn't be confined to these walls. Similar scenes unfolded across the country. On that day, the ranks of the Cavendish family swelled significantly. At the Burrow, the Weasleys sat around the dining table, newspapers spread out before them. Fred, George, Ginny, and Percy observed the interview with Erwin, or rather, the young man they used to know, while Molly read the text aloud. When she finished, she set the paper down with a sigh. That boy. He looks so exhausted. It breaks my heart. If his parents could see him. Arthur sighed. I never imagined their son would become so influential. The Cavendish family is the undisputed leader of the wizarding world now. They must be proud. Molly glared at him. Arthur. Is that all you have to say? Look at the state he's in. He's endured so much, and you're praising the outcome without acknowledging the sacrifice. How can you face the men who saved your life and say that? Have you forgotten his kindness? Arthur flinched. Molly pressed on, her voice trembling with emotion. Even if you've forgotten his help with securing your position, look at Ron. If it weren't for Erwin's mercy, Ron would have been expelled, or worse. Erwin concealed the Chamber of Secrets incident. He saved Ron and Ginny from Azkaban. Arthur was speechless, shrinking under her words. The twins exchanged amused glances, occasionally snickering. Percy stared at the paper with a mixture of longing and envy. He would have given anything for Erwin's standing. Ginny, meanwhile, was lost in thought, propping her head on her hand, her eyes fixed on Erwin's image in the paper. The young girl was clearly infatuated. After reducing Arthur to silence, Molly scanned the table. "Where's Ron?" "Fred, George, have you seen him?" "We're George and he's Fred," they said in unison. Molly rubbed her temples. "Fine. Did you see him?" "I saw him leave this morning," George, or possibly Fred, offered. "But I've no idea where he went." "Go find him," Molly commanded. "Lunch is almost ready." "On it. Just remember, I really am George." The twins grabbed their brooms and dashed out before Molly could correct them again. She sighed, rubbing her forehead. It was always her responsibility to hold the family together. Arthur was uncomfortable with confrontation, Percy was dreaming of ministry advancement, and Ginny was fixated on the newspaper. Molly sighed again. Someone had to maintain order. Meanwhile, the twins didn't actually search for Ron. "Why should we?" Fred asked, tossing his broom into the air. "He's not a child. We can take a quick flight and be back for lunch." George laughed, mounting his own broom. "Brilliant. I knew you'd think exactly what I was thinking." With a whoop, they launched into the sky, leaving the burrow behind. A mile away, in a desolate valley, Ron sat on a jagged rock, his expression dark. He felt like he'd lost everything. His family, his friends, even Harry, they all spoke of Erwin with reverence. At Hogwarts, he was invisible, ignored by everyone, even by his former best friend. He lashed the ground with a willow branch, his voice a low, venomous hiss. "Damn Erwin Cavendish. Damn Harry Potter. Damn Hermione Granger. Damn Draco Malfoy. You all deserve to suffer. The whole lot of you." He spat into the dirt. "And Dumbledore, he knew I was telling the truth. Why didn't he help me? Why did my family believe them instead of me? Damn it all." His muttering grew more frantic. His eyes glazed over, his anger festering into something darker. He didn't notice the wisp of black smoke drifting down from the sky, drawn to his rage like a moth to a flame. It coiled around him for a moment before seeping into his skin. Ron's pupils turned pitch black for a split second, then returned to normal. He didn't notice. He just kept striking the earth with his branch, venting his frustration. Behind him, the shadows deepened. A pair of blood-red eyes glowed within the darkness, observing him with cold calculation. Inside the Cavendish manor, Erwin sat by the fireplace, a book resting on his lap. He paused mid-page, his finger hovering over the text. A faint smirk touched his lips. He actually manifested. Did the contingency I planted on Ron activate? He tapped the table twice. The door opened, and old Tom entered silently. "Master. Send word to the operatives near the burrow," Erwin ordered, his voice calm. "Maintain close surveillance on Ron Weasley. I want to know if he exhibits any unusual behavior." Old Tom hesitated, though only for a fraction of a second. He didn't understand why the master was interested in such an unremarkable boy, but he knew better than to question orders. Curiosity was a luxury he couldn't afford. "As you wish, master," Tom replied, bowing before retreating from the room. Erwin leaned back, his gaze shifting to the fire. The experiment was progressing faster than expected. Ron Weasley was about to become far more interesting than he had ever been. Chapter 439, The Founder's Connection. Erwin set down his book and walked to the window, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Ron, don't disappoint me," he murmured, his voice low. "You're my first test subject. I've invested considerable effort into this just to verify my hypothesis. You have to prove it works, don't expire prematurely. You're only valuable if you survive long enough." Erwin was in good spirits. The catalyst, which he'd previously thought might be ineffective, had actually functioned. It was confirmation that his theory was sound. As he contemplated this, a sudden warmth bloomed between his brows. His heart skipped a beat. A moment later, the spirit of Rowena Ravenclaw materialized from the space between his eyebrows. She stretched languidly. "Ah, what a restorative rest," she sighed. Ravenclaw looked around the room. "Oh, Erwin, you've returned." Erwin nodded. "Yes, Lady Ravenclaw. You rested for quite some time." "I've been back for a while." "Are you on holiday now?" she asked. "Yes. Would you like to return to Hogwarts? I can escort you back if needed." Ravenclaw smiled, a serene expression on her spectral face. "No need. This time, it was fortunate. Though I fell into deep slumber, my magical reserves increased. I no longer need the diadem to maintain my form, so I can return independently. You surely have matters to attend to during your holiday." "Very well, Lady Ravenclaw. Safe travels." Ravenclaw nodded, her form rising into the air. She drifted through the closed window and vanished into the afternoon sky. Erwin watched her leave, his eyes narrowing. Did she truly not notice? Logically, Ravenclaw embodied wisdom, surely she couldn't be that oblivious. Or perhaps she was choosing not to acknowledge it. Erwin raised his hand, opening his palm. A slow, yellowish-brown energy condensed within his fingers, Hufflepuff's divine power. It was the final gift she had bequeathed him. Thanks to this reservoir of magic, Ravenclaw had been able to awaken so quickly. Meanwhile, Ravenclaw raced through the air, propelled by her magic at full speed toward Hogwarts. She bypassed the castle proper and headed straight for the Forbidden Forest, landing at the spot where her statue had once stood. She looked at the shattered stones scattered across the ground, and her eyes gradually reddened. "Is it really you, Helga?" she whispered, her voice trembling. "Did I sense correctly? If you are truly here, why haven't you revealed yourself for so long? And you, Erwin, what do you know? What are you all concealing?" In Ravenclaw's hand, her starlight magic condensed into a long, crackling whip. She lashed out, carving deep furrows into the earth. She was venting a fury that stripped away her usual composure. She was no longer the measured founder, she was raw emotion, destroying everything around her. Finally, her movements slowed. Ravenclaw dissipated the starlight, her shoulders heaving as she drifted upward, heading toward the castle. Hogwarts was quiet during the holidays. The Slytherin common room was empty, maintained spotlessly by the house elves. Ravenclaw drifted through the stone walls, heading straight for the deepest section of the dormitory. She stopped before an inconspicuous wall and placed a shimmering hand against it. A hidden door appeared, and she pushed it open. This was the chamber where Erwin had received the Slytherin legacy. Now, it was empty and silent. Ravenclaw stood before the statue of Slytherin. "Salazar, reveal yourself." No response. "Show yourself." Ravenclaw roared, her voice echoing off the stone walls. "Damn it, I know you're here. You aren't like Godric, you always have contingencies. Even in your weakened state, you wouldn't let yourself dissipate. Appear. I need to know the truth." Silence. It was as if Salazar Slytherin had never existed. Ravenclaw stared at the statue, her anger intensifying. "Fine. If you won't reveal yourself, I will discover the truth on my own. You damned conspirators. When we founded Hogwarts, we promised we would face everything together. We promised to secure a bright future for all wizards, but what did you do?" She paced the chamber, her voice rising. "Godric kept secrets from me, Helga concealed things, and you kept me in the dark. Why couldn't you trust me? Why couldn't I face this with you?" She stopped, her spectral form vibrating with emotion. "Damn it all. One day I will know everything. If any of you still have souls remaining, I will make you answer for this." With that, Ravenclaw turned and swept out of the chamber. Behind her, the door shut with a heavy thud. The chamber was silent once more. A flash of green light slithered across the Slytherin statue. Slowly, the form of Salazar Slytherin manifested, watching the empty doorway. "I'm sorry, Rowena," he whispered, his voice raspy and ancient. "I wanted to tell you, but I cannot. You are too compassionate. Though you appear cold, you are the most tender-hearted of the four of us. We cannot allow you to become involved, for your sake, and for the greater purpose." He looked up at the ceiling, where a green light danced like a serpent. "Time is running short. I cannot maintain this form much longer. Too many variables have occurred, exceeding our original designs. Now, we can only entrust this to fate. Erwin Cavendish, I hope you make the right choice." As his voice faded, Slytherin's soul transformed into emerald specks of light, merging back into the stone statue. The green glow faded, and the chamber fell silent once more. In the afternoon, Ebony returned. Upon seeing Erwin, the creature rushed toward him excitedly. Erwin caught him gently. Ebony made a few short sounds. Erwin chuckled. "Go clean up, then." Ebony nodded, then made 2 more sounds. Erwin's smile faltered for just a moment. "All right, I understand. You don't need to concern yourself with that. Thank your friends in the Forbidden Forest for me. Go get cleaned up." After Ebony scampered off, Erwin laughed softly. "Interesting. So that's the connection between the founders. Even in a dormant state, they can still sense each other's presence. I really underestimated this kind of bond, it's remarkably resilient." Chapter 440, the 3-way conflict becomes 4-way. Erwin felt a pang of contemplation. He had initially dismissed such notions, but the Ravenclaw situation had forced him to reconsider. Perhaps connections between people truly existed, creating strange, invisible threads of cause and effect. He looked down at his palm, wondering if such a connection could ever extend to him, toward the parents he never truly had. They weren't characters from the original narrative, just variables in a scheme that had already been written. Yet, they had appeared because of him, and departed because of him. But that didn't make logical sense. If their role was no longer necessary, why did they exist at all? Perhaps now, they had vanished entirely from any possible timeline. As Death had indicated, his parents' souls weren't under Death's jurisdiction. That fact was telling. Death was a god, a warden of endings, yet even he couldn't control their souls. If that was the case, why should Erwin persist in seeking them? He let out a dry chuckle. Perhaps one day, when everything was resolved, he could find a way to locate them. But certainly not now. A light rain began to fall outside the window, the August weather shifting from clear skies to overcast gloom in an instant. Erwin took out his enchanted communicator and dialed a number. It rang several times, but no one answered. He frowned. What was Sunny Finch doing? She hadn't contacted him over the holiday, and he couldn't reach her now. It was as if she had disappeared. He didn't dwell on it, though they got along well, they were just friends. Besides, Kunlun was so powerful that Sunny Finch wouldn't be in any real danger. Only Erwin, having visited Kunlun personally, truly understood its strength. The magical world was far more complex than he had initially imagined. Dumbledore was formidable, but he didn't possess divine power, which limited his ultimate potential. Kunlun was different. Erwin had sensed at least 3 distinct divine powers there, 3 individuals who were above Dumbledore's level but below the 4 great gods. They might even rival them. That evening, Ravenclaw returned. Erwin couldn't discern any particular emotion on her face, she appeared calm. She greeted him casually, seemingly unchanged, but he could sense a hint of scrutiny and doubt in her gaze. He didn't press. Many things were predetermined from the start, and indeed, many were unfair to Ravenclaw. But unfairness wasn't unique to her situation. She exchanged a few casual words before returning to her diadem. She didn't question Erwin. It seemed she understood that even if she asked, he wouldn't provide answers. So, she simply didn't ask. Late that night, Erwin stood by his window, admiring the bright moonlight. Many others were observing the full moon as well. On a street in Germany, Charlotte finished a day of operations, not even glancing at the incapacitated wizards on the ground. Vinda looked at her with approval. Your progress is remarkable, even to me. Charlotte smiled. But you and I both know it's far from comparable to the Lord's level. Vinda shrugged. The wisest thing about people is that they never compare themselves to those they cannot surpass. I hope you understand this principle as well. I believe you're right, Charlotte said, looking up. The moon is very full tonight. Vinda followed her gaze. Yes, it is. She thought of her master, who cherished the full moon most. He would say there were too many imperfections in this world, too many regrets, but the moon, only once or twice a month, became complete. Unfortunately, it was fleeting, so fleeting that he had to treasure every opportunity to witness it. Before every full moon, Vinda would visit Nurmengard to observe it with him. But now, her master probably didn't need her presence anymore. She sighed, a melancholy feeling rising within. Seeing her expression, Charlotte wisely remained silent. She had heard quite a bit from Erwin. If there was anyone in this world who spoke without constraint, it was him. By his side, even without intending to, she always heard secrets inadvertently revealed in moments of frustration or satisfaction. To be honest, Charlotte was curious about how her lord knew these things. At the very top of Nurmengard Tower, 2 figures sat beneath the moonlight, each with a glass of wine. Another rare full moon, Albus, Grindelwald said. Aren't you returning? Dumbledore shook his head. Erwin instructed me not to return to Hogwarts before the start of term. Grindelwald chuckled. You weren't usually this compliant. Besides, he was simply angry that day. He's not that unforgiving. I also want to rest, Dumbledore replied. You know I have considerable preparations to make for next term. Such as? Grindelwald asked. The Triwizard Tournament. That's something you began preparing 3 years ago. Dumbledore nodded. Yes, but this time it shouldn't be called the Triwizard Tournament. It should be the Quadwizard Tournament. I told you, representatives from the East contacted me. Grindelwald frowned. It seems the rest of the world has begun preparing as well. According to the prophecy, we have at most 5 years remaining. 5 years is sufficient, Dumbledore said. If we're going to transform the wizarding world, let's transform it completely. But Grindelwald wasn't as optimistic. Albus, now that Erwin likely knows the truth, I don't believe he'll proceed as you intend. Knowing him as I do, he's probably already preparing for the final confrontation. He's never been one to follow someone else's design. Chapter 441, The Dark Arts Professor's Cursed Seat. Dumbledore sighed, his shoulders sagging under an invisible weight. There's nothing more I can do. I can only take things as they come. Events have spiraled beyond my control, I have no say in what happens next. Grindelwald's laugh was dry and rasping in the dim cell. You never had control, Albus. You've always believed you could orchestrate events through careful planning, but you've overlooked a fundamental truth: power determines who controls the board. Neither of us possesses the strength to be the ones moving the pieces. He gestured vaguely at the stone wall surrounding them. No one does. This is a contest between gods, only beings of that magnitude can truly control everything. We are merely unqualified spectators. Dumbledore nodded slowly. I should have sought your counsel sooner. Perhaps then I would have understood more clearly. Then visit more often, Grindelwald said, his tone softening. I'm growing old, and I find I rather enjoy catching up with an old friend. Silence stretched between them. Then Dumbledore's expression hardened. He met Grindelwald's eyes directly, his voice firm and clear. Gellert, leave Nurmengard. I need you at my side. I'm truly at a loss right now, I cannot control anything, and everything is moving in directions I don't comprehend. I need someone who can offer perspective. Grindelwald hesitated, studying the determination in Dumbledore's face. Leave, he asked carefully. If I'd wanted to leave, I would have done so years ago. But you understand what my freedom would imply. I'll send word to Erwin, Dumbledore promised. He can resolve your concerns. Come to Hogwarts. I haven't yet found a professor for defense against the dark arts for next year. I believe you're qualified for the position. Grindelwald was genuinely stunned. You want me to teach? The irony wasn't lost on him, a dark wizard teaching defense against the dark arts. He chuckled. Rumor has it that Tom Riddle, that boy you found in the orphanage all those years ago, cursed the position. No one has completed a full year without incident. It's simultaneously the most coveted and most dangerous position at Hogwarts. Dumbledore's lips curved in a faint smile. So, are you afraid? Honestly. Grindelwald admitted. I'm intrigued. Tell me, Albus, what's my salary? I should be clear up front, I expect quality wine every day. I can't guarantee the vintage, Dumbledore replied, but Hogwarts has an extensive cellar, likely stocked by some drink-loving headmaster from the past. It has quite a collection, perhaps you could help me assess its quality. Under the pale moonlight filtering through the high window, the two men smiled at each other. There's an old saying that a smile can dissolve all enmity. They had never truly hated one another. If one had to define their complicated history, it was simply that deep affection sometimes breeds the harshest criticism. Inside a secluded manor in the English countryside, Zoe rested her chin on her hand, gazing at the full moon through her window. Her father entered quietly. Zoe, what are you thinking about? She startled slightly. Nothing, father. Just admiring the moon. It's late, why aren't you asleep? Laurent smiled wearily. I can't sleep. Are you thinking about next year? Zoe paused. Next year? You mean my bloodline? Laurent nodded. Aren't you worried? Zoe smiled, her expression surprisingly serene. Not at all. We both know that Mr. Cavendish extracting my bloodline was inevitable. That I survived the initial encounter is miracle enough. What more is there to worry about? The Cavendish family is so powerful now, there's nowhere we could run even if we wanted to. Just look outside, those guards don't even bother hiding anymore. Laurent glanced through the window at the Cavendish retainers still standing watch despite the late hour. He sighed heavily. I'm sorry, Zoe. I failed to protect you. No, Dad, she said gently. You have protected me. Our branch of the family may be gone, yes, but I'm still alive. Losing the bloodline isn't the end of the world. I can learn proper spell work now. I've always loved spell theory, I want to practice magic with the other students like everyone else. She looked at her father with unexpected wisdom in her eyes. Actually, Dad, I never particularly liked my bloodline ability. I'd rather be an ordinary witch. Besides, if anyone is destined to gather all the ancient bloodlines, it's Erwin Cavendish. Even if we'd run, he would have found us eventually. Look at what he's accomplished in such a short time, the British magical community is unified, and Germany and America are following the same path. The other bloodline families can't withstand the Cavendish expansion. Soon, they'll all be absorbed into his power base. It's the inevitable trend. Compared to them, we're fortunate. We survived. What we're losing is just a bloodline we could barely use anyway, isn't it? Laurent stared at his daughter in surprise, as though seeing her for the first time. In his mind, she had always been the carefree girl who only cared about her next meal. But now, though her words were self-deprecating, they held undeniable logic. Zoe smiled sweetly at him. Dad, you and Mom are both intelligent. You don't really think I'm simple-minded, do you? It's just that with your protection, I never needed to overthink things. Besides, appearing a bit naive makes people underestimate you, doesn't it? Laurent laughed, a genuine, warm sound he hadn't made in weeks. Yes, my Zoe is the most perceptive girl I know. You've grown up. Since you've made your decision, I won't interfere. Make your own choices. I trust Erwin. He promised not to harm you, and he'll keep his word. That's the pride of a powerful wizard. After the bloodline extraction, you can enjoy the rest of your studies. You still have several years left at Hogwarts, fortunately. It's a pity I never studied there myself. You can experience it for both of us. Chapter 442, The Kunlun Selection. Don't worry, Dad, I will. I truly love Hogwarts. I know I'll have a wonderful time there, even if it's only for a few more years. Zoe insisted brightly. Laurent looked puzzled. A few years was considered short. However, he didn't press the issue. After exchanging a few more casual words with his daughter, he turned and left her room. Once the door clicked shut, Zoe looked up at the bright moon and murmured softly, "Mr. Cavendish, I hope you'll slow down a bit. Let me enjoy my time at Hogwarts a little longer, though I know it's not entirely your decision. Someone else is pushing you forward." A flash of silver light swept through her eyes. She rubbed them, her tone shifting from wistful to annoyed. "Here we go again. Can't you be patient? My bloodline hasn't been extracted yet, this won't help anything. You have to wait." The silver light intensified, pulsing with urgency. Fine. This is so irritating." Zoe sighed, her voice dropping to a mutter only she could hear. "Okay, I'll comply. What's the point of rushing? Things are already beyond your control. What can you do about it? You might as well conserve your strength for the final confrontation." Zoe closed her window and turned back toward her bed, unaware that a figure hovered in midair outside, observing her every movement from the darkness. That figure was Erwin. In the shadows, his familiar Ebony, a shape-shifting serpent, perched on his shoulder, hissing softly. Erwin reached up, stroking the creature's scaled head. "Yes, you noticed too. They're getting restless, they've started showing themselves. But that's fine. It saves me the trouble of hunting them down." Ebony regarded him with gleaming vertical pupils. Erwin chuckled darkly. "Who knows what will happen? It's not entirely my decision. It depends on circumstances. We've already lost so much time, there's no telling what preparations he's made. We all experienced his last contingency plan. He knows too much. If we're forced into a corner, we'll have to make difficult choices." Ebony nodded, a cold glint flashing in its reptilian eyes. Erwin yawned, stretching. "All right, it's too early to worry about these things. We still have preparations to make. Let's take this one step at a time. For now, let's get some sleep." Ebony gently nuzzled Erwin's cheek. Then, without attracting the slightest attention, Master and Familiar vanished from their vantage point. Below, the Cavendish retainers continued their dutiful patrol of the grounds, completely unaware their lord had been hovering directly above them moments before. Deep within the snow-covered peaks of the Himalayas, hidden in an ancient valley known only to initiates as Kunlun. Several senior instructors stood outside a cavern entrance, their expressions uniformly concerned as they stared at the dark opening. "How long has Sunny been inside?" one asked tensely. "Almost a month now." "That long? Why hasn't she emerged yet? What is that girl doing?" "We told her to exit after a few days. There are ancient protections within the valley that she isn't ready to encounter yet. You all know Sunny's personality. She has exceptional natural talent for the magical arts and an unusual fascination with them. There are wards left by the founders here, she won't leave until she's satisfied her curiosity. But remaining inside for so long is dangerous. Could she have lost her way? Should we go in and bring her out? The Hogwarts term is approaching, she needs time to prepare for the journey." Just then, a figure arrived, moving with an authority that silenced the murmurs. The instructors immediately bowed. "Greetings, Headmaster." The newcomer was the Kunlun headmaster himself. He glanced at the cavern entrance, his expression calm and measured. "Don't worry about Sunny. She'll emerge when she's ready. You underestimate her aptitude. Trust that she's fine, she'll surprise us all when she returns." The instructors exchanged uneasy glances. A woman stepped forward, her concern overriding her usual deference. "Headmaster, I don't understand. Was it truly necessary for her to enter so early? Even I didn't enter until I was 20, and I suffered considerably from the experience." "Her situation differs from yours," the headmaster replied gently but firmly. "I know she's your student, but she's also my student. Don't worry, she'll be fine. Trust her abilities." The instructors sighed collectively, a sound of reluctant acceptance. Though they didn't always defer to their leader on every matter, his status as the most accomplished headmaster in 3 centuries commanded respect they couldn't ignore. "Understood, Headmaster, they intoned. The headmaster nodded, shifting topics. Have you selected the students for the Hogwarts exchange? Remember, participation must be voluntary. Kunlun doesn't force anyone. An instructor shook his head ruefully. Not yet. The number of applicants is overwhelming, we can't possibly accept them all. The headmaster's eyebrows rose. What? Why is there such enthusiasm? Do they truly wish to study abroad that badly? It's not exactly that, the instructor explained. The main issue is that the younger generation is desperately bored. They've heard that spirits, ghosts, roam freely at Hogwarts, and they're eager to apply their theoretical knowledge in a practical setting. He paused, looking pointedly at the headmaster. You know that most spirits in Britain were captured by our previous students. The year the spirit population plummeted catastrophically was our generation's doing. You personally captured the most. So, he continued, these children haven't even encountered a spirit yet. They study theory and practice rune work every day. Naturally, they want to observe actual spiritual entities. Hearing this, the headmaster coughed awkwardly and rubbed his nose. That was for the stability of our magical community. The entire sect pooled resources to establish the suppression array. Any entity with the potential to manifest as a spirit is now immediately neutralized by the ward. It was for the greater good, don't hold it against us. We couldn't allow the dead to disturb the living. Our circumstances differ from the West. Here, when spirits form, they're extraordinarily powerful, unlike the harmless wisps common in Britain. Once these entities fully manifest, even experienced students struggle to handle them. We're not blaming you, the instructor assured him. We understand the reasoning. Britain's situation is different, so this was a decision made by the previous generation. It has nothing to do with current policy. But now, how should we choose? These students are all incredibly enthusiastic. The headmaster stroked his beard thoughtfully. How about drawing lots? Chapter 443, The Goblin's Downfall. The other instructors stared at their headmaster with incredulous expressions. Drawing lots. For such a serious matter. However, upon reflection, a lottery did seem like the fairest method. The instructors exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Very well, we'll draw lots. And so the selection was decided by a group of somewhat unconventional professors and their equally unconventional headmaster through a simple lottery system. Fortunately, the relaxed atmosphere inherent in their magical community meant the students would find this method entirely acceptable. In the Forbidden Forest, Peter Pettigrew finally located traces of Voldemort. Just as in the original timeline, he embarked on the path to resurrect the Dark Lord. Everything proceeded smoothly according to the familiar pattern. Meanwhile, Erwin was preparing to move against the goblins. As wizards began systematically inventorying their vaults, suspicious activities at Gringotts were gradually coming to light. The Ministry of Magic dispatched a special investigation team, ordering the goblins to open several abandoned vaults. Predictably, the goblins refused. Compliance would immediately substantiate the charges against them. The investigation reached a stalemate, the goblins claimed technical inability to open the vaults, and the Ministry's team couldn't force the issue. Just when the Ministry seemed at an impasse, a turning point arrived. On the third day of the investigation, Erwin arrived at Gringotts accompanied by the 4 heads of house from Hogwarts. Notably, Snape had returned to Britain, Erwin had personally summoned him back. He'd gathered sufficient intelligence in America, and with no immediate confrontation planned against the families there, Snape's presence was no longer required overseas. Erwin also invited several highly respected figures from the Ministry and the heads of various prominent families. This display of force immediately captured the wizarding public's attention. The Cavendish family's major moves rarely disappointed. Erwin led his entourage into Gringotts in an imposing procession. Inside, 2 groups stood in clear opposition, the Ministry investigators and the goblins. Seeing Erwin's arrival, the Ministry personnel exchanged knowing glances and tactfully retreated to the background, ceding the spotlight to Erwin. The goblins, however, glared at him with unconcealed hatred. Erwin Cavendish, one goblin snarled. What are you doing here? Gringotts does not welcome you. Erwin's expression turned cold. Indeed. Since when do goblins dictate where wizards may go? Do you truly believe Gringotts belongs to you? Have you forgotten your place? His voice grew increasingly frigid. Behind him, the assembled wizards simultaneously drew their wands, holding them at the ready. The goblin startled visibly, and the speaker's expression immediately shifted as he realized his mistake. Just as he scrambled for a more diplomatic response, an elderly goblin in formal attire stepped forward, placing a restraining hand on his colleague's shoulder. He bowed slightly to Erwin. My apologies, Mr. Cavendish. He misspoke, he simply lacks proper decorum. I'm certain the esteemed Mr. Cavendish won't hold it against us. Erwin studied the goblin, instantly recognizing him, Ragnarok, the highest-ranking administrator of Gringotts and the most senior member of the goblin community. Wizards grew shrewd with age, apparently, so did goblins. His words were carefully crafted to deflect blame. Ragnock glanced at the wizards assembled behind Erwin. Mr. Cavendish, what brings so many distinguished individuals to Gringotts? I apologize, but we've temporarily suspended all services. Ragnock knew perfectly well why Erwin had come, but he didn't believe Erwin could take action against them. After all, they simply claimed technical inability to open the vaults. As long as the vaults remained sealed, no one could prove they were empty. Only senior goblins possessed the knowledge to access them. As for the other accusations, Ragnock knew these wizards had no concrete evidence. Most wizards who stored wealth in their vaults had no detailed records of their holdings. Gringotts never provided inventories, patrons simply deposited whatever they acquired over the years. Those who maintained personal lists were extremely rare. As long as the goblins refused to admit wrongdoing and claimed the wizards were mistaken, they were safe. That was their confidence. Even the Cavendishes wouldn't act without evidence. Erwin naturally understood Ragnock's reasoning. He nodded to old Tom, who stood behind him. The elderly retainer beckoned, and 2 Cavendish wizards brought forward a television set and a projector, placing them on a nearby table and inserting a videotape. Ragnock watched their actions with growing suspicion. Erwin smiled thinly. I've said it before, even magical beings need to adapt to changing times. Goblins, the world has moved on. The moment Erwin finished speaking, video footage began playing on the television screen. It showed the goblins holding a secret meeting in their conference chamber. As the video played, Ragnock's expression transformed. All their schemes and contingency plans were being broadcast for everyone to see. Ragnock's gaze turned icy as he scanned the goblins who had attended that meeting. There was unquestionably a traitor among them, and one holding a high position. He scrutinized each face, seeing fear and confusion, except for one individual. Griphook. Ragnock roared, his face contorted with rage. It's you. The accused goblin vanished from his position and reappeared behind Erwin's protective cordon. Ragnock shouted in confusion and fury, why? We are your own kind. Why did you betray us, betray your entire race? The traitorous goblin replied with remarkable composure, I was merely choosing the winning side. The rise of the Cavendish family was inevitable, no one could prevent it. I simply backed the victor. Chapter 444, The Gringotts War begins. Every goblin present glared at the traitor with murderous hatred. The goblin in question remained unmoved, showing no remorse whatsoever. He simply wanted to survive. He recognized Erwin's ambition and understood the Cavendish family's overwhelming power. Therefore, he knew the ultimate victor would be Erwin. He had merely chosen the winning side, the others, in his estimation, were just being obstinate. Ragnock's eyes burned with killing intent as he stared at the traitor. No orders were given. No one moved initially. Then, chaos erupted. The goblins understood the moment the recording played that they were finished. This was no longer a matter of confession or negotiation. The evidence was irrefutable. The wizards reacted immediately. The 4 heads of house struck first. Spells flew from their wands in rapid succession. Snape flicked his wand sharply, and his signature Sectum Semper curse tore through the air. One goblin didn't even have time to react before being violently thrown back. Lucius Malfoy, witnessing this, laughed appreciatively. Severus, your skill is as formidable as ever. Snape glanced briefly at Lucius but remained silent, continuing his methodical assault on the goblin forces. Lucius understood Snape's taciturn nature and didn't take offense. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he drew his wand and sent a powerful curse flying toward another target. Professor McGonagall's eyes showed a flicker of reluctance initially. But after dodging one goblin's desperate attack, her resolve hardened. Showing mercy here would accomplish nothing. McGonagall was compassionate, but she was no naive idealist. Those who had survived the dark days of the First Wizarding War were never soft-hearted when necessary. Professor Sprout, despite her typically cheerful demeanor and somewhat comical wide-brimmed hat, dispatched goblins with ruthless efficiency. Her wand movements were faster and more decisive than her usual herb pruning techniques. Professor Flitwick, the diminutive dueling champion, was even more impressive. His wand moved with machine-like precision, unleashing an astonishing variety of spells in rapid succession. No one dared approach his combat zone, fearing they'd be caught in the devastating crossfire. He engaged 7 goblins simultaneously, a calm smile on his face throughout. His almost cheerful demeanor even impressed Erwin. Besides the 4 heads of house, the patriarchs of the pureblood families also fought with enthusiasm. Opportunities for legally sanctioned combat were exceptionally rare. Even without using unforgivable curses, the satisfaction was immense. The distinguished wizards Erwin had specifically invited, all renowned throughout the magical world, were no ordinary combatants. They moved with incredible speed and efficiency, as though competing for targets. The Cavendish family wizards, all wearing identical formal robes, engaged the goblins using a specific tactical formation. Even amidst the fiercest combat, they maintained their structured arrangement perfectly. Positioned in a modified square formation, the wizards in the front row constructed defensive barriers while the second and third rows launched coordinated attacks. After each volley, the rear ranks rotated forward seamlessly. The assault continued relentlessly without pause, an unbreakable shield paired with overwhelming offense. Furthermore, any wizard capable of sensing magical signatures would discover that their power was interconnected, functioning as a unified whole. This was the ward formation technique Erwin had learned from Old Tom, the only advanced formation he'd successfully mastered. Despite Old Tom's patient instruction, Erwin simply couldn't grasp more complex runic theory. This operation served dual purposes, destroying Gringotts and training his forces. Such opportunities were rare. They had powerful support now, but the next time they deployed, it would be in a life-or-death battle with no room for practice. As for the Auror squads from the Ministry of Magic, they wouldn't even get a chance to participate. There simply weren't enough goblins to engage everyone. Ragnarok watched his people fall one by one, his eyes filled with grief and impotent rage. "Erwin Cavendish, you deserve death." With that declaration, Ragnarok raised his hand and fired a bolt of sickly green light directly at Erwin, the killing curse. Erwin stood motionless, making no attempt to dodge. A spectral shield materialized before him. Ragnarok's curse struck the phantom barrier directly, producing a sharp, crystalline sound. The shield's form flickered but held firm, completely intact. Seeing Ragnarok attack Erwin directly, a surge of intense killing intent erupted from every wizard present, the four heads of house, the pureblood representatives, and the Cavendish forces alike. Erwin raised one hand. "Continue dealing with the other goblins." The wizards nodded acknowledgement. No one objected to his command. Erwin turned his attention to Ragnarok, whose face displayed utter disbelief. He smiled coldly. "Why bother with futile gestures? You should take a proper look at the situation. Look at your people. If this continues, your entire race will be extinct." Ragnarok scanned his surroundings frantically. The marble floor was littered with goblin bodies. Not a single wizard lay among the dead. The assembled wizards displayed their overwhelming superiority, these magical beings simply couldn't match them. This was humanity's power, the reason magical creatures had been subjugated for centuries. Wizards had long since reached the pinnacle of magical development, and they possessed numbers. That combination was why they'd subdued even divine beings one by one. Ragnarok's face twisted with grief and fury. "Why? Why must you force us to this extreme? We've been obedient. Why won't you leave us any path to survival?" Erwin offered no answer. In truth, Erwin harbored no personal hatred toward goblins. Though he believed those of different species inevitably had divergent interests, that philosophical position wasn't why he was attacking them today. He moved against them for one simple reason: these goblins were blocking his strategic objectives. Only by controlling Britain's financial infrastructure could Erwin gradually expand his sphere of influence throughout the wizarding world. Therefore, those who stood in his way had to be eliminated, regardless of whether they were innocent in any meaningful sense. Chapter 445, The Day the Goblins Perished. Erwin's footsteps echoed through the suddenly silent grand hall of Gringotts. With each step he took toward the sole remaining goblin, Ragnarok, another goblin's life ended behind him. By the time Erwin stood directly before the elderly administrator, the heavy, metallic scent of blood was the only presence that remained besides the survivors. The wizards ceased fighting, standing among the fallen and watching the confrontation intently. The oppressive silence was broken only by Ragnarok's ragged, grief-stricken breathing. Professor McGonagall moved closer to Snape. "Severus, is it wise to let him approach alone?" Snape's gaze remained fixed on Erwin. "He is Erwin Cavendish. He never acts unless he's absolutely certain of the outcome." McGonagall said nothing more, simply watching the young men who commanded such absolute loyalty. Erwin looked down at the defeated goblin. "It's over now. You have no remaining cards to play. The traitor is dead as well." He gestured vaguely toward the body of Griphook, whom Erwin had dealt with personally moments earlier when the goblin attempted to flee. "He knew too much," Erwin stated flatly. Ragnarok looked from the traitor's corpse to Erwin's impassive face. "What do you truly want?" he rasped. "You need to determine that yourself," Erwin replied calmly. "You know precisely why I spared you. Open the remaining vaults. You understand perfectly well that right now, you have no other leverage. Open them, and I'll grant you a dignified end." "Why?" Ragnarok demanded, his voice cracking. "What is your ultimate purpose in all this scheming?" "You still don't understand," Erwin said, his voice carrying cold clarity. "I intended to act against you eventually, but the opportunity was provided by your own actions. If not for your insatiable greed, I wouldn't have found this justification. Everything that happened today is the direct result of your choices. Ragnarok fell silent, knowing Erwin spoke the truth. If they hadn't been so rapaciously greedy, they wouldn't have left evidence. They wouldn't have given Erwin a legitimate pretext to destroy Gringotts. A genocide at the hands of wizards. A debt paid in blood for their avarice. Erwin didn't pressure him further. His purpose in sparing Ragnarok was straightforward: only senior goblins possessed the knowledge to open the deepest vaults. Otherwise, Ragnarok would have died with the rest. Look at these bodies, Ragnarok suddenly laughed, a bitter, broken sound. Yes, we were greedy. But so are you, Erwin. From the moment your communications network and credit system appeared, your objective was transparent: to seize control of the wizarding world's wealth. You want economic dominance over everything. Erwin nodded, offering no denial. The goblins had always possessed sharp instincts for financial matters. Many in the wizarding world saw through his long-term intentions, yet they were powerless to prevent it. At least for now, his system was convenient for everyone. Ragnarok glared at him with pure, concentrated hatred. I won't open them. Even Dumbledore couldn't force those vaults open. Let those treasures rot in Gringotts forever. They'll never be yours. You've miscalculated, Erwin. When that wealth becomes permanently inaccessible, I guarantee those currently following you will turn against you. Ragnarok stared at Erwin intently, desperately hoping to see anger or frustration, any sign that his final defiance had struck home. To his profound disappointment, a slight smile touched Erwin's lips. Ragnarok, what exactly is your contingency plan? Erwin asked softly. Those young goblins you evacuated beforehand. You believe that as long as they survive, your race isn't truly extinct. Ragnarok's expression collapsed. How? How could you possibly know? Erwin's laugh sent chills through everyone present. I must admit, goblin talent is remarkable. Even your young demonstrate frightening aptitude for apparition. But I wonder if your physiology affects your reasoning capacity, or if your brain size simply imposes limitations. Did you genuinely believe that sending them to goblin communities in Germany would keep them safe? Don't you realize I am the acknowledged master of the acolytes? Ragnarok's face drained of all color. What did you do to them? Open the vaults, Erwin said, his voice dropping to a deadly whisper. That is your only remaining option, Ragnarok. I don't have time to waste on negotiations. Open them, or face complete extinction. Ragnarok's face contorted as he wrestled with the impossible choice. Erwin began counting deliberately. 3. 2. Just as Erwin prepared to say 1, Ragnarok's mental defenses shattered completely. I'll open them. I'll open them immediately. Please, let them go. Ragnarok sobbed. Erwin smiled without warmth. A wise choice. Ragnarok slumped in defeat and turned toward the vault systems, his movements those of a broken creature. Erwin followed close behind. As they passed the imprisoned dragon that Gringotts kept as a deterrent, Erwin paused briefly. Patience. I'll arrange your release shortly. Hearing his voice, the dragon, which had been roaring in fury moments before, suddenly fell silent, as though recognizing something in Erwin's tone. Erwin's smile widened slightly. He watched as Ragnarok opened each vault systematically. Gold, ancient artifacts, and priceless magical treasures gleamed in the torchlight, revealing the true extent of Gringotts' accumulated wealth. After the final vault was unsealed, Ragnarok turned to Erwin with desperate, fragile hope. I've opened them all. Surely now you'll spare the children. Erwin's expression remained cold and merciless. Unfortunately, you made your decision too late. If you'd cooperated immediately, I might have been able to stop the operation. Ragnarok's eyes widened in horror. You. Before he could finish, an invisible blade of compressed magic sliced cleanly through his throat. Ragnarok collapsed backward, his eyes wide and unseeing, dying with the knowledge of complete betrayal. The purple lotus mark flared briefly on Erwin's arm, a communication seal connecting him to his distant operatives. Far away in Germany, Charlotte stood over the body of the last young goblin evacuee. My lord, the task is complete. Erwin severed the magical connection without ceremony. He would not permit the goblins to survive. Their talent for magic was genuinely extraordinary, and they were no longer useful to his purposes. They would make poor servants even if subjugated, and house elves already filled that role adequately. Erwin refused to risk being attacked from behind by survivors nursing blood feuds during the final confrontation. He would accept the role of executioner if necessary, regardless of how others might judge his ruthlessness. No matter the cost, Erwin would eliminate every potential threat to his ultimate objectives. Chapter 446, Gringotts, the End of an Era. Erwin took one final look at Ragnarok's corpse lying on the cold stone floor. Shaking his head slightly, he moved toward the dragon's reinforced enclosure. With a swift spell, he released the captive creature, granting it freedom after years of brutal imprisonment. Walking out into Gringotts' main hall, Erwin found the floor covered with bodies, the air thick with the coppery scent of spilled blood. He stood motionless in the center of the carnage for a long moment, releasing a heavy sigh. One general's success is built upon 10,000 bones. This was the path he had chosen, a landscape constructed from mountains of the dead and rivers flowing with blood. He had understood this intellectually, but confronting the visceral reality still troubled his conscience. He wasn't a heartless machine, nor did he lack fundamental human feeling. More significantly, Erwin knew today was merely the beginning. If reincarnation existed, he would likely face 1,000 calamities in his next life for the actions he'd taken today. But he'd had no alternative. The goblins were effectively extinct now, the few survivors elsewhere would amount to nothing more than scattered refugees, powerless and broken. Erwin stepped through the shattered entrance of Gringotts. The streets were packed with wizards who had gathered upon hearing the commotion. He glanced back at the building's imposing facade, remembering his first visit to the vaults years ago. He'd never imagined standing here as the architect of Gringotts' destruction. His amethyst wand appeared in his hand with a flick of his wrist. He swept it forward decisively. A powerful curse slammed into the legendary bronze doors, shattering them with a thunderous crash that echoed through Diagon Alley. "Tom," Erwin commanded, his voice steady and authoritative. "Organize systematic inventory of all vaults. Return property to rightful owners wherever possible. As for abandoned vaults and those without identifiable heirs, the Cavendish family will establish a charitable fund, cooperating with our existing business network to provide aid to wizards in genuine need. Whether adults seeking opportunities or students requiring educational support, anyone meeting reasonable criteria may apply for assistance." Old Tom nodded. This had been part of the strategic plan from the beginning, it came as no surprise to him. The crowd of assembled wizards gasped collectively. They understood exactly how vast Gringotts' accumulated wealth was, and the sheer magnitude of resources Erwin was pledging to redistribute. Professor McGonagall and the other heads of house watched with evident satisfaction. Whatever Erwin's underlying motives might be, this public commitment justified their assistance today. Erwin approached the prominent figures he had specifically invited to witness the operation. "Thank you for your invaluable assistance today." They waved off his gratitude with practiced humility. "No thanks necessary, Lord Cavendish. We were simply fulfilling our duty." The goblins had gone far beyond acceptable boundaries, another agreed firmly. They brought this outcome upon themselves. "The Cavendish family has restored proper order to our community," a third added with approval. Erwin inclined his head respectfully. "I only did what circumstances demanded. Without your support, this intervention would have been considerably more difficult." The carefully calibrated flattery worked perfectly. The assembled wizards visibly swelled with pride and satisfaction. After exchanging several more polite pleasantries, they began dispersing to spread word of what they'd witnessed. The Cavendish wizards and pureblood family representatives departed shortly afterward. Finally, Erwin approached the four heads of house, who had remained behind. Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, Professor Sprout, and Godfather. "Thank you for coming when I needed you." Flitwick and Sprout smiled warmly at him. McGonagall stepped forward, reaching up to smooth Erwin's slightly disheveled hair with maternal affection. "You've shouldered a heavy burden today, my boy. I never fully realized how audacious the goblins had become. If you hadn't been thoroughly prepared, this could have ended catastrophically." Erwin's expression sobered. "Those of different species cannot ultimately share our interests, Professor. Even with the ancient treaties binding them, their greed would inevitably have led to more serious transgressions. It was fortunate we acted decisively, before they could precipitate a major crisis." McGonagall nodded slowly, processing the implications. "I suppose you're right. Does this mean the British wizarding community can finally achieve some stability?" She looked at him meaningfully, and Erwin understood the deeper question. "Yes, Professor. The major disruptions should be concluded. Speaking of which, the Hogwarts term begins soon. I'm genuinely looking forward to returning." "As am I," McGonagall replied with a warm chuckle. "In a few days, the school owls will deliver your supply list and course materials. Don't forget to acquire everything you'll need." Erwin offered a slight bow. "Of course, Professor. I'm no longer the unprepared first-year student who arrived with nothing." "Indeed not," McGonagall agreed fondly, gesturing at his height. "Back then, you only came up to here. Now you're nearly as tall as I am." "I expect I'll match your height before the winter holidays," Erwin responded with a genuine grin. McGonagall patted his shoulder affectionately. "I look forward to witnessing that. We should be going now, we've all had quite enough excitement for one day." With synchronized cracks of apparition, the three professors departed, grateful for the transportation privileges Erwin had specifically granted them. It was infinitely more convenient than relying on Dumbledore's complex authorization protocols. Erwin turned to Snape, who had remained behind. "Godfather, would you join me for a meal? I think we've earned it." Snape hesitated only briefly. Very well. Let's go. In a private dining room within the Cavendish ancestral mansion, they sat at a table laden with expertly prepared dishes. Erwin didn't stand on ceremony, he began eating with genuine appetite, bowl of rice in one hand and chopsticks moving efficiently in the other. A rare expression of tenderness crossed Snape's usually stern features. Eat more slowly. You'll choke at that pace. Erwin swallowed his current mouthful. Godfather, you have no idea how exhausting today was. These political maneuvers take a genuine toll, even when they succeed perfectly. Snape placed a choice piece of meat into Erwin's bowl. Next time, delegate more of the burden to me. I can handle the unpleasant work. Erwin's chuckle lacked genuine humor. There won't be a next time quite like this, Godfather. Today was essentially a controlled skirmish. The real life or death struggles are still ahead of us. You'll need to exercise extreme caution then, it won't be as straightforward as today's operation. Snape's eyes hardened with fierce resolve. Then I'll clear every obstacle from your path. Whatever stands in your way will fall before you reach it. Erwin paused, chopsticks hovering midair. His voice became serious and direct. Godfather, if genuine danger emerges, promise me something. Your survival comes first. Always prioritize your own life. Chapter 447, A Strategic Visit to Azkaban. Snape nodded casually, but judging from his expression, Erwin knew his godfather wasn't taking the warning as seriously as he should. However, Erwin didn't press the issue further. Having absorbed countless narratives, films, series, novels across multiple genres, Erwin understood a grim truth: when reality begins operating on narrative logic rather than rational cause and effect, tragedy often waits in the wings. Erwin didn't care deeply for many people, but Snape was an absolute exception. That was precisely why Erwin had made extensive preparations long ago. Snape remained blissfully unaware that every black teaching robe in his office, his personal wand, his laboratory equipment, and even the enchanted bag he carried daily, all contained Erwin's protective contingencies. Erwin had mentally simulated every conceivable tragedy and systematically eliminated the vulnerabilities. He could guarantee with absolute confidence that as long as he drew breath, Severus Snape would remain safe. Erwin was fiercely protective of this man, second only to Old Tom in his affections, and absolutely refused to permit cheap narrative tragedy. Unless Erwin himself fell first, those he cherished would endure. After finishing their substantial meal, Erwin picked up a napkin and dabbed at his lips. So, Godfather, how was your extended operation in America? Snape's expression shifted to serious contemplation. Highly irregular. Based on your intelligence, I encountered expected resistance from the targeted families, but there was no coordinated support from their traditional backers. If your information is accurate, and it always has been, that pattern is extremely illogical. The Demos family has no strategic reason to simply observe while their subsidiary operations are systematically eliminated. He paused, frowning deeply. Unless they've already written them off as acceptable losses. Or perhaps, they've been forced to consolidate what remains of their scattered resources. Erwin leaned back thoughtfully. I believe they're currently preoccupied with something more pressing than colonial holdings. Preoccupied? Snape asked, clearly puzzled. What do you mean specifically? I'm not entirely certain yet, Erwin admitted candidly. I have a strong intuition that something significant has occurred within the Demos family's power structure, but my intelligence operatives can't isolate the specific event. Unless I travel there personally to investigate, which I currently don't have time for. Snape's frown deepened. You're suggesting the Demos family might be facing an internal crisis? That would certainly explain their uncharacteristic passivity regarding my activities. Precisely, Erwin confirmed. It's the only logical explanation that fits the observed pattern. But don't concern yourself excessively, Godfather. I'll have my people conduct deeper investigation. We'll eventually determine what's happening. Snape nodded, though concern remained evident. The term begins very soon. Don't go herring off to America yourself, let your operatives handle the intelligence gathering. If they prove unsuccessful, I'll make the trip myself when my schedule permits. You stay safely here. Erwin smiled, recognizing Snape's protective instinct. Don't worry, Godfather. I understand my limitations clearly. I have absolutely no intention of confronting them directly at this juncture. Snape hesitated, his gaze becoming intense and searching. Erwin, I don't know the full scope of what you're planning for the future, but remember what I said, anything you cannot safely handle yourself, delegate to me. Don't take unnecessary personal risks. Erwin's expression softened genuinely. I won't die easily, Godfather, I promise you that. Speaking of upcoming events, is the Triwizard Tournament definitely proceeding this year? Although Erwin knew the original timeline was likely thoroughly disrupted by now, he wanted Snape's direct confirmation. If the tournament structure had shifted significantly, Erwin would need to adjust his own strategic planning accordingly. Snape nodded affirmatively. According to Dumbledore's recent communications, yes. Though technically speaking, it's no longer the Triwizard Tournament, it's been restructured as a four-nations tournament. Britain will host as expected, but there's an additional participant, a delegation from the Eastern magical communities. Erwin's eyes widened slightly. The Eastern communities. They're actually sending representatives. You didn't know. Snape appeared confused. Weren't you the one who personally delivered correspondence indicating that students from Kunlun would be attending Hogwarts for an exchange term? Erwin shook his head. I delivered sealed diplomatic correspondence, I had no knowledge of its specific contents. Why have they suddenly decided to participate after centuries of isolation? Dumbledore didn't provide detailed explanation, Snape replied. But apparently they should arrive when the term officially begins. Their magical tradition is fundamentally different from Western practices. We've had virtually no substantive interaction with the Eastern magical communities throughout recorded history, this will be unprecedented. From what limited information exists, their magical capabilities are formidable. If you can establish genuine rapport with those students, it could prove extremely beneficial. Erwin smiled slightly. I'm reasonably confident in that area, Godfather. I learned a great deal during my time studying in the East. I developed good relationships with several Kunlun disciples during that period. Excellent, Snape said approvingly. The tournament hasn't been held in generations. By traditional participation standards, you're likely too young to compete officially. This time, you can simply be a spectator and observe. Erwin didn't respond immediately. A spectator? Absolutely not. He was going to see his former mentor, and that meeting would require careful preparation. As for circumventing the Goblet of Fire's age restrictions, if Barty Crouch Jr. could manage that deception in the original timeline, Erwin was entirely confident he could accomplish the same feat with superior execution. After seeing Snape off with appropriate ceremony, Erwin returned to his private study. He needed to plan his tournament strategy with meticulous care. Primarily, he needed to determine exactly how to handle the inevitable confrontation with Voldemort. Although Erwin no longer feared the Dark Lord in terms of raw magical power, a primal psychological wariness remained. His relationship with Voldemort was genuinely complicated. Initially, Erwin had viewed Tom Riddle, the infamous Mr. Noseless, purely as a strategic asset to exploit, a source of significant tactical benefits. But after genuine interaction, especially during his first year when Voldemort had taught him advanced magic and demonstrated what seemed like authentic concern for his development, Erwin had experienced unexpected guilt. More importantly, Erwin genuinely envied certain aspects of Voldemort's accumulated power. As one of the most formidable dark wizards in recorded history, Voldemort offered assets Erwin could potentially utilize, his personal magical strength and the network of Death Eaters. They represented valuable resources if properly managed. Speaking of Death Eaters, Azkaban's fall was approaching on the timeline. Before that inevitable event, should he make a preliminary visit? Erwin began considering the logistics seriously. He'd contemplated this operation for some time, but hadn't executed it due to the logistical challenges and potential damage to his carefully cultivated public image. But now, Britain was entirely under his effective control. The political considerations had fundamentally changed. It was time to make that trip. After all, Azkaban held far more than just Death Eaters, it contained an entire army of experienced dark wizards waiting to be claimed and redirected. Chapter 448, Acquisition of Disposable Assets. Among the imprisoned Death Eaters, numerous individuals possessed genuine talent. Put simply, if Erwin had to choose one wizard to recruit and develop, he wouldn't select a recent Hogwarts graduate. He would choose a convict from Azkaban without hesitation. The reasoning was straightforward. First, their demonstrated capabilities, only the most dangerous criminals were sent to Azkaban in the first place. They possessed combat experience honed through desperate circumstances and genuine life-or-death conflicts. Second, their psychological conditioning, most dark wizards weren't born into privilege and comfort. They'd been driven to extremes by circumstances, forced to fight ruthlessly for every scrap of dignity and survival. The only significant problem with Azkaban prisoners was the loyalty question. But Erwin didn't require their loyalty in any traditional sense. The most effective method of controlling such individuals was through overwhelming superior force. Coincidentally, that was precisely what Erwin possessed in abundance. Having resolved that strategic question, Erwin finalized his decision. He needed to visit Azkaban and recruit some expendable combatants. They would prove invaluable during upcoming operations. A brief word to Old Tom, and the Ministry of Magic promptly issued Erwin an official Azkaban access authorization. Erwin departed alone, traveling to the desolate coastline. He gazed across the grey water toward the distant, forbidding island. A bone-chilling wind swept across the rocky shore, making abundantly clear this was no recreational destination. This was Azkaban, the wizarding world's most notorious prison, sometimes grimly referred to as the Fifth Hogwarts House by those with dark humor. This time, Erwin chose not to apparate directly. He'd never physically visited before and didn't possess the precise spatial coordinates required for safe arrival. He also elected not to fly. The prison's guards were dementors, and while they posed no genuine threat to his capabilities, their proximity generated profound cold that was distinctly unpleasant to endure. This was the perfect opportunity to employ his rarely used Patronus charm. Erwin waved his wand with practiced ease. His Patronus materialized before him, taking the distinctive form of a giant panda. The relationship between animagus forms and patronusas was genuinely peculiar in his case. Typically, the two magical manifestations were closely linked. You could potentially alter a Patronus through significant emotional development, but an animagus form remained permanently fixed. Most wizards who mastered both abilities developed their animagus transformation based on their established Patronus. But Erwin's situation was fundamentally unique. His animagus ability, inherited directly from Helga Hufflepuff's ancient magic, allowed transformation into various magical creatures, setting him apart from conventional limitations from the very beginning. As for his Patronus, theoretically, there were significant restrictions on who could produce one. Wizards like Voldemort, thoroughly steeped in dark magic and countless murders, fundamentally could not cast the charm successfully. This was precisely why Azkaban employed Dementors as guards. The prisoners held there were essentially incapable of producing patronusas to defend themselves. Yet despite having killed numerous individuals himself, Erwin had mastered the charm without difficulty. His Patronus was remarkably substantial and powerful. The silvery panda stood 3 meters tall, a massive wall of protective light. Seeing the enormous creature lunge forward enthusiastically for an affectionate embrace, Erwin quickly stepped back. A hug from a spirit construct that size would probably crush him despite its incorporeal nature. Did the panda have no concept of its own scale? It paused, looking unexpectedly pitiful, stealing hopeful glances at him. Erwin sighed and stepped forward to pat the panda's substantial belly. He wanted to pet its head affectionately, but couldn't physically reach that high. He settled for giving its fur a vigorous rub instead. The texture felt wrong, increasingly substantial and tangible. The panda's body was becoming progressively more physical, the silvery fur impossibly realistic to the touch. Ebony, Erwin's shape-shifting familiar perched on his shoulder, suddenly jumped down. It observed the panda with evident curiosity, circling the larger creature thoughtfully. Before Erwin could react to the potential confrontation, Ebony lunged forward and sank its teeth decisively into the panda's leg, tearing away a wisp of silvery white mist. Profound silence fell across the shoreline. Erwin froze, prepared to intervene in what he assumed would be a conflict between his magical companions, but the situation developed too rapidly. Ebony chewed the captured mist experimentally and swallowed it whole, seemingly savoring the taste. The panda stared blankly at its own injured thigh, processing what had just occurred. Then it sat down heavily on the rocky ground and burst into tears, yes, actual tears. Erwin watched in fascination as silvery white mist condensed into luminous droplets, striking the ground before evaporating into nothingness. It was raw Patronus energy made tangible and then dispersing. What in Merlin's name? Erwin muttered. At that precise moment, Ebony began transforming. Wisps of silvery white mist emanated from its body as it cycled through various forms: phoenix, unicorn, basilisk. With each transformation, the surrounding mist grew progressively thicker and more concentrated. Finally, it returned to its preferred feline form, now rendered entirely in silver light, identical to the Patronus manifestation. Then, with a vigorous shake of its body, the accumulated mist vanished completely, returning Ebony to its original appearance. The panda stopped crying abruptly. It approached Ebony cautiously, sniffing with evident curiosity and confusion. A hint of innocent bewilderment flickered in Ebony's usually knowing eyes. Erwin realized something potentially significant. Ebony, you can absorb magical energy directly. Not exclusively blood and life force. Ebony made an uncertain sound, somewhere between acknowledgement and confusion. You're not certain yourself? Interesting. I'll arrange test subjects for you. If you can genuinely absorb energy beyond vital essences, I have something considerably more valuable for you to consume. Erwin patted the still sniffling panda consolingly, offering perfunctory words of comfort. The massive creature obediently lowered itself, and Erwin climbed onto its broad back for transport toward Azkaban. He couldn't afford to worry excessively about his national treasure guardian spirit right now. He needed to locate Dementors immediately to test whether Ebony could truly absorb all forms of magical energy indiscriminately. If that hypothesis proved correct, Ebony's strategic utility might exceed even Erwin's most optimistic projections. The luminous panda glided swiftly across the dark water's surface, leaving trails of silvery light in its wake. Erwin landed on the island's rocky shore, where a single imposing multi-story structure dominated the landscape. The building was subdivided into countless individual cells, each topped with heavy iron bars. Behind those bars were people, or what remained of them after years of imprisonment. Chapter 449, Descent into Azkaban. The instant Erwin stepped into the main cell block, the inmates erupted into chaotic frenzy. It was a synchronized, terrifying wave of desperate movement. Prisoners threw themselves violently against their iron bars, skeletal arms thrusting through the narrow gaps, fingers clawing desperately at empty air. Their eyes, sunken deep in gaunt faces and burning with feverish intensity, locked onto Erwin with singular, maddened hunger. He didn't need to speculate about their desires. In this place of absolute despair, he represented something precious: life, hope, sustenance. A fragment of light in a realm constructed entirely from decaying souls and abandoned futures. Erwin swept a coldly disdainful gaze across the wretched figures. They were uniformly filthy, caked in accumulated grime and physical manifestations of despair, their minds systematically shattered by years of relentless isolation beneath the Dementor's oppressive influence. In Azkaban, mere survival was a luxury reserved exclusively for those who could sustain an unwavering Patronus indefinitely. The Dementors offered only one form of mercy, the kiss that would leave you an empty, soulless shell continuing to breathe without consciousness. The prisoners snarled incoherently, baring yellowed, broken teeth, but their frenzied aggression was abruptly cut short by a sudden, severe drop in ambient temperature. A profoundly chilling aura descended from the darkness overhead. Instantly, the prisoners recoiled violently, scrambling back into the deepest shadows of their cells. They curled into trembling, fetal positions, desperately attempting to become invisible and beneath notice. Erwin, however, remained perfectly motionless and unaffected. The massive silver panda beneath him emitted steady, comforting radiance. The oppressive supernatural cold dissipated completely before it could touch Erwin, repelled effortlessly by the powerful protective magic. High in the shadowed ceiling spaces, the Dementors hovered uncertainly, their tattered cowled forms shifting with what might have been confusion or wariness. They sensed the impenetrable barrier surrounding this wizard and instinctively recognized they should not approach. Echoing footsteps approached along the stone corridor. A squad of prison aurors emerged from the gloom, their official cloaks noticeably tattered and their faces bearing expressions of profound grimness. These were the rejects, the outcasts, wizards assigned to permanent guard duty within these cursed walls following their effective exile from mainstream ministry positions. They were survivors of the systematic purge that had followed the Cavendish family's comprehensive consolidation of political power. They recognized Erwin immediately. Varied expressions flickered across their weathered faces as they stopped before him, unconcealed fear, bitter resentment, and desperate, almost pathetic hope. They perceived him not merely as an unusual visitor, but potentially as their only realistic means of escape from this frozen hell. One man stepped forward deliberately, clearly the senior officer present. He was a former loyalist of the previous Auror Office Director, a man whose promising career had been abruptly terminated when Erwin's expanding influence fundamentally reshaped ministry power structures. His hatred was palpable, a tangible thing, bitter resentment for the comfortable life he'd permanently lost. Still, he clearly wasn't actively suicidal. "Mr. Cavendish," the guard stated formally, his voice tight with suppressed emotion. "This is Azkaban prison. Your presence here requires explicit official authorization. I must ask you to depart immediately unless you can provide proper documentation." Erwin didn't bother with verbal response. He simply tossed a sealed envelope in the guard's direction. The men caught it reflexively. He examined the prominent ministry seal suspiciously, then broke the wax and extracted the enclosed parchment. Inside was an official decree granting Erwin Cavendish absolute discretionary authority within the prison grounds, permission to go anywhere and do essentially anything without interference. It was administratively irregular, possibly even technically illegal under traditional protocols, but in the current political reality of the wizarding world, Erwin's documented will was effectively indistinguishable from law itself. The guard crumpled the parchment violently in his fist, knuckles whitening. "Very well, Mr. Cavendish. We will not interfere with your activities. Proceed as you see fit." He turned sharply to leave, gesturing curtly for his subordinates to follow. "Sir," one of the younger aurors whispered nervously, glancing at the hovering Dementors with obvious anxiety. "Shouldn't we, perhaps transfer the Dementors to a different section? For his safety." The senior guard froze mid-step. He spun around with frightening speed, his eyes like chips of glacial ice. "Watch your tongue carefully," he hissed with quiet venom. "He hasn't requested assistance, so why are you volunteering our services? You are an Auror of the ministry, not a Cavendish family servant. If you wish to grovel at their feet, make certain they actually want you first. Effective immediately, you are permanently reassigned to Dementor liaison duty." The younger Auror's face went deathly pale. "No, sir, please, I can't, those creatures." "Silence." The senior guard's murderous glare shut him up instantly. With a contemptuous scoff, the leader strode deeper into the shadowed corridor, vanishing into the oppressive gloom. The remaining Aurors exchanged grim, knowing looks. Several patted the terrified rookie on the shoulder with genuine sympathy. It was a genuinely brutal assignment. Even experienced, hardened Aurors struggled against prolonged Dementor exposure. The creature's presence progressively eroded one's magical reserves and emotional stability, making the Patronus charm increasingly difficult to maintain successfully over extended periods. Erwin ignored the entire exchange completely. His attention remained fixed on the shadows overhead where the Dementors congregated. He had brought an experimental meal for his companion Ebony, certainly. But the Dementors themselves represented the true strategic prize here. The underlying logic was elegantly simple: if a Dementor could successfully feed on the positive emotional energy comprising a Patronus, perhaps it could equally absorb energy from the opposite end of the magical spectrum. If this experimental hypothesis proved correct, these creatures might possess the capacity to siphon even divine-level power. If successful, Erwin wouldn't need to rely on elaborate schemes or mentally exhausting calculations for certain future objectives. He could simply deploy these creatures to perform the metaphysical devouring on his behalf. He looked up at the hovering, cloaked shapes, a cold, calculating glint in his eyes. Now, how exactly should he capture one for controlled testing? Chapter 450, The Dementor's Worst Nightmare. The Aurors assigned to Azkaban rotated guard duty on strict schedules, but no wizard remained on active duty for more than 3 consecutive days. It was an absolute operational necessity. Any longer exposure, and even trained Aurors would inevitably succumb to psychological breakdown and potential madness. It was a grim, extensively documented fact of service here. The senior guard's intent had been transparently clear: the reassigned Auror wouldn't be relieved on schedule. He was being deliberately left to deteriorate as punishment for his perceived insubordination. The unfortunate Auror glanced desperately at his departing colleagues, gritted his teeth in resolution, and hesitated only briefly before turning and sprinting directly toward Erwin's position. His survival and sanity depended entirely on leaving this frozen hell alongside the Cavendish heir, or he would very soon become a raving lunatic like the prisoners he guarded. He skidded to an abrupt halt beside Erwin and dropped immediately to his knees on the cold stone floor. "Lord Cavendish, I pledge my complete loyalty to you, my life itself as bond. Please, I beg you, take me away from this cursed place." Erwin looked down at the kneeling men, his lip curling with barely concealed disdain. The Auror was reasonably competent by ordinary professional standards, certainly. But compared to Erwin's experience with the raw power of true pureblood retainers and the disciplined, terrifying might of his own household forces, this man was barely worth serious consideration. Accepting a nominal ministry Auror into his service would create bureaucratic complications, and Erwin generally avoided unnecessary administrative headaches. He was preparing to dismiss the men outright when his eyes caught the drifting shadows of Dementors hovering overhead. A sudden thought crystallized. If he ascended to pursue and capture them directly, the operation would prove difficult and energy-intensive. But if they willingly descended to ground level? Erwin looked back at the still kneeling supplicant. "You swear you would genuinely give your life in my service?" The Auror's eyes lit up with desperate hope. He interpreted the question as implicit acceptance of his offer. "Yes, my lord. Everything I possess, everything I am, belongs to you." "Excellent," Erwin nodded with apparent satisfaction. "Then prove your worth immediately. I require you to lure the Dementors down to this level." The Auror's blood ran cold. He looked up at the hovering specters in undisguised terror. "Lure them? How exactly am I supposed to accomplish that?" "By deliberately recalling your happiest memories with complete focus and intensity," Erwin explained with clinical calm. "Begin now. Concentrate exclusively on joy and positive emotion. Don't worry about the consequences. I give you my word I'll protect you from serious harm." Cold sweat immediately beaded on the Auror's forehead. Deliberately drawing Dementor attention was an absolutely terrifying prospect. It violated every survival instinct developed through years of service here. However, the promise of finally escaping Azkaban proved an overwhelmingly powerful motivator. He chose to trust in the Cavendish reputation, or more accurately, in the Cavendish family's well-documented pattern of substantially rewarding genuinely useful subordinates. He closed his eyes tightly, desperately searching through his accumulated memories for moments of authentic happiness. Unfortunately, after years immersed in the wizarding world's perpetual conflicts and political maneuvering, genuine joy had become an increasingly rare commodity in his life. His clearest happy memories dated back to his Hogwarts student days, a rather pathetic testament to the trajectory his adult life had followed. As he deliberately immersed himself in those distant, precious feelings of youthful contentment, the Dementors hovering overhead suddenly went absolutely still. Their hooded, eyeless heads tilted downward in perfect synchronization, drawn irresistibly by this sudden beacon of warmth and positive emotion manifesting in their cold, dark domain. Erwin subtly gestured for his Patronus to retreat strategically, deliberately removing the imposing protective presence that had been keeping the Dementors at cautious distance. The moment that supernatural barrier lifted, the creatures descended rapidly, sweeping toward the kneeling Auror like starving vultures spotting fresh prey. "Lord Cavendish, save me. Please," the men shrieked desperately, his fragile resolve shattering instantly under the approaching terror. Erwin remained perfectly motionless, observing with detached clinical interest. The optimal time to successfully capture a Dementor was precisely while it was actively feeding, completely distracted by consuming its prey's emotional essence. The Auror collapsed completely, his panicked screams cutting off into choked, strangled sobs as the supernatural cold enveloped him entirely. His eyes glazed over as the Dementor began its feeding process. Erwin moved with perfect timing. He gestured sharply to Ebony, his shape-shifting familiar. The creature instantly transformed into its massive panda configuration and lunged forward with surprising grace, pinning one feeding Dementor firmly to the frozen stone floor with a single enormous, glowing paw. A tremendous surge of concentrated silvery white Patronus energy exploded outward from the point of contact, violently scattering the other opportunistic Dementors back into the protective shadows. The captured creature writhed desperately, its tattered dark cloak actually sizzling and smoking where the paw maintained contact. The traumatized aura lay twitching on the ground nearby, eyes vacant and radiating pure, primal terror, the psychological aftermath of partial Dementor feeding. Erwin casually tossed a piece of high-quality chocolate onto the snow-covered stone beside the man. "Eat that. It will help considerably." The aura scrambled for the chocolate with shaking hands, tearing frantically at the wrapper and wolfing down the restorative treat as though his life depended on it, which, psychologically speaking, it rather did. Erwin paid him no further attention whatsoever. He crouched beside the trapped, struggling Dementor, studying it with intense clinical curiosity and scientific fascination. He used a conjured rod to carefully lift the creature's tattered, grayish-black outer cloak. The fabric looked like thoroughly waterlogged, rotting cloth, utterly repulsive to touch. Beneath it lay a skeletal frame covered in scabbed, decaying flesh, and a face completely devoid of recognizable features, just an empty, perpetually sucking void where a mouth should logically be. Erwin wrinkled his nose at the overwhelming stench of advanced decay and metaphysical corruption. Despite the revolting appearance, this creature was genuinely fascinating from a research perspective. It fed exclusively on positive emotions and joy, yet was itself composed entirely of concentrated despair and darkness. How exactly did it process that consumed emotional energy? How did it successfully siphon power from purely intangible, non-physical sources? The mechanism bore similarities to casting Avada Kedavra, which required a specific, intensely amplified emotional state, concentrated murderous intent channeled through proper wand movements. Dementors seemed to operate on comparable principles, relying on harvesting raw, primal emotion as their sustenance. It was a field of magical theory Erwin hadn't fully explored or understood yet. These creatures would make absolutely excellent research subjects for advancing that knowledge. He beckoned to Ebony, who had been observing from a short distance. The small, dark figure detached itself elegantly from the surrounding shadows and approached with eerie, predatory grace, ready to begin the experimental feeding process Erwin had planned. Chapter 451, A New Research Subject. Erwin gave a brief nod to Ebony. The shadowy familiar didn't hesitate, gliding silently toward the restrained Dementor. With a look of utter disdain at the creature's pathetic struggling, Ebony dispensed with its usual feeding method entirely. Instead, it simply opened its mouth wide and inhaled sharply. Erwin watched with fascination as wisps of grayish-black mist began rising from the Dementor's tattered form, spiraling directly into Ebony's open maw like smoke being drawn up a chimney. Erwin's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. The hypothesis was correct, it actually worked. As the dark energy was systematically absorbed, a faint aura of the same grayish-black haze began gathering visibly around Ebony's form, creating an eerie corona of captured despair. Erwin leaned forward with interest. The absorption is genuinely effective, then. Ebony released the Dementor, now noticeably diminished, and let out a distinctly satisfied burp. "Can you absorb more than that?" Erwin asked clinically. Ebony nodded, then offered a soft, complex meow that somehow conveyed multiple layers of sensation simultaneously. Erwin frowned thoughtfully, interpreting the response. "I see. It causes you discomfort, but you're still capable of ingesting it." Ebony nodded again, looking up at Erwin with an almost sheepish expression. The creature seemed genuinely worried that Erwin might view this limitation as some form of inadequacy or failure. Erwin chuckled warmly, reaching down to pat the shadowy familiar reassuringly. "Don't concern yourself, it's not a flaw on your part. This is merely a minor variable in the experimental parameters. This Dementor is just a test subject, after all. As long as you can successfully absorb the energy, that's sufficient for our purposes. The Dementor's essence itself isn't the priority here, divine power is what truly matters. For now, take some time to properly digest what you've consumed. I have other matters requiring attention, but will be departing shortly." Ebony nodded obediently and leaped gracefully onto the back of Erwin's Patronus, the massive silver panda, which had just reformed after its earlier exertions. The Patronus struggled to turn its enormous head, eyeing the dark shadow perched on its back with obvious wariness. The memory of Ebony's previous bite was evidently still fresh in its mind. Erwin then turned his attention to the Auror who had recovered somewhat from his traumatic Dementor encounter. The man was sitting upright now, though still visibly shaken. "You may accompany us when we depart," Erwin stated matter-of-factly. "Afterward, you'll have a choice, remain with the Cavendish family in whatever capacity suits your abilities, or return to your previous ministry duties. The decision will be yours." The Auror nodded hastily, understanding the implicit dynamics at play. Erwin utilized people's abilities strategically, certainly, but he also bestowed proportional rewards. More importantly, he seemed to genuinely attempt minimizing the moral weight of his actions by offering genuine choices rather than issuing absolute demands. It was a subtle distinction, but an important one. Erwin beckoned to his Patronus. The massive panda strolled over obligingly, carefully scooped up the weakened Dementor in its substantial paws, and positioned itself to follow Erwin. Moving through the prison corridors, Erwin systematically selected a handful of prisoners from various cells. He didn't offer lengthy explanations or attempt to justify his selections. He simply opened their cell doors with a wave of his wand and gestured for them to step out. The suddenly freed prisoners were utterly bewildered by this development. What? What is this? One demanded suspiciously. I can remove you from Azkaban, Erwin stated flatly, his tone brooking no argument. Someone will teach you the rules of your new arrangement. There's a ship waiting at the island's dock, they'll explain what comes next. One prisoner, a rough-looking wizard with scars covering half his face, sneered with obvious contempt. Why the hell should we listen to some pampered brat? Yeah, another chimed in aggressively. You think we're idiots, kid? Finally free, a third laughed harshly. Play your little games alone, boy. I'm getting out of here. Several prisoners, perhaps 10 in total, who looked particularly hardened and violent grinned at each other and turned to simply walk away, clearly dismissing Erwin as inconsequential. Erwin didn't speak. He made no threats or warnings. He simply allowed them to leave, watching impassively as they headed confidently toward the exit. The remaining prisoners watched this exchange with acute attention. Those who possessed sharper instincts could sense the terrifying magical power radiating subtly from the enormous Patronus. They recognized immediately that Erwin was far from an ordinary wizard, certainly not someone to be casually dismissed or antagonized. Seeing that none of the more cautious prisoners were attempting to flee, Erwin raised a single finger with deliberate calm. A beam of concentrated purple light shot from his fingertip, immediately splitting into roughly a dozen individual streaks in midair. Each one homed in unerringly on one of the departing prisoners with predatory precision. What the? One shouted, finally sensing danger. The first wizard struck by the violet light collapsed instantly, his face turning ashen gray as the life drained from his body. Bloody hell. The killing curse. That's impossible, a child, casting the killing curse silently and wandlessly. A purple killing curse, another cried out in utter panic, diving desperately for cover. What kind of magic is this? Run. Hide. The fleeing prisoners scattered frantically, but Erwin's expression remained one of cold disdain. The purple bolts of lethal energy curved impossibly in midair, tracking their designated targets with relentless determination. There were no dramatic screams, only the heavy, final thuds of bodies hitting the stone floor in rapid succession. The prisoners who had wisely chosen not to flee stared at Erwin, completely paralyzed by terror at what they'd just witnessed. Now then, Erwin said, his voice unnaturally calm and measured. Proceed to the shore. Board the waiting vessel. Personnel there will take care of your immediate needs and explain your new circumstances. The remaining wizards didn't hesitate for even a moment. They sprinted toward the shoreline with desperate urgency, terrified of the mysterious, homing purple curse that apparently defied every known law of magical combat. They couldn't comprehend why the killing curse appeared purple rather than the traditional sickly green, nor how it could impossibly curve around obstacles to track moving targets, but they understood one crucial fact with absolute clarity: disobedience meant immediate death. Within minutes, the courtyard stood empty of living prisoners except for roughly a dozen corpses scattered across the stones. Erwin didn't spare them even a passing glance. He simply mounted his Patronus and departed Azkaban without looking back. Back in Diagon Alley, Erwin chose not to dismiss his Patronus immediately. Instead, he instructed the massive panda to carefully transport the captured, and now significantly weakened, Dementor to a specialized research laboratory housed within Cavendish Tower. This particular facility was staffed by scholars and technical experts Erwin had personally recruited from the non-magical world. They possessed extensive knowledge of advanced physics, chemistry, and related scientific disciplines, expertise Erwin had specifically tasked with attempting to unravel the fundamental secrets underlying magical energy from an empirical, scientific perspective. Whether this unprecedented cross-disciplinary approach would yield useful results remained uncertain, but Erwin firmly believed the experiment was worth conducting. After all, every accomplished scientist, regardless of their specific field of specialization, was ultimately capable of producing miraculous breakthroughs when properly motivated and supported. Erwin then provided Old Tom with detailed instructions, essentially a comprehensive user manual for managing the newly acquired Azkaban prisoners. The directives were straightforward: utilize them as expendable assets according to operational requirements. They were, in the most clinical sense, disposable resources. If casualties occurred during missions, they could simply acquire replacements. At worst, they could systematically empty Azkaban's entire population. If the infamous prison were ultimately abandoned entirely, perhaps they could even develop it as some sort of macabre tourist attraction. After all, the wizarding community possessed a rather morbid fascination with the notorious facility. As for the practical question of how to effectively control these inherently dangerous prisoners, Erwin trusted old Tom completely to devise suitable containment methods. During the Cavendish family's operations in the non-magical world, they had frequently employed captives as expendable shock troops, often securing specialized restraint collars around their necks that could be triggered remotely. Now operating in the magical world, Erwin felt confident Tom would innovate creatively on that original methodology, adapting it for magical enforcement. He trusted Tom's abilities and tactical creativity without reservation. Chapter 452, Eastern Unrest. Meanwhile, deep within Kunlun's mountain sanctuary in China, Sunny Finch made her characteristically dramatic entrance with a deafening explosion of magical energy. Ha 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 ha. This lady has finally emerged, she crowed triumphantly, hands on her hips. You old-timers thought your little secret was so well hidden. Well, I still managed to uncover it. Sunny was mid-gloat when she suddenly felt several piercing, distinctly chilling gazes fix upon her with laser focus. She shuddered involuntarily, glancing around nervously. Every single senior instructor of Kunlun, and even the headmaster himself, was staring directly at her with varying expressions of disapproval. The headmaster's voice was dangerously soft. It appears Sunny Finch's understanding of proper respect for her elders remains inadequate. Perhaps we should help refresh her memory on appropriate behavior. Sunny's eyes widened in alarm. No. Headmaster, wait, I was wrong. I'm sorry. It was far too late for apologies. A piercing scream echoed throughout the misty mountains of Kunlun, disturbing flocks of birds from their roosts. The Kunlun students, going about their daily training routines, glanced briefly toward the direction of the distant screams. None of them seemed particularly concerned, in fact, they appeared entirely accustomed to such sounds. That voice, isn't that Sunny? One remarked casually. Who else could it possibly be? Another replied with a knowing grin. Any other disciple making that kind of commotion would have been dragged off by the discipline hall ages ago for disturbing the peace. She sounds like she's having a rough time. Serves her right. Haven't seen her in months, and the very first thing she does is cause a scene and disrespect the elders. True, but you have to admit, Sunny's methods and results are always completely unpredictable. Nobody can argue with her effectiveness when it matters. Enough about that drama. More importantly, are we still drawing lots this weekend to determine who gets selected for the exchange program? Yeah, I genuinely hope I get picked. I've never traveled abroad before in my entire life. None of us have, really. I desperately want to experience it. I heard there are actual ghosts roaming freely at Hogwarts. I wonder if that's genuinely true. I'd love to observe one with my own eyes and test my techniques. Actually, you might not even need to leave Kunlun to see spirits soon. Did you notice the Discipline Hall seniors deploying in full force recently? I heard there's been significant supernatural disturbance within our protected territories. Tell me more, what happened exactly? Apparently the National Protection Array has been malfunctioning intermittently, so some spirits in the mortal realm aren't being detected and neutralized properly anymore. One entity apparently grew powerful enough that by the time they finally noticed its presence, it had already become a genuine threat. A senior instructor had to personally descend the mountain to deal with it. Seriously? That's concerning. Should be accurate, the official news was suppressed by the administration, but rumors leaked out anyway through the younger disciples. You know how people are, everyone loves dramatic gossip. So how was the situation ultimately resolved? How else? The senior instructor intervened directly and annihilated the entity completely. But the whole situation is genuinely strange, isn't it? Why do our spirits possess the capacity to grow in power and become dangerous, while I heard that spirits from Western territories can at most float around harmlessly, unable to stray far from their death locations? They're more like residual psychic impressions than actual threats. I read something in an ancient cultivation text that suggested our land here possesses something fundamentally different, some quality the Western territories lack, but the manuscript was frustratingly vague about specifics. Regardless of the metaphysical reasons, our territories clearly aren't entirely stable right now from a supernatural standpoint. That's not something we can control or influence. If there's a relatively weak spirit manifestation, the Discipline Hall handles it routinely. If it's genuinely powerful, we couldn't do anything effective anyway even if we tried. I'd much rather focus on going abroad. Those supposedly harmless Western spirits would be fascinating to study and interact with. Agreed completely. And most importantly, when we're abroad we supposedly won't have to attend the brutal dawn training sessions or exhausting evening cultivation classes. I genuinely want to sleep past sunrise for once in my life. The disciple's heartfelt words drew enthusiastic nods of agreement from everyone around him. They'd all watched foreign television programs and films. Student life abroad appeared remarkably comfortable and relaxed. No mandatory pre-dawn exercises, no grueling evening study sessions. Plenty of personal time for rest and recreation. How incredibly enviable. What none of them knew was that Hogwarts was no longer the relaxed institution portrayed in those outdated programs. Their blissful ignorance would later lead the unfortunate students selected as exchange participants to feel as though they'd been transported to a training facility rather than a foreign school. The familiar brutal schedule, the hellish morning and evening intensive sessions, they would effectively go abroad without actually escaping their normal routine at all. Back on the mountain path, Sunny Finch sat dejectedly on the ground nursing her bruises, her face sporting several fresh marks. The senior instructors had shown absolutely no mercy during her educational correction. The beating had been thoroughly brutal, but her constitution could handle considerably worse. She was, after all, quite accustomed to such disciplinary measures by now. After sulking appropriately for a while, she brightened considerably and skipped over to find her master. "Master," she said with exaggerated sweetness, "now that I've finally emerged from the terrible cave, shouldn't you compensate me for all my lost vacation time?" Her master, a dignified female instructor, laughed despite herself. "Why are you so fixated on vacation time? You don't even particularly enjoy leaving the mountain normally." "This situation is completely different," Sunny insisted earnestly. "I want to visit Britain to see Erwin. If I'm delayed much longer, he'll start the new school term, and he won't have any free time to spend with me. So, Master, please, make up for my lost vacation by helping me repair the National Protection Array first, then I can immediately leave for Britain to find Erwin." The instructor shook her head gently. "The National Protection Array doesn't require repair, Sunny." Sunny blinked in confusion. "It's already been repaired. Then what was the point of all that suffering I endured inside that cave?" "No," her master clarified. "The array remains in its current state, it hasn't been repaired at all." Sunny's confusion deepened. "Then why won't you permit me to attempt the repair? Wasn't the entire purpose of sending me into that sealed cave to study advanced formation theory so I could emerge capable of repairing it?" The instructor found herself at a genuine loss for words. Could she honestly tell Sunny that no matter how extensively she studied, she could never possibly surpass their current headmaster's formation mastery? The cave experience had been solely for Sunny's personal development and advancement, not because they actually needed her to repair anything. At that moment, the headmaster, who had been observing from a distance, noticed his fellow instructor's obvious dilemma and spoke up diplomatically. "Finch," he said calmly, "the National Protection Array's current malfunction wasn't caused by intentional damage or sabotage, it simply failed at its predetermined operational lifespan. The situation no longer requires your direct intervention. You mentioned wanting to visit Britain. Then pack your belongings and prepare yourself. You'll be studying at Hogwarts alongside our other exchange students for the upcoming term." Sunny was genuinely taken aback. "Study abroad? At a foreign school?" The headmaster nodded confirmation. "Correct. I'll provide you with detailed information and instructions later. For now, go make your preparations." Sunny glanced at the other senior instructors gathered nearby. None of them seemed inclined to elaborate further or contradict the headmaster's directive. She could only depart, still thoroughly bewildered by this unexpected development. Going abroad to study sounded potentially enjoyable, though she remained filled with unanswered questions. Before entering that sealed cultivation cave, her master had explicitly told her it contained the inherited foundational knowledge of the National Protection Array's construction, and that only students below a certain cultivation level could safely enter to study. The array had supposedly malfunctioned critically, and Sunny, with her exceptional natural talent for formation magic, had been specifically sent inside to locate the problem and develop a repair solution. At the time, she hadn't questioned the explanation, but upon emerging, she'd immediately sensed something fundamentally inconsistent. She had indeed found extensive records about the array's construction and operation, but there was an obvious logical problem. The current Kunlun headmaster was renowned throughout the cultivation world as the array master, his skills ranking among the absolute best in the entire Eastern supernatural community. Such an accomplished master must have certainly entered that same cave during his own youth as a student. Wouldn't he have already obtained those exact same records and knowledge? It seemed impossible otherwise. Therefore, Sunny felt increasingly certain she had been systematically deceived about the true purpose of her cave isolation. However, she had unquestionably gained substantial personal benefits from the intensive study period inside, so she chose not to press the matter aggressively. This unexpected trip to study in Britain, though, was genuinely surprising and raised new questions about what the elders were actually planning. Sunny appeared carefree and impulsive on the surface, but she certainly wasn't genuinely foolish or naive. One couldn't master the sophisticated theoretical knowledge of Eastern cultivation practices without considerable intelligence. As the acknowledged strongest practitioner of her entire generation within Kunlun, how could she possibly be simple-minded? Chapter 453, The Eve of Term. She sensed clearly that the senior instructors of Kunlun, possibly in coordination with Hogwarts leadership including Dumbledore, seemed to be carefully orchestrating some significant plan. And she appeared to be designated as a component of whatever they were arranging. Even after returning to her personal quarters, Sunny couldn't fully puzzle it out. She knew far too little about the broader situation to draw firm conclusions. However, Sunny had long since learned not to exhaust herself analyzing situations where she lacked sufficient information. She possessed one significant advantage, cultivated through years of training. When she encountered something she genuinely couldn't comprehend immediately, she simply stopped forcing futile speculation. She would observe carefully and wait patiently, trusting that the truth would eventually surface naturally through events. Dismissing these ultimately useless circular thoughts, Sunny turned her mind toward the genuinely exciting prospect of the upcoming exchange term abroad. She felt inexplicably energized, though she couldn't precisely identify whether the excitement stemmed from the opportunity to spend time with Erwin again, or simply from the prospect of experiencing fascinating new environments and magical traditions. Sunny didn't immediately begin packing her belongings for the journey. Instead, she retrieved her enchanted communication device, a Cavendish family product that had made its way to Eastern markets, and activated the connection to contact Erwin directly. On the top floor of Cavendish Tower in Britain, Erwin's device chimed with an incoming transmission. He answered the call promptly. The moment the magical connection established, a bright, characteristically boisterous voice came through the speaker. "Hey, Erwin. Are you there? Can you hear me clearly?" Erwin instinctively held the receiver slightly further from his ear to protect his hearing. He shook his head with fond amusement. "Yes, Sunny, I hear you perfectly well. You can lower your volume, the transmission quality is excellent." On her end, Sunny sat cross-legged on the edge of her bed, a delighted smile spreading across her face. "This device is absolutely incredible. So much more convenient than traditional Patronus message transmission." Erwin replied with satisfaction, naturally. "This represents a prototype I personally developed and refined. Where were you recently, by the way? I attempted to contact you several times over the past weeks but couldn't establish a connection." Sunny sighed dramatically. "Don't even ask. The instructors insisted I assist with an intensive research project in one of the sealed cultivation caves. I was completely cut off from external communication, and only just emerged." On the other end of the connection, a subtle glint flashed in Erwin's eyes. So that explained her absence. It seemed his initial assessment had been accurate. Sunny was indeed positioned as a key figure in whatever Dumbledore and the Eastern Elders were coordinating. And their decision to send her into isolated training must somehow connect to him and the upcoming challenges, correct? Erwin's lips curved upward slightly. The situation was genuinely interesting. As expected from Dumbledore and his network, their preparations were characteristically thorough and far-reaching. Moreover, they clearly possessed considerably more information about future events than most participants realized. He wondered precisely how much they actually knew, and whether they understood that some of their elaborate preparations might ultimately prove unnecessary given other variables in play. Sunny's voice brightened noticeably. "Oh. There's something important I need to tell you, guess what it is?" Erwin leaned back comfortably in his chair, already knowing the answer. "Let me guess, you're coming to study at Hogwarts." Sunny actually jumped up from her bed in surprise. "How did you possibly know that?" Erwin smiled calmly. "You probably underestimate both my position at the school and my intelligence network's effectiveness." Sunny deflated slightly. Oh. She felt rather disappointed that her exciting news had fallen flat. She had genuinely forgotten about Erwin's extensive connections and influence during her isolation period. Although she'd been away from regular information channels, she occasionally checked on Erwin's public activities through archived reports during her limited breaks from cultivation. She knew at least the broad outlines of his recent significant actions. Sunny pouted slightly. "You're absolutely no fun sometimes. Couldn't you at least pretend you didn't already know? It would be much more satisfying if I could tell you the news properly." Erwin's tone remained gently amused. "I'll make a genuine effort to act appropriately surprised next time you have news to share." They chatted casually for a while longer, discussing inconsequential topics and catching up on personal matters, before Sunny eventually ended the call. Speaking with Sunny genuinely made Erwin feel more relaxed and at ease. His overall mood improved noticeably, not due to any romantic sentiment, but simply because of the deep-seated connection to familiar faces from his formative experiences. When interacting with someone from his inner circle of trusted individuals, Erwin unconsciously lowered most of his perpetual defensive guards and strategic calculations. Naturally, he felt considerably more at peace during such conversations. Time passed swiftly as the final days before term approached. With a sudden dramatic surge in foot traffic throughout Diagon Alley and the commercial districts of Cavendish Tower, it became abundantly clear that the start of the new Hogwarts term was imminent. Unlike previous years, Gringotts' complete disappearance from the financial landscape had caused the Cavendish family's various business operations to absolutely thrive. Wizarding families, along with non-magical parents bringing their children to purchase school supplies, uniformly acquired communication devices from Cavendish vendors, established credit accounts, and used the integrated payment system for all their purchases. The Cavendish organization also introduced a new communication device model specifically designed for the upcoming academic year. Unlike the standard commercial devices that required upfront payment, this particular model was provided at essentially no cost to qualifying families. It was specifically designed for parents of first-year students, who could receive the device completely free at any Cavendish facility by simply presenting their child's official Hogwarts acceptance letter. They could then establish a modest prepaid credit balance and use the device for all school-related purchases and ongoing communication. The Cavendish family didn't charge a single galleon for the hardware itself. It appeared, on the surface, to be pure charity and community support. Of course, whether it constituted genuine altruism or served other strategic purposes only the Cavendish leadership truly understood. The sheer convenience of integrated magical payment systems proved absolutely irresistible to non-magical parents in particular. Several London-based families even approached Cavendish representatives suggesting they should implement identical systems throughout the broader non-magical world. However, that particular expansion was proving considerably more difficult for Erwin to execute practically. The wizarding world, after all, remained relatively small and contained, a manageable population operating largely outside conventional regulatory frameworks. He could implement comprehensive changes there through direct action and influence. But in the vastly larger non-magical world, there existed far too many complex legal regulations, established financial institutions, and governmental oversight bodies to navigate successfully. Before Erwin's arrival in this world, how many years and how much infrastructure development had been required for mobile payment systems to achieve widespread adoption in his previous reality? The security protocols, the banking coordination, the regulatory compliance, all were incredibly complicated and time-consuming to establish properly. Although Erwin clearly recognized the enormous potential profits involved in such expansion, he fundamentally wasn't motivated primarily by wealth accumulation. He maintained his own specific strategic objectives. Everything he implemented was ultimately designed to reshape and control the wizarding world's power structures. While subsequent events would inevitably affect the non-magical world to some degree, that broader impact wouldn't offer him substantial direct assistance toward his actual goals. Therefore, Erwin never seriously intended to deliberately disrupt or radically transform the non-magical world's natural development. They possessed their own pace and trajectory of technological and social evolution. Erwin had no intention of interfering with that process unnecessarily. Standing in his private office on the top floor of Cavendish Tower, Erwin gazed down at the bustling crowds moving through the streets below. Thanks to his sustained efforts over recent years, the active wizarding population was steadily increasing throughout Britain. This demographic growth was directly attributable to Erwin's various social initiatives and employment programs. Far too many wizards who would have traditionally been forced to break their wands and return permanently to the non-magical world to labor in obscurity had instead been absorbed into Cavendish family operations, provided with stable employment and purpose. They were, without exception, deeply grateful to the family for these opportunities. Although Erwin certainly maintained his own strategic motives for these programs, it remained undeniable that he had genuinely brought a fundamentally different atmosphere and set of opportunities to the wizarding community. He had provided countless wizards with viable paths to dignified survival who would otherwise have been abandoned by the traditional system. Old Tom stood respectfully behind Erwin's desk. He was delivering a detailed report on the current situation regarding the Azkaban prisoners who had been recruited into Cavendish operations. Old Tom hadn't disappointed Erwin in the slightest. He had managed the dangerous individuals with remarkable effectiveness. Those former convicts were now being productively utilized by Tom in various appropriate capacities. Their daily work assignments weren't physically exhausting, and they received adequate nutrition and comfortable accommodations. This dramatic improvement in living conditions made the prisoners genuinely believe they had somehow arrived in paradise after the hell of Azkaban. Chapter 454, The World Cup Incident. Erwin felt quite satisfied with Old Tom's demonstrated competence in personnel management. Let them enjoy this comfortable existence for now, he thought pragmatically. Once they've genuinely tasted this improved quality of life, they'll fight desperately to protect it when the critical moment arrives. There was an old saying about motivation: oxen and horses require whips to make them work. But times had fundamentally changed. The metaphorical whip had evolved considerably, from simple woven rope to leather implements, and now the modern whip was the promise of comfortable life, secure housing, financial stability, social status. That constituted the new control mechanism. But regardless of the specific form, they all shared one fundamental commonality: they were tools designed to make useful beasts run in the desired direction. This dramatically improved lifestyle, so vastly different from the absolute misery of Azkaban imprisonment, represented the whip now strapped securely to these former convict wizards. On the eve of the new school term, another major event arrived on the calendar: the highly anticipated debut of both the Quidditch World Cup and the inaugural Wizarding Glory World Championship Tournament. Since its commercial launch, Wizarding Glory had thoroughly captured the magical community's attention worldwide, fundamentally altering the entertainment preferences of witches and wizards everywhere. Quidditch certainly remained popular among traditionalists, but primarily because most wizards historically had access to very few alternative forms of entertainment or recreation. The arrival of Wizarding Glory had changed that landscape entirely. The game's launcher device was now available throughout the global wizarding market. Even in the Eastern magical communities, after Old Tom successfully negotiated agreements with representatives from various cultivation sects, they created a culturally adapted launcher specifically for that market. The localization was straightforward. They integrated combat techniques, magical creatures, and stylistic elements drawn directly from Eastern supernatural traditions. Erwin had personally contacted the Kunlun headmaster to facilitate the collaboration, and Old Tom had gathered vast archives of Eastern magical lore to incorporate authentically into the adapted game. Soon, practitioners from across the Eastern communities joined the player base, and the game became a genuine cultural phenomenon there. The product was rebranded as Supernatural Glory for that market to better reflect the local terminology. Its explosive popularity severely impacted traditional Quidditch's cultural dominance. While many wizards still genuinely enjoyed watching the sport, corporate sponsors were systematically withdrawing their financial support. The Quidditch World Cup had already been planned extensively, venues selected and constructed, qualifying matches completed, teams prepared. But now the organizing committee found themselves in a serious financial crisis with the sudden sponsor exodus. The desperate organizers eventually approached Erwin seeking emergency funding. He agreed to sponsor the event fully, but with one non-negotiable condition: this would be recognized as the absolute final Quidditch World Cup in this traditional format. Beginning next year, it would be permanently replaced by the Wizarding Glory World Championship as the premier international magical sporting event. Erwin had anticipated lengthy negotiations and resistance to such a dramatic condition, but the organizers agreed almost immediately to his terms. He was genuinely baffled by their ready capitulation, but he couldn't really blame them for the pragmatic decision. Truthfully, if they possessed any viable alternative funding source, they would have abandoned traditional Quidditch long ago themselves. The harsh reality was that wizarding tastes and preferences had fundamentally shifted. The previously impossible to obtain tickets for World Cup matches were now barely selling to capacity, sustained only by the most devoted traditionalist fans. Regardless of the underlying economics, the event would proceed as planned. Somewhat bored and seeking entertainment, Erwin decided to attend. He knew from his meta-knowledge that there would be some interesting excitement today. Inside his personal tent, vastly expanded internally through undetectable extension charms, Erwin sat comfortably in a cushioned chair, casually sipping imported coffee. Lucius Malfoy paced anxiously back and forth before him like a caged animal. Erwin rubbed his forehead with mild irritation. "Uncle Lucius, if you continue wearing a path in my carpet with your pacing, I genuinely will throw you bodily out of this tent." Lucius stopped moving immediately. "Erwin, what exactly are you planning?" "The Dark Lord has returned to power. Someone contacted me directly. We've been ordered to attack the spectator camp tonight after the match concludes." Erwin nodded with complete calm. "Then participate in the attack as ordered. It's not particularly complicated. Are you worried about being identified and arrested? Ordinary auras cannot possibly capture you." Lucius's voice tightened with genuine concern. "Erwin, you understand perfectly well what I actually mean. He's returned to active leadership. What should I do? What's my actual position now?" Erwin set down his coffee cup with a soft clink. "Uncle Lucius, I've told you clearly, you'll participate in the attack as ordered. Simply perform your role normally and convincingly. We're allies in this particular game. I absolutely will not permit you to be harmed." Lucius remained silent for a long moment, processing the reassurance. "I understand." He turned and departed the tent without further discussion. Once Lucius had left, Erwin retrieved a letter from his desk drawer. A serpent was embossed prominently on the envelope's wax seal. The first line of the message read, "To my beloved disciple, Erwin Cavendish." It was from Voldemort personally. Who had physically written it for him given his current diminished state? Erwin didn't know and didn't particularly care. He only knew with certainty that his former mentor was genuinely returning to power. In the letter, Voldemort outlined his strategic plans for the evening's demonstration and specifically urged Erwin to evacuate the area entirely before the Death Eaters attacked, avoiding any potential conflict with his followers. Voldemort explained he hadn't yet revealed Erwin's identity and protected status to the broader Death Eater ranks, and this discretion was specifically intended to shield Erwin from complications. Erwin felt genuinely moved by the consideration. What a remarkably thoughtful mentor. Such dedicated teachers were increasingly rare. Yet a new complication had emerged in his planning. This year's overall plot trajectory had shifted drastically from the original timeline he remembered. First, the traditional Triwizard Tournament had been restructured as a four-school tournament with the unexpected addition of Kunlun's delegation from the East. Second, and considerably more problematic from a practical standpoint, Alastor Mad-Eye Moody wasn't coming to Hogwarts this year as defense against the Dark Arts professor. How would Barty Crouch Jr. successfully infiltrate the school now? How would he manage to place Harry Potter's name in the Goblet of Fire to ensure the resurrection ritual could proceed? It appeared Erwin would need to actively assist his former teacher with certain logistics. After all, who else would he reasonably help in this situation? That evening, the World Cup match officially began. Watching the competing teams soar through the air on their racing brooms, Erwin experienced a strange sense of déjà vu. Green jerseys versus scarlet-red uniforms. The color scheme felt remarkably familiar, like Gryffindor versus Slytherin house matches, except scaled up to international level. He genuinely didn't care about the match outcome at all. Erwin departed before the game even concluded. As he'd stated plainly to others, he simply didn't enjoy Quidditch as entertainment. If not for the promised chaos scheduled for tonight, he wouldn't have bothered attending at all. Night fell completely across the campground. The revelry outside various team supporter camps continued unabated, a rare opportunity for such extensive wizarding celebration and social drinking. After major matches, cheerful chaos invariably followed as a cultural tradition. Inside the Cavendish family's luxurious tent, old Tom and Charlotte, who had returned from Germany just yesterday, sat alert near the entrance area. Erwin reclined comfortably on an upholstered sofa, sipping fine red tea imported from Eastern cultivation communities. Time passed steadily. Then, a deafening explosion shattered the peaceful night. Immediately afterward, a cacophony of terrified shouts and screams erupted from multiple directions. Death Eater attack. Death Eaters are attacking the camp. Everyone evacuate immediately. Protect the children. Chapter 455, let the entertainment begin. The sudden commotion erupting outside the tent made Erwin's eyes gleam with anticipation. Finally, the entertainment he'd been patiently waiting for was beginning. He glanced at Charlotte, who stood ready beside him in full combat preparation. Go. Execute your assignment. She nodded crisply and retrieved a vial of polyjuice potion from her robes. Uncorking it, she drank the foul-tasting liquid down in one grimacing gulp. It tasted absolutely vile, completely revolting to human sensibilities. Her features immediately began shifting and melting, reforming until an entirely different face stared back from her position. With a dramatic swirl of black robes and the sharp crack of apparition, she vanished to begin her infiltration. Old Tom adjusted his own concealing black mask carefully. Shall I deploy as well, Master? Erwin smirked with dark amusement. The chaos outside seems far too subdued and quiet for proper entertainment. Let's encourage them to liven things up considerably. With an acknowledging nod and a flash of displaced air, Tom vanished as well. Erwin stretched languidly and stepped outside his protected tent to observe. The encampment had descended into absolute pandemonium. Desperate shouts and terrified screams pierced the smoke-filled air continuously. Numerous tents were blazing fiercely, casting hellish, flickering orange light across the grounds. Black-robed Death Eaters scurried through the choking smoke like malevolent insects, wands constantly flashing with destructive fire curses and sickly green killing curses. Erwin shook his head with mild disappointment at the tactical display. Wizarding combat was genuinely monotonous when observed objectively. They simply waved those crude wooden implements around mechanically, casting the identical killing curse repeatedly with no variation or tactical creativity. There was absolutely no artistry to it, no sophisticated strategy or elegant technique. It was nothing whatsoever like the intricate, high-stakes magical duels practiced in Eastern cultivation traditions. Compared to that refined combat philosophy, Western wizards fought like primitive savages wielding clubs. A jet of green light suddenly shot directly toward Erwin's position from a passing Death Eater. Without even appearing to exert effort, Erwin flicked his sleeve in a casual, fluid motion characteristic of Eastern defensive techniques. The killing curse deflected harmlessly off an invisible barrier, burying itself uselessly in the dirt. The Death Eater who had cast the spell froze completely, utterly stunned by the effortless defense. When Erwin turned slowly to face the attacker directly, the masked figure immediately recognized the distinctive silver hair and immediately dropped to his knees in absolute terror. I'm desperately sorry, Lord Cavendish. I didn't realize it was you. Please forgive my incompetence. The Death Eater understood with perfect clarity that he had committed a potentially fatal error. They had all received extremely strict orders before deployment: avoid Lord Cavendish at all costs under any circumstances. But in the chaotic darkness, seeing what appeared to be a lone, unprotected wizard standing casually in the open, he had reacted purely on aggressive instinct without proper target identification. Erwin's smile was razor-thin and utterly cold. Your apology is noted. Simply exercise better judgment in your next life. He flicked a single finger with surgical precision. An invisible blade of compressed cutting magic flashed across the man's throat faster than perception. The Death Eater collapsed instantly without even a gurgling sound, his life extinguished before his body struck the ground. Erwin didn't spare the corpse even a second glance. The man had attacked a superior without proper identification. In any hierarchical organization, such gross incompetence was legitimately punishable by summary execution. Besides, if he had been a genuinely competent and loyal operative, he would have known instinctively to give Erwin's position extremely wide clearance. Erwin strolled casually through the spreading chaos as though taking a leisurely evening walk through a peaceful garden. Panic erupted continuously around his path, but everyone, both Death Eaters and fleeing civilians, instinctively gave the distinctive silver-haired young men extremely wide berth. They were all thoroughly occupied with their own survival or assigned tasks, but absolutely nobody wanted to risk accidentally crossing his path and drawing his attention. He spotted a familiar figure methodically sending curses toward clusters of fleeing wizards attempting to reach the apparition boundary. Uncle Lucius. Productive evening's work so far. The Death Eater visibly stiffened, his entire posture changing. His lips twitched beneath his concealing mask with obvious discomfort. It was indeed Lucius Malfoy, easily identifiable despite the disguise. He lowered his wand, allowing his current target to escape while the conjured flame sputtered out. Erwin. Do you absolutely have to use my actual name aloud? I am technically on duty conducting an attack operation. This is supposed to be anonymous terrorism, not a social call with proper introductions. Erwin chuckled, completely undeterred by the complaint. Nobody can possibly hear us, I've already checked the area thoroughly with detection spells. This section is clear of witnesses aside from you. You deliberately chose this isolated position, didn't you? Lucius sighed heavily, the sound muffled by his mask. That's accurate, but unexpected exceptions always happen during operations like this. Then simply kill anyone who accidentally stumbles upon our conversation, Erwin suggested lightly, as though discussing something as mundane as the weather forecast. Lucius couldn't help thinking, not for the first time, how utterly impossible it was to reconcile Erwin's gentle, cultured parents with the ruthlessly pragmatic young man standing before him now. But after spending considerable time in Erwin's presence and observing him operate, the carefully maintained facade had become transparently clear. The elaborate politeness and social grace were merely masks concealing calculation. Beneath that charming exterior lay a genuinely cold, methodically strategic mind. In that particular sense, Erwin bore remarkable similarity to Voldemort himself, though with one crucial philosophical distinction. Voldemort's cruelty was often chaotic and brutal purely for its own sake, violence a self-expression and dominance display. Erwin's ruthlessness, by contrast, was invariably precise, purposeful, and strictly bound to advancing his calculated self-interest. Every action served specific strategic objectives. Lucius harbored absolutely no doubt that if he ever meaningfully stepped outside his assigned parameters or became a liability, Erwin would eliminate him without a moment's hesitation or regret. It was a genuinely terrifying realization, but Lucius actually felt grateful for the clarity of expectations. Grateful for his long-standing family ties to Erwin's father, which had aligned the Malfoys with the rising Cavendish power structure early in its development. As long as he performed his assigned duties competently and remained useful, the Malfoy family's security was essentially guaranteed. That represented their implicit arrangement, reliable efficiency in exchange for protected status and continued prosperity. Why emerge from your tent now? Lucius asked, gesturing vaguely toward the spreading fires and chaos. I assumed you'd remain disinterested in tonight's crude festivities. My former teacher's grand return to public consciousness, Erwin replied, his eyes glinting with reflected firelight. I wouldn't dream of missing such a significant moment. I need to be present personally to properly welcome him back to active operations. Lucius scoffed quietly beneath his mask. He didn't believe a single word of that sentimental explanation. Erwin never did anything without layered hidden agendas and strategic calculations. But it absolutely wasn't Lucius's place or responsibility to question those deeper motivations. He was simply a soldier in this increasingly complex war, caught uncomfortably between two formidable Dark Lords with partially overlapping interests. As long as he survived each night's operations intact and maintained his usefulness to both powers, that represented all that genuinely mattered for his family's continued survival. Chapter 456, the second essential skill. All Lucius could do was follow Erwin's directives precisely and trust in the protection he'd been promised. No matter what ultimately transpired in the unfolding power struggle, Erwin would protect the Malfoy family as agreed. Most immediately satisfying, this arson operation was something Lucius genuinely enjoyed on a visceral level. It had been far too long since he'd been permitted to cast destructive spells so recklessly without consequences. He'd taken particular pleasure in burning down the tent cluster belonging to the Weasley family, whom he despised most intensely in the entire British wizarding community. Even though Erwin's broader reforms had already dramatically improved conditions throughout magical Britain, Lucius's personal hatred for Arthur Weasley hadn't diminished even slightly. Even when Erwin had diplomatically invited all notable wizarding families to a formal reconciliation gathering recently, Lucius and Arthur had still ended up in a physical altercation. Admittedly, they'd had enough sense to wait until after departing Cavendish Manor before actually fighting, presumably thinking Erwin wouldn't notice their breach of his hospitality. In reality, Erwin had been hovering invisibly in the sky that evening, munching popcorn while watching the entire embarrassing brawl unfold below. It had to be acknowledged, Lucius was becoming increasingly cunning and ruthless with age. He'd even resorted to a deliberate groin strike at one point, showing absolutely no aristocratic restraint. Arthur had reportedly spent considerable time recovering in St. Mungo's hospital afterward. The very first thing Arthur did upon being discharged was attempt to hunt down Lucius for lethal retaliation. Only Molly's forceful physical intervention had prevented the two middle-aged wizards from genuinely fighting to the death over their absurd rivalry. Erwin didn't particularly care about their ridiculous personal feud one way or another. As long as neither of them failed catastrophically at crucial operational moments, they could nurse their petty grudges indefinitely. If they did fail when it mattered, the pawns would be useless and could be discarded without sentiment. Lucius straightened his robes. I'm relocating to a different section now, you can continue wandering around by yourself if you wish. Erwin nodded acknowledgement. Understood. I'm going to locate Barty Crouch Jr. directly. If you encounter him during your operations, please direct him to find me immediately. What if he refuses to come? Lucius asked practically. Erwin smiled with absolute confidence. He will come without hesitation. My former teacher might conceal my existence and protected status from ordinary Death Eater operatives, but a fanatically loyal servant like Barty Crouch Jr. definitely knows about me and my relationship to the Dark Lord. Lucius nodded understanding. Very well, I'll pass along the message if our paths cross. He was preparing to depart when Erwin suddenly remembered an important detail. Right, make certain to inform the other Death Eaters to maintain substantial distance from my tent's perimeter. It was expensive to acquire and enchant properly. If someone accidentally sets it ablaze, their entire lives wouldn't be worth the tent's replacement cost. Lucius actually smiled beneath his mask. Don't concern yourself, I already issued those specific instructions during the operational briefing. Haven't you noticed your tent is literally the only structure remaining intact in this entire section of the camp? Erwin turned to look properly and confirmed the observation was accurate. Every other tent in the surrounding area had been systematically set ablaze or collapsed, the ground littered with ash and debris. Only the Cavendish family's distinctive tent stood there in isolated perfection, a peaceful sanctuary completely untouched by the surrounding destruction. The Death Eaters were even consciously creating a careful buffer zone, avoiding that area entirely even while raiding everything else. Erwin waved casually, and Lucius departed to continue his assigned mayhem. Afterward, Erwin continued his leisurely stroll through the chaos, observing with detached interest. Not long after, he spotted a familiar trio hiding desperately beside some collapsed tent ruins: Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, and Draco Malfoy. All three looked thoroughly disheveled, their faces blackened with soot and dirt, their clothing torn and stained. Draco's normally pristine platinum blonde hair was now streaked with dark ash, completely ruining his usual immaculate appearance. Erwin shook his head with mild exasperation. What an absolute mess. Really, Lucius? Your own son is out here in danger, and you simply abandoned him to play with fire and chaos. Won't you be kneeling on a washboard when Narcissa finds out? Draco possessed exactly two reliable techniques for dealing with difficult situations. For handling conflicts with other students, I'm going to tell my father. For handling conflicts with Lucius, I'm going to tell my mother. The hierarchy was transparently clear. The trio spotted Erwin's distinctive figure from considerable distance. Draco's eyes immediately lit up with desperate hope and relief. Master. Master, please help us, he shouted, sprinting directly toward Erwin's position as fast as his exhausted legs could carry him. Just at that moment, two Death Eaters happened to be passing through the area and heard the commotion. They were initially preparing to intercept and potentially silence the witnesses when they suddenly recognized the white-haired figure illuminated in the moonlight. The Death Eaters were so thoroughly frightened they immediately took off running in the opposite direction, fleeing as though being chased by a pack of rabid hellhounds. Erwin glanced at them with casual disinterest, not even bothering to acknowledge their panicked retreat. Draco reached Erwin's side, gasping for breath. Master, I finally found you. Harry was attacked earlier, we've been running and hiding. Erwin glanced briefly at Harry Potter, who had jogged up alongside Draco. Harry kept his head deliberately lowered, carefully avoiding direct eye contact with Erwin. After all, what had transpired before the summer holidays, though Draco had discussed the situation with Erwin extensively, and Erwin had explicitly assured him he held no grudge against Harry, still made the boy feel profound shame in Erwin's presence. Erwin had helped him so substantially over the years, and Harry had actually attacked Erwin's own godfather in return. Although Harry's stated intention had merely been attempting to stop what he perceived as Snape and others harming Sirius, he had undeniably done something wrong and disloyal. Hermione tugged gently at Harry's sleeve, encouraging him forward. Harry, didn't you have something important you wanted to say to Mr. Cavendish? You'd been rehearsing it constantly throughout the entire summer holiday. Draco, standing supportively nearby, gave Harry a meaningful, encouraging look as well. Harry stepped forward hesitantly to face Erwin directly. Mr. Cavendish, I'm genuinely sorry, I was completely wrong. I truly realize my terrible mistake now. Erwin's expression remained stern. You shouldn't be apologizing to me, Harry. You need to apologize sincerely to your potions professor. Do you have any comprehension of how much Professor Snape has sacrificed and done for you over the years? Your own mother told you explicitly that he was completely trustworthy. Can you imagine how deeply hurt he must be by your betrayal? Harry lowered his head further, his voice thick with emotion. I'm so sorry, Mr. Cavendish. I'll go apologize properly to Professor Snape immediately when term begins. I genuinely understand I was wrong. Erwin's tone softened very slightly. Harry, you carry the title of prophesied savior, but you must understand something fundamental, that designation didn't come from your own strength or accomplishments. It was earned by your mother sacrificing her life to protect you. And it wasn't only her contribution, many other people have worked and suffered to give you the opportunity to fulfill that role. So, Harry, never take people's kindness and protection for granted as something you inherently deserve. Strictly speaking, you owe them enormous debts, not the reverse. Harry's eyes turned visibly red, though whether from the lingering pain of earlier attacks or from overwhelming guilt remained unclear. I understand completely now, Mr. Cavendish. I truly realize my mistakes and I'll do better. Erwin nodded with apparent satisfaction. Recognizing your errors and committing to genuine correction, that's good, Harry. That's what matters. He turned to Draco. Take them to my tent immediately so they can wash up and recover. Look at yourselves, you're absolutely filthy. Carry my wand with you openly, nobody will dare attack you while you're obviously under my protection. Erwin handed his distinctive amethyst wand directly to Draco. Draco accepted it with visible excitement and pride, then led Hermione and Harry toward the solitary intact tent visible in the distance. Just as Erwin had predicted, with the amethyst wand clearly visible in Draco's possession, every Death Eater they encountered gave them extremely wide berth. Even those who had specifically been searching for Harry Potter's location to fulfill their assigned objectives didn't dare make any aggressive moves against the protected group. Draco, observing this automatic deference, was absolutely delighted by the demonstration of power. See that? They wouldn't dare do anything to us, he crowed. Hermione rolled her eyes expressively. That's exclusively because you're visibly carrying Mr. Cavendish's personal wand as identification. Draco's enthusiasm wasn't dimmed. I wonder when I'll develop the same kind of imposing presence as the family head, where just one wand is sufficient to keep all these Death Eaters from even considering an attack. Hermione replied dryly, I can't speak for the other Death Eaters' motivations, but I know with absolute certainty that even without that wand, your own father wouldn't attack you. Obviously not, Draco agreed. Why state the obvious? Because, Hermione clarified with a slight smirk, you possess the ultimate defensive technique against him, threatening to tell your mother. Chapter 457, The Duel of Symbols. Bloody hell, Hermione, Draco grumbled with genuine irritation. You never have anything genuinely nice to say, do you? Hermione merely shrugged with complete indifference. The truth was often rather difficult to hear gracefully, after all. The three of them all knew perfectly well that Lucius Malfoy was an active Death Eater. It wasn't exactly a closely guarded secret within knowledgeable wizarding circles. But Harry genuinely didn't care about that particular revelation anymore. The longer he spent immersed in the wizarding world's complicated politics, and the more he learned about the true history of Voldemort's rise and the First Wizarding War, the better he understood that under those specific historical circumstances, genuine individual control and free choice had often been complete illusions. That applied not just to Lucius Malfoy, but to virtually everyone caught in that dark period. The trio safely reached Erwin's luxurious tent just as a profound shudder ran through the very air above them. Overhead in the smoke-filled sky, the massive dark mark suddenly exploded into terrible being, a giant skull with a serpent emerging from its mouth like a grotesque tongue, its cold eyes seeming to skin the terrified crowds below. The dark mark. Hermione gasped, instinctively raising her wand defensively. Harry's hand flew to his forehead, where his lightning bolt scar suddenly burned with intense, searing pain. He stared upward at the hovering symbol with fierce concentration, as though attempting to memorize and understand every detail of its construction. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of concentrated purple light shot skyward from somewhere in the camp, exploding dramatically in midair to form a counter-symbol of equal size and power, the purple lotus mark, hanging there as a perfect defiant echo challenging the dark mark's dominance. The purple lotus mark, Hermione breathed with awe and recognition. Mr. Cavendish has made his public response. Erwin stood calmly watching the purple light gradually fade from the sky, a knowing smile playing across his lips. His former teacher would absolutely understand the deliberate meaning and challenge behind that symbolic response. In a densely wooded grove located not far from the main tournament camp, Wormtail, Peter Pettigrew, carefully cradled the disturbing infant-like form that currently housed Voldemort's diminished consciousness. Master, Wormtail asked nervously, is that the purple lotus mark you mentioned? The symbol of your student. It is indeed, Voldemort hissed, his serpentine voice carrying an unsettling note of what might have been pride. It appears my talented disciple wishes to gauge my current opinion and position. How perfectly appropriate. I, too, wish to properly assess how much he has genuinely improved during these years of separation. We shall use this restructured tournament as our private entertainment and testing ground. Let me provide my student with an appropriate response to his challenge. Wormtail nodded fearfully and drew his wand with a trembling hand, directing a complex spell toward the dark mark still hovering prominently in the smoke-filled sky. The skull symbol immediately began transforming dramatically in response to the magical command. The serpent emerging from the skull's mouth suddenly came alive, growing and extending until it rushed directly toward the purple lotus mark with predatory intent. The magical serpent coiled itself possessively around the lotus symbol, binding it tightly within its body, and then both elaborate marks vanished simultaneously in a flash of competing energies. Erwin's lips curved into a genuine smile of appreciation as he looked toward the distant forest where he knew Voldemort was concealed. He raised his right hand formally to his chest and executed a deep, respectful bow in that direction, a gesture of acknowledgement between worthy opponents. From the concealed shadows between the trees, Voldemort observed the distant figure through magical enhancement. Excellent form and understanding, he murmured with dark satisfaction. Let us depart now, Wormtail. I find I can hardly wait to see him again and test his current capabilities properly. As profound silence fell across the forest once more, Erwin straightened from his bow. The game had officially begun, the pieces were in motion. His symbolic gesture had been a deliberate challenge to Voldemort, essentially a formal bet between master and former apprentice over who would ultimately claim supremacy and control. Both were profoundly ambitious individuals, but Erwin's ambition served a considerably greater ultimate purpose beyond mere personal power. The Death Eaters represented a formidable organizational force, even in their current diminished and scattered state. Erwin wanted to clearly establish Voldemort's actual position regarding their loyalty and future deployment. If Voldemort accepted this challenge, the struggle for the Death Eaters' allegiance and control would formally commence. Erwin's primary bargaining advantage was the overwhelming material power and resources of the ascendant Cavendish family and its network. Voldemort's corresponding leverage was his legendary dark reputation and the fanatic personal loyalty he commanded from his most devoted followers. If Voldemort ultimately won this contest, he would successfully unify control over the British wizarding world without requiring further destructive bloodshed. If Erwin prevailed, the final missing piece of his comprehensive control over magical Britain would fall decisively into his hands. The stakes were elegantly simple and absolutely clear. Erwin turned as a black-robed Death Eater emerged from the shadows and approached his position. The figure removed his concealing mask, revealing an unnaturally pale face and a disturbing, manic smile. "Greetings to you, my young master," Barty Crouch Jr. said, his tongue flicking out nervously in his characteristic unsettling manner. "Interesting timing," Erwin observed with mild amusement. "Do you understand why I specifically requested your presence?" "The master said your direct orders carry the same absolute authority as his own commands," Barty replied with fanatic certainty. "I will cooperate unconditionally with whatever you require, no matter what you ask of me." "Excellent," Erwin nodded with satisfaction. "Proceed to Azkaban immediately. Your former comrades and fellow Death Eaters require you to orchestrate their liberation and extraction." Barty's face twisted with an expression of pure manic joy at the prospect. "Yes, young master. It will be my absolute pleasure to serve you in this." "Go now," Erwin commanded, then added as Barty turned to leave, "Take this to deliver to my teacher." Erwin tossed him a crystal vial containing a crimson liquid that caught the firelight. Barty caught it carefully and examined the container with obvious curiosity. "What is this substance, if I may ask?" "Simply deliver it to my teacher. He will understand its purpose and significance immediately. Don't worry, young master. I will not disappoint you or fail this mission." With that fervent promise, Barty Crouch Jr. vanished with the sharp crack of apparition. Charlotte materialized silently beside Erwin, having completed her own assigned infiltration. "My lord, isn't it potentially premature to facilitate Voldemort's full resurrection at this particular juncture?" Erwin chuckled darkly. "Charlotte, you must understand something fundamental. Only when two opponents fight at their absolute peak capabilities will they have no lingering regrets afterward. My former teacher needs to be restored to his full power before facing me directly in this contest. Otherwise he remains far too weak in his current diminished state. It would be incredibly boring and unsatisfying for me to defeat him like this." Charlotte bowed her head in acknowledgement. "Yes, my lord. I understand your reasoning now." Chapter 458, Term begins. August 31st arrived, the final evening before the new term officially commenced. Erwin and the other Hogwarts students who had attended the World Cup gathered in the Great Hall for the traditional start-of-term feast. Dumbledore had returned to his position at the staff table center, and seated prominently in the professor's row was an unexpected but somehow unsurprising face, Gellert Grindelwald himself. Erwin wasn't remotely surprised by Grindelwald's presence. The arrangement had been orchestrated largely by Erwin's own behind-the-scenes maneuvering. An official pardon document signed by the German Ministry of Magic had formally cleared Grindelwald of his historical crimes and political offenses. Erwin had personally provided his influential guarantee alongside Dumbledore's own vouching to facilitate the release. Rita Skeeter had been commissioned to write an extensive rehabilitation piece for the Daily Prophet, portraying Grindelwald as a fundamentally good man who had made serious mistakes during his misguided youth but had since genuinely repented during his decades of self-imposed imprisonment. The carefully crafted narrative had run prominently in the paper for half a month, systematically and dramatically changing Grindelwald's public image throughout the wizarding world. Now, rather than causing widespread panic and fear, Wizarding Society whispered admiringly that Grindelwald was extraordinarily powerful, and that he had voluntarily entered Nurmengard prison purely to atone personally for his past sins. The revised narrative painted him as courageously taking responsibility, a fundamentally good person who had temporarily lost his way before finding redemption through suffering and reflection. Erwin had been utterly bewildered reading some of these public assessments. Grindelwald. Recast as a tragic hero and good person. By that standard, he, Erwin Cavendish, was practically a saint himself. Regardless of the absurd public relations spin, the political reality was that Grindelwald had successfully left his long imprisonment and traveled to Britain to join Hogwarts staff. While the complete truth obviously couldn't be hidden from perceptive professors like McGonagall, Dumbledore clearly trusted Grindelwald implicitly, and the teaching staff ultimately had to accept the fact they would now be working directly alongside the legendary Dark Wizard. There was another significant factor behind Grindelwald's sudden acceptance among the student body and broader wizarding public. Erwin had been the one to jointly guarantee Grindelwald's character and intentions alongside Dumbledore himself. Over recent years, Erwin's sustained efforts and demonstrated results had earned him a level of public trust and respect that now genuinely rivaled even the headmaster's legendary reputation. While it might superficially appear he'd worked tirelessly for intangible recognition, the truth lay in carefully accumulated reserves. His wizarding acclaim rating within the magical community had reached genuinely staggering heights according to his internal tracking. Yet he hadn't spent even a single accumulated point on system lottery draws or personal capability upgrades yet. If this had been the more impulsive earlier version of Erwin, he would have immediately sought to improve his own abilities and power through those mechanisms. But his current priorities had fundamentally shifted. He now had far more strategically important objectives requiring those resources. These carefully hoarded points might ultimately prove the decisive key to his eventual victory in the coming confrontation. On this opening night, Dumbledore made no announcement whatsoever regarding the restructured tournament. The semester had only just officially begun, and substantial preparations still remained incomplete for the actual competition phases. The other participating delegations needed additional time to finalize administrative matters at their respective institutions before traveling to Hogwarts. The actual arrivals would likely require roughly another week of preparation, so there was genuinely no need to rush the formal announcement yet. The arrival of new first-year students in Slytherin House proceeded relatively normally, with only the traditional hidden prefect challenge drawing significant attention. The first-year student who earned the coveted prefect's badge this year was notably a girl, and remarkably, she didn't come from an established pure-blood family lineage. She came from a modest-income wizarding family, though her parents had formally sworn loyalty oaths to the Cavendish family structure. The young girl had frequently visited Cavendish Tower alongside her parents over recent months, receiving personal magical guidance and tutoring that allowed her to distinguish herself significantly among her yearmates. Charlotte personally presented the hidden prefect badge to the girl, who was so overwhelmed with joy and pride she nearly fainted from the honor. Aside from that traditional ceremony, the primary highlight of the week was the anticipated formal duel between Charlotte and Cassandra, the annual contest for supremacy among Slytherin's elite students. Erwin observed the confrontation, already knowing the inevitable outcome with certainty. Cassandra was simply no match whatsoever for Charlotte's current capabilities. During her 2-year absence from Hogwarts, Charlotte had learned immensely under Vinda Rosier's direct mentorship in Germany. She had systematically shed her earlier naivety and hesitation, earning herself the fearsome title of Black Rose alongside Vinda throughout the German wizarding underground. Though Cassandra had unquestionably made impressive progress during the summer holidays, she still couldn't hope to defeat Charlotte in direct magical combat. Charlotte hadn't even deployed her full capabilities or signature techniques, otherwise, her silent killing curse would have ended the entire duel instantly before Cassandra could mount any defense. As the match actually proceeded, Cassandra couldn't withstand even 5 of Charlotte's systematically delivered spells before her defenses completely crumbled. After the decisive defeat, Cassandra sank into profound depression and self-doubt. She genuinely couldn't comprehend why the gap between their capabilities continued widening despite her absolute best efforts at improvement. Erwin had already returned to his dormitory to rest, viewing the confrontation as little more than a childish squabble barely worth his attention. The other Slytherin students gradually dispersed to their own activities, leaving Cassandra isolated and brooding before the common room's fireplace. Charlotte approached quietly and settled into a chair beside her defeated rival. Cassandra glanced over with obvious resentment. "Come to gloat over your victory? Fine, I lost today, but I won't lose forever. One day I will defeat you decisively and prove to Lord Cavendish who genuinely deserves to stand at his side." Charlotte smiled with genuine calm rather than mockery. "The Lord was absolutely correct in his assessment. Your fighting spirit remains admirably unyielding no matter how many times you're defeated. However, your ambitions are certainly grand, but you have essentially no realistic chance of ever realizing them against me. The Lord once quoted a peerless warrior to me, every enemy he defeats is given time and opportunity to improve and catch up, until eventually one day they can't even see his distant back anymore. I'll offer you that same perspective, Cassandra, you are fundamentally no match for me, and that gap will only increase. Cassandra's expression hardened with stubborn defiance. Your arrogance will be your downfall eventually. One day, that excessive pride will destroy you. Perhaps you're correct, Charlotte acknowledged with a slight shrug. But wiser people than you have told me that arrogance is never actually a character flaw when you possess the genuine strength to sustain and justify it. Under those circumstances it transforms into what others recognize as legitimate pride. Sometimes, arrogance and pride are separated by only a single step, and true power derives from that pride. Cassandra sneered bitterly. You're just relying on the advantage of age and experience. If we were the exact same age with identical training time, the outcome would be completely different. Maybe that's partially true, Charlotte conceded reasonably. But actually, you shouldn't consider me your realistic competitive goal at all. Your actual appropriate rivals should be students like Pansy Parkinson, Hermione Granger, and others at similar stages. You genuinely cannot compare yourself to me. You don't know what I've personally been through or what I've done to earn my current position standing beside Lord Cavendish. Our starting points and paths were fundamentally different from the very beginning. How could you possibly hope to surpass me when our entire trajectories are incomparable? Charlotte stood gracefully and patted Cassandra's shoulder with something approaching sympathy. Keep working and improving systematically. Only by becoming stronger step by step can you secure any position of value at all. If you slack off or give up, someone else will inevitably take whatever place you might have claimed. Simply being permitted to stand anywhere near Lord Cavendish already represents an enormous blessing and privilege. She turned to leave for her own quarters. Cassandra called out desperately, "Wait. Charlotte, how genuinely strong are you now? At your current level?" Charlotte paused at the base of the stairs, considering the question. "How strong?" she repeated thoughtfully. "If I deployed my full capabilities without restraint, an elite-trained aura wouldn't survive 3 exchanges against me." She continued up the stairs, leaving Cassandra behind with an absolutely stunned expression frozen on her face. Cassandra understood perfectly well the capabilities of elite auras, the Ministry's finest combat specialists. The idea that Charlotte could defeat one so effortlessly and rapidly was almost incomprehensible. Yet she knew with certainty that Charlotte wouldn't lie about something so verifiable. She simply couldn't begin to comprehend how Charlotte had improved so dramatically and rapidly. But soon, Cassandra's expression hardened with renewed determination rather than despair. She was never someone who surrendered easily to seemingly impossible challenges. She clenched her fist tightly with renewed resolve. "Just wait and watch, Charlotte. One day, I don't care how long it takes, I will surpass you." In the fireplace, the flames roared and crackled, perfectly mirroring the fierce fire of ambition burning relentlessly in Cassandra's heart. Chapter 459, The Master Returns. Meanwhile, in a remote forest deep in the English countryside, Peter Pettigrew carefully cradled the disturbing infant form housing Voldemort's consciousness. Before him, a massive cauldron bubbled ominously over magical flames, while Barty Crouch Jr. watched the proceedings with feverish, fanatic excitement barely contained. Peter systematically completed each stage of the ancient ritual with trembling hands, then retrieved the crystal vial Erwin had provided to Barty. "The blood of the enemy," Peter murmured, uncorking the container. He carefully poured the crimson contents into the violently bubbling cauldron. The liquid inside was Harry Potter's blood, obtained by Charlotte during her infiltration mission at the World Cup. The cauldron's contents immediately began boiling with explosive intensity. The question of where Erwin had acquired Harry's blood was one Charlotte desperately wanted answered, though she suspected the uncomfortable truth. The same question applied to the mysterious attacker who had targeted Harry Potter during the chaos. The culprit had clearly been Charlotte operating under Erwin's specific orders. Peter gently placed Voldemort's infant form into the churning potion. As the magical mixture bubbled and frothed with increasing violence, Voldemort's adult body began reforming and reconstructing itself from the dissolving infant vessel. Barty Crouch Jr., ever prepared and observant, immediately draped a black robe across the newly formed body as it emerged. Voldemort's skeletal frame visibly relaxed as sensation returned, his pale hands exploring his reconstructed face with something approaching wonder. He drew a deep, shuddering breath, his first with fully functional lungs in years. Finally, he hissed with profound satisfaction. "I have returned to my rightful form and power." Peter Pettigrew and Barty immediately dropped to their knees in worshipful supplication. Their reactions were starkly, characteristically different. Peter was transparently terrified, head bowed low and trembling violently with fear, while Barty's tongue flicked with nervous excitement, his fanaticism threatening to overwhelm his composure entirely. "Master. Great Master, you have finally returned to us." Barty rasped with religious fervor. Voldemort nodded acknowledgement, his gaze cold and assessing. "You have both performed adequately. "We merely fulfilled our duty to you, great master," they replied in perfect unison. Voldemort's attention fixed on Barty specifically. "Show me your arm." Barty extended his limb without hesitation, revealing the dark mark branded into his flesh. Voldemort raised his wand, the one Pettigrew had been safeguarding, and touched it directly to the writhing brand with deliberate pressure. Across the entirety of the wizarding world, every Death Eater, whether in hiding, imprisoned, or living false respectable lives, felt the sudden explosive surge of dark magic pulsing powerfully from their marks. Inside Hogwarts Castle, Severus Snape calmly rolled up his sleeve in his private quarters, observing the dark stain writhing intensely across his pale skin. He didn't panic or show any alarm whatsoever. Erwin had already explicitly foretold this exact moment, providing detailed instructions and assuring Snape that he would handle the dangerous situation appropriately. Snape had agreed to play his assigned role in the unfolding drama rather than acting rashly and potentially disrupting Erwin's carefully orchestrated broader strategy. In the opulent master bedroom of Malfoy Manor, Lucius stared down at his own burning mark with a profoundly weary sigh. "Narcissa," he announced to his wife, "I need to depart immediately. The Dark Lord has successfully returned to full power and is summoning his followers." Narcissa's elegant features creased with concern. "So soon? I had hoped for more time." "The timeline aligns almost exactly with Erwin's prediction," Lucius replied, methodically fastening his formal traveling cloak. "I'm going to attend and assess the situation directly. Don't worry excessively, Erwin has arranged everything meticulously in advance. He explicitly said I should proceed openly without excessive concern. However, I genuinely doubt the Dark Lord will issue any immediate operational orders during this first gathering. This meeting represents the opening move in a power struggle between Voldemort and Erwin for supremacy. Our family merely occupies a bystander position now, caught between two ascending powers." "Still," Narcissa murmured softly, genuine worry evident, "please be careful and return safely." Lucius smiled with practiced reassurance, leaning down to kiss her forehead. "I will exercise appropriate caution, I promise." He collected his Death Eater mask and distinctive black cloak from their storage rack, leaving them openly visible rather than concealing them. There was absolutely no need to hide his affiliation anymore. Erwin now effectively controlled the British wizarding world's power structures, and this gathering was merely an elaborate, high-stakes sparring match between master and former apprentice to establish final dominance. Guided by the mark's insistent magical pull, Lucius operated directly to the transmitted coordinates. He materialized in a mist-shrouded forest clearing where other cloaked and masked figures were steadily appearing from various directions. Voldemort stood prominently in the forest clearing, having just completed the summoning transmission. In a dramatic flash of magic, he vanished from his position and reappeared instantly beside a waiting automobile parked at the forest's edge. Two wizards stood formally beside the vehicle, both wearing the distinctive purple lotus insignia prominently displayed on their robes, the symbol of the Cavendish family organization. Voldemort's serpentine eyes narrowed with interest at the familiar sigil. "I see. Are you representatives from my talented disciples' organization?" One wizard bowed respectfully with practiced formality. "Good evening, my lord. Our master sends his sincere regards and apologies. He could not attend this gathering personally due to other obligations, so he dispatched us with appropriate gifts and resources." The wizard produced an enchanted bag with undetectable extension charms. Voldemort peered inside to discover an impressive collection, multiple high-quality healing potions, several backup wands of various woods and cores, and a substantially heavy bag filled with galleons for operational funding. "My dear disciple demonstrates characteristic thoroughness," Voldemort noted with dry appreciation. "Convey to him that I genuinely appreciate this practical contribution. Our master also instructed us to inform you," the wizard added carefully, "that if you require any assistance whatsoever with the planned Azkaban liberation operation, the full resources of the Cavendish organization are at your complete disposal." Voldemort released a low, hissing laugh that sent chills through both messengers. "It seems he underestimates my current restored capabilities. But no matter, his concern is noted. Go now. Tell him directly, the game has officially begun, and I eagerly anticipate our next meeting." The Cavendish wizards bowed again in perfect synchronization and vanished with sharp cracks of apparition. More Death Eaters continued arriving steadily, forming an expanding semicircle of black robes and silver masks around Voldemort's commanding position. The Dark Lord moved with supernatural speed, appearing instantaneously before each assembled follower in turn. With efficient flicks of his wand, he violently ripped away their concealing masks one by one, calling out their true names aloud, a deliberate reminder of their genuine identities and his absolute knowledge of who they really were beneath the anonymous disguises. He stopped directly before Lucius Malfoy's kneeling form. "Lucius," Voldemort said, his voice dripping with deliberate condescension and barely restrained contempt. "My most loyal and useful servant, once upon a time." Lucius kept his head carefully lowered in submission, remaining completely silent and motionless. While he genuinely trusted in Erwin's extensive protective preparations, Voldemort's legendary instability and unpredictable cruelty remained terrifying variables that could explode without warning. Fortunately, the bond and arrangement between master and apprentice seemed to be holding as promised. "Go," Voldemort commanded dismissively, waving one pale hand. "You have aided my heir and successor sufficiently already. You are formally excused from participating in the remainder of this evening's affairs and operations." Lucius bowed even lower. "As you command, great master. Thank you for your mercy." He turned smoothly and operated away without the slightest hesitation, grateful for the unexpected but welcome dismissal. Voldemort felt a brief flash of irritation at the rapid departure, but it was curiously tempered by an unexpected sense of relief and even approval. Perhaps his brilliant disciple had indeed arranged circumstances better than Voldemort himself could have managed through traditional methods. "Barty," Voldemort snapped, his attention shifting. "Proceed immediately to Azkaban. Extract our imprisoned followers and bring them back to operational capacity. The rest of you, come with me now. We are traveling to Germany for the next phase." None of the assembled Death Eaters dared voice protest or question the commands. They simply obeyed with absolute discipline born from years of conditioning and terror. Chapter 460, The Delegations Arrive. High in the Slytherin dormitory tower, Erwin stood alone by his window, gazing contemplatively at the night sky stretching endlessly above. A wisp of concentrated black smoke had begun gathering ominously in the distant clouds on the horizon. A knowing smile touched Erwin's lips as he observed the telltale sign. "My dear former teacher," he whispered to the darkness. "I wonder which operative you'll ultimately select to infiltrate Hogwarts during this tournament. Igor Karkaroff seems the logical choice, doesn't it? As a former Death Eater yourself, you don't possess many other viable options with the necessary access and cover, do you?" He raised a single finger toward the star-filled expanse above. As if responding directly to his unspoken will, a brilliant shooting star suddenly streaked across the celestial dome, a piece moved deliberately on an invisible cosmic chessboard. Far below in the shadowed forest, Voldemort paused and looked upward, his supernatural senses detecting the astronomical shift. He watched the shooting star fade gradually from view and smiled with dark appreciation. "My disciple," he murmured with something approaching paternal pride, "I never doubted your formidable intelligence for even a moment. This time, however, I shall provide you with a genuine surprise move. If I don't challenge you appropriately, I might truly lose to your superior preparation. But remember this, Erwin, the rules of our game are absolute and binding. Once the pieces are set in motion on the board, you cannot call for a pause or revision. The contest proceeds to its conclusion." Voldemort's form erupted with violent dark energy, transforming him into a roiling cloud of black mist that launched skyward. Behind him, the assembled Death Eaters followed in a flock of shadowy, winged terrors against the stars. Under the cold moonlight, expanding plumes of black smoke began their ominous advance toward Germany and whatever confrontation awaited there. Life at Hogwarts continued in its familiar patterns for the next several days. However, the atmosphere was noticeably different this year. The school seemed considerably more prone to excited gossip and speculation than usual. Every single day, students gathered in corridor clusters and common rooms, whispering enthusiastically about the upcoming international tournament. Erwin was absolutely certain he personally hadn't leaked any specific information to the student body. The details must have slipped out from some well-connected young wizard with more enthusiasm than discretion. He strongly suspected Draco Malfoy as the primary source, who else possessed both such extensive family connections and such an incorrigible tendency toward dramatic gossip. During the same week, the British wizarding world was consumed by shocking news. Azkaban prison had been violently attacked. All the human Auror guards had been systematically killed during the assault. As for the Dementor guards, they had vanished entirely, whether destroyed, driven off, or recruited remained unclear. Yet despite the dramatic nature of these events, there was remarkably little public panic or alarm. The Cavendish family hadn't issued any official commentary on the incident, and with them serving as the effective guardians and protectors of British magical society, the general populace felt reasonably secure regardless. The same fundamental calm prevailed within Hogwarts itself. During the Quidditch World Cup chaos, Voldemort had publicly announced his return to power, achieving the grand dramatic entrance he clearly desired. Yet remarkably few people took the threat seriously or altered their behavior. As the common saying went, with the Cavendish family's overwhelming power standing guard, the British wizarding world simply wouldn't descend into chaos or civil war again. Erwin sat at his private desk, methodically sipping coffee that Charlotte had expertly brewed while reading through the Daily Prophet's coverage. His brow furrowed with genuine puzzlement. He had carefully absorbed all the available news and specifically instructed his intelligence operatives to monitor developments in Germany with extreme attention, yet the entire region remained eerily, inexplicably calm. Voldemort and his Death Eater forces had seemingly vanished without a trace after departing Britain. Nothing whatsoever was happening there that his network could detect. Even more surprisingly, contacts confirmed that the Shepherd family's operations remained completely unharmed and functioning normally, which genuinely puzzled Erwin's strategic expectations. Where exactly has my former teacher gone with his forces? What is he actually planning? Suddenly, excited exclamations echoed from outside his window. Through the glass, Erwin observed an ornate flying carriage drawn by massive winged horses, its passenger compartment vastly enlarged through extension charms, speeding dramatically across the black lake's surface. Hagrid stood on the shore waving two oversized guidance flags rather comically, attempting to direct the carriage toward the designated landing zone, but the vehicle completely ignored his signals, passing directly overhead before touching down on a carefully prepared grass landing area. Erwin's expression tightened with mild disapproval. Beauxbatons is certainly making rather an arrogant first impression with that entrance. Before he could dwell on the observation, an enormous ship suddenly rose dramatically from the lake's depths on the opposite shore, riding the churning waves majestically toward Hogwarts grounds. Durmstrang had arrived in characteristically impressive fashion. The assembled Hogwarts students gasped collectively, they had never witnessed a vessel quite like it emerging from underwater. Erwin smiled faintly with recognition. In the original source material, this dramatic entrance scene had seemed genuinely impressive to his younger self. But as he'd matured and gained broader perspective, he'd realized a somewhat unflattering truth about the implicit hierarchy. If Hogwarts functioned as a relatively well-rounded comprehensive academy, Durmstrang operated essentially as a specialized athletics and combat training institute, while Beauxbatons was fundamentally a refined finishing school emphasizing etiquette and cultural arts. But wait, where is the delegation from the east? Just as the thought formed, the perpetually gloomy sky suddenly cleared with dramatic speed. Brilliant sunlight streamed down powerfully from between the parting clouds, immediately drawing everyone's amazed gaze upward. In the radiant golden light, multiple figures slowly became visible, standing impossibly on flying swords, all dressed in elegant flowing robes of traditional Eastern design. Behind each aerial practitioner, massive magical formations materialized and rotated, shimmering with complex runic light. Beneath their feet, an enormous collective formation array slowly rotated in perfect synchronization, casting cascading beams of light onto the grounds below in a spectacular display. Erwin's eyes lit up with genuine appreciation and approval. He mentally awarded the Eastern delegation's entrance a perfect score for dramatic impact. Compared to the relatively mundane arrivals of the other two schools, this demonstration was absolutely overwhelming in its visual and magical presence. Even Erwin himself, who was relatively well-traveled and had experienced considerable wonders, couldn't help but feel genuine awe at the spectacle. The image of celestial cultivators descending from the heavens to the mortal realm was rendered utterly tangible and real. The Beauxbatons students, having just disembarked from their carriage looking rather smug, and the Durmstrang students, fresh off their ship and still dripping lake water, all stopped dead and stared upward with undisguised shock at the aerial display. Several actually swallowed nervously at the implied power differential. The gathered Hogwarts students erupted with amazed exclamations. Are those the students from the East? I'd heard their magical traditions were different, but this is incredible. Haven't you been following the news? Mr. Cavendish traveled there personally and came back with reports of their remarkable capabilities. Those practitioners are extraordinarily skilled. Exactly. They simply maintain a lower profile culturally. In terms of actual magical strength, they rank among the absolute elite anywhere in the supernatural world. The flying swords that Cavendish Technologies co-developed with them are incredibly sophisticated and expensive. I've been saving for months but still can't afford one yet. One student squinted skeptically at the descending visitors. Wait, you call that maintaining a low profile? The Eastern students descended with perfect grace and coordination, looking supremely elegant and composed throughout. Standing at the front of the formation beside the senior Kunlun instructor was Sunny Finch. The moment her feet touched the ground, her eyes darted around excitedly and immediately spotted Erwin's distinctive figure visible at his tower window. She waved vigorously and enthusiastically in his direction, completely abandoning the dignified composure the others were maintaining. Erwin smiled warmly and waved back in acknowledgement. A cluster of Hogwarts students followed her enthusiastic gaze upward. It's Mr. Cavendish. That Eastern girl knows him personally. Several watching students, particularly Hermione Granger and Pansy Parkinson, immediately directed hostile, assessing gazes toward Sunny Finch, clearly evaluating this potential new rival. The senior Kunlun instructor's lips twitched with obvious embarrassment at his students' undisciplined behavior. He coughed twice pointedly and spoke in Mandarin. Sunny Finch, if you continue embarrassing yourself and our delegation, I will personally throw you into that lake. Sunny stuck out her tongue playfully but obediently composed herself into a more dignified posture. Erwin chuckled quietly from his distant observation point. She's still the exact same Sunny Finch I remember, absolutely irrepressible. Filch, Hogwarts caretaker, trotted over efficiently to the assembled delegations from all three visiting schools, prepared to escort them to their assigned accommodations. Erwin, observing that the initial excitement was subsiding, was preparing to take a brief afternoon nap when an owl suddenly darted through his open window with remarkable speed. Puzzled by the urgent delivery, Erwin caught the bird gently and retrieved the letter secured to its leg. He opened the envelope carefully, and his expression immediately became peculiar and uncertain. He examined the signature at the bottom multiple times to confirm, Severus Snape. It was definitely correct, his godfather's distinctive handwriting. But why would Snape be sending urgent correspondence through all post rather than simply speaking to him directly at dinner? Erwin unfolded the parchment and began reading the contents, his frown deepening with each line.